Good morning, good evening, whenever you've woken up. Here we are, CCT, back at it here with another round of best of threes, another Swiss stage coming at you, and now a new face, new face, an old face back in new out here into the CCT. We're back into the Swiss stage, Trav, and we don't get this combo a lot, but I'm glad to be here with you out here today, if only for the first game, sadly. But you know, you've still got more to go. How are we feeling this morning?
I'm okay. I've been a very busy boy the last few
Yeah.
days, so I'm a little bit tired. But listen, we're here for the love of the game, so that's what truly matters. And for you, Atro, we're here not just for the love of the game, but we're here for the love of the team, of course. The first
Yeah.
game we got to cover today is your Romanian brethren.
Yeah, the love of the nation, as some might say, going into the first best of three of the day. We got Nexus versus Cybershoke. A game that I feel like for the past week we've seen way too much of. This matchup has happened now
True.
for the third time. And every single time, I'll tell you, I never know what to expect. It's such a up and coming affair for Nexus now with Launex in the mix. Well, I'll get to talk all about it right when we get to the rosters, when we get to what's going to go down. But looking at the schedule overall today, indeed we do have Nexus and Cybershoke to start things off, but also some exciting games after that, right? Partisan and Ruby is also going to be an interesting matchup, but I feel like the one that everybody's looking forward to is going to be that Ecstatic versus Monty side, which sadly neither of us are going to get to cast. But what are your kind of thoughts and feels about today?
It's a very hard one to pick because, as you mentioned, the Cybershoke Nexus battle has kind of been a little bit back and forth when it comes to their recent matchups. If I was to take a pick, I would say Nexus, just purely because of the firepower they've got now. I'm going to go with Partisan Ruby. I'll go Partisan. Ecstatic Monty. I'm going to go Ecstatic. I think Monty are a good team at the moment, but not there yet. Whereas Ecstatic are really proving where they are, kind of in the tier 2 space at the moment, making the final underpick obviously against Navi Junior. And Iberian Soul TNL, I think I'll have to take Iberian Soul on that one, but they're not on great form, and TNL do have some good players, so
Yeah.
it's going to be interesting to see how they go.
Well, it's fun you gave your two thoughts about it because we're jumping into the rosters out here, and you mentioned Nexus, you mentioned the firepower, but for me, you know, as my national brethren out here, if I don't criticize them a little bit, who is, right? Because coming into this one, it feels like such an over-reliance on Launex ever since he joined. I'm looking at the history, I'm looking at the matchups, and every single time Nexus are having a good game is when Launex is at the top of the leaderboard doing more than half of what the next player after him is. You know, the old guard, if they're having a bad game on the day, the game is like 50-50. Zello, Sound, I don't think they've become complacent, but I definitely think that they've lost that spotlight that they had, because every single time when they joined, it was like, oh, back when Zello just joined, he was the creme de la crop, right, for the Romanian team. He was destroying everyone. Then Sound joined, and everybody was like, okay, multi-frag monster, someone to finally get a grasp on things and kind of get them out of clutch situations. And now Launex is coming in, and he's proving that he can be the top fragger of the team. And the other four are just, you know, not as much seen on the server. So when it comes down to Nexus, I feel like they're an amazing team of individuals, comprised of individuals that are great, but team cohesion still is kind of teething, and I guess that's fair because Lao hasn't been next to them for a while. They've had to play with the drones because of a couple of stand-in issues back with the VRS system. But now I really hope that BTN can once again take all of his former players, iterate them into this new version of Nexus, and try to work better together rather than just having this individual sort of game.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? I mean, I think there's a lot to talk about when it comes to their individual talent and, as you say, you know, reliance on certain stars. But I think they're in a much better place than they were, at least, right? So it's fair enough. We're going to have a quick look at the Cybershoke roster now as well. A lot of quite well-known names in the Tier 2 space at this point, of course, on this Cybershoke team. Lovicus, Blixie, Notineki. Notineki, of course, originally came from that sort of Spirit Academy setup. And adding Glowing is one of the main moves, obviously. He was on 9 Pandas for a very, very long time. He's a bit more of the elder statesman, you could say, but it doesn't really matter because he's still a pretty insane fragger when he wants to be, and I think he's got a lot of talent still to give to the tier 2 space, and of course a lot of sort of teachings to these youngsters as well, not necessarily because he's the in-game leader all the time, but because he's just a great player that they can watch and learn from. I was a big fan of Fenneman on the AWP for quite a long time, toward like last year, maybe a little bit of early last year, mid last year. Then kind of fell away a little bit individually. I thought he was like going to be one of the next big things when it comes to the AWPing roles. Of course, another one added to the list when it comes to a Belarusian AWPer, because of course we've got Grix as well out there. But yeah, falling off a little bit in terms of current individual form. But he's still around and about, and he can still be very flashy.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about for Cybershoke as well. Don't know if you guys picked up, they have their own little individual numbers on the t-shirts. So it's a very nice little touch that Cybershoke have been doing. But let's forget about what they're wearing. Let's see about what they're going to be playing on. The maps being picked away don't really surprise me, right? We know Cybershoke are Mirage merchants. We know that Nuke is always going to be first picked out here by Nexus when they've got the chance, and it's not banned away. The Inferno ban coming through from Cybershoke as well. I'm kind of going in reverse order here, but the Inferno ban coming through as well from Cybershoke makes a lot of sense. It's a perma pick usually coming through from Nexus if it's not banned away. Right, and Train is the perma ban coming through from the Romanian team as well. The only kind of surprise, I guess, would be the Anubis, but even that isn't necessarily too big of a surprise, seeing as Dust 2 was the last map banned away by Cybershoke. So this is kind of the expected outcome. Could have been 50-50 on the last map, whether or not it was going to be D2 or Anubis, but overall it is looking like a very nice map pool out here, a good map pool to figure out who is going to be able to actually come out on top in that individual department, because apart from Nuke, Mirage and Anubis definitely do need to have your entry fragger. You do need to have your entry fraggers locked in. And I mean, it's a good standing ground. I'd say a little bit better of a standing ground here for Nexus, purely because of the Nuke pick. But just in general, it is a big possibility to go on over to that third map decider and see Anubis today as well.
Yeah, and I do appreciate a little change up in the veto here, ever so slightly. But you see, the thing is that it's only order, right? And if you look at the game the other day in the Tip Sport Conquest of Prague, that was Mirage, Nuke, Anubis. If you look at the game against in the Y Games Pro Series Season 5, that was Mirage, Nuke, Anubis. So, yeah, I mean, the only thing you can really do is, in a sort of situation, if you're either team, is try and remember what went right last time and try and remember what went wrong last time and try and fix it. But this time, of course, we've got Nuke coming up first rather than Mirage coming up first. We'll see if that will change anything in the way this game plays out. Glowing, ready and roaring to go. He was amazing last time these two teams faced. He dropped a 1.5, 105 ADR over 3 maps. What can you do again here?
Okay, they're coming into the spawn side already, and low in the eyes, IGL just storm the castle, take down 2 heads, and plant that bomb away. Not even a second notice out here for Cybershoke to respond. So the bomb, as it is going to be planted on down, Cybershoke are going to have a slow start into the CT side. Nexus storm the gates, take the A bomb site, and will be able to win out that round in a very convincing manner. Love to see that they don't really dilly-dally around, especially in the pistol. They start things off of the bag, and hopefully that will be the thematic to continue this game.
Yeah, great start to the game for Nexus. BTM with 2. Of course, we don't expect massive individual ability from BTM, but in this particular matchup in the last 2 times they've played, he's really struggled. 0.7, 0.64 between those two BO3s, but listen, it's okay when you have your stars perform, like your Sound, like your Launex. Of course, in that game in the Tip Sport Prague just over a week ago, Launex dropped a plus 26, dropping 63 and 37. So, the thing is, though, you were right with what you said earlier. That's not something you can rely on all the time.
Not only that, you know, but then you take a look onto the other side, and for BTN and Raga, I usually like to call them the old guard because they've been the longest standing players out here for Nexus. When they're having a good game, it feels like Nexus are such a different team. And, you know, it is, after all, like 2/5 of the team. So, of course, it does make a huge difference when they individually start performing really well. Yeah. But it does feel like it's important, especially in a matchup like this, where Glowing as the enemy IGL is always kind of the second one to perform behind Phenomen, and you're kind of expecting him to, if he's having a good game, for the entire team to have a good game. I feel like Nexus are the exact same boat, and look at Raga just tap them away. That is exemplary on the Galil. Even though it's just against USPs, it's very nice dealt with as well. But that's what I'm saying. If the old guard is performing out here, if Raga and BTN are in their rhythm, locked in, feeling good about the game, then the entirety of Nexus feel good about the game. And that's the case for Cybershoke as well, with Glowing coming through with Phenomen on the AWP if he's hitting shots. So this is going to be a game of startups, how things are going to be you know, into the early game, how they're gonna feel, and how the individuals can affect the entire morale of the team. So now we're jumping into round number 3, full gun round, and 2 AUGs out here for the CT side.
I like that. I like that. I don't have enough money for the AWP yet, right? So try a different scope rifle for now. The AUG is very viable on Nuke with some of those long ranges, playing toward ramp or playing toward outside. Chen will be stopped from making his way through Squeaky there by Blixie. Good find. That's an early 5 versus 3. Of course, the bonus round for Nexus here. Still a couple of SMGs in play. Sound has got his still. But Cybershoke making the right moves early round here. The M4's getting the beginnings. And yeah, you mentioned it as well, right, with Glowing being the in-game leader now. I thought he was, but I hadn't actually pre-checked beforehand. And it's still surprising to me that he is the in-game leader, because obviously, like, sure, as I said, most experience, that's one of the main factors. But, yeah, I mean, I always thought of him as one of the most important fraggers for that 9 Pandas team, and it was obviously a different in-game lead playing on different in-game leaders. Great flash outside. Looks like Sound is not long for this world. Ooh, just escapes, but I don't think Nexus will be escaping with this round.
Yeah, that's Raga out of the fight and Sound in a 1v5. Good luck, have fun, buddy. That's the end of that. A flawless one coming through from Cybershoke with that last kill coming out of Glowing. And yeah, Glowing is definitely a very impactful fragger. And I feel like in the previous iteration of Cybershoke as well, when it was just Blixie on the IGLing role, they were still doing a great job. As an academy squad, basically an academy squad, a squad full of youngsters coming in from the depths of tier 3, clawing their way up and climbing and climbing and climbing. I definitely feel like Blixie proved himself in his calling department, but I guess if he just got a new avenue of trying to focus in on his own individual gameplay, that's fine. If things don't work out, they can always swap roles around afterwards, right? So, I don't know. I feel like this isn't the worst of changes, but it's definitely experimental.
Sometimes you've got to experiment at this level, right? Can't just stay stagnant and static in tier 2. Everything's moving all the time. Ian has got himself down towards Secret, or at least in the entrance of it anyway. Launex does seem prepared to go for this ramp explosion. Noltaneki is there, still with that AUG, of course. Neither of the two AUGs got to see any action at all in the first gun round. Good rotation from Lovicus to actually get down toward B and maybe play single and double, because as you can see, Sound is tracking and tracing him. So there'll be some work for Cybershoke to do here.
And here's the opening of the door. The crosshair is perfectly placed. Sound is a dead man if he opens that, but the first dead man is going to be Launex. I was just going to praise him, you know, from the international experience. He's usually one of the players from Nexus that knows how to hold on, to be patient a little, but what an entry out of Sound. Opens up the B-bomb site, and Raga helps him out from ramp as well. Glowing is going to try to trade it back, and he shots a burst of those bullets from the AK and connects on a headshot. So now a 2v3 incoming, and a hold on down from ramp, from vents out here from Phenomen, and Sound just hits another doozy. That is Sound mitigating all of these retakes from Cybershoke with just clean headshots alone. I think he was surprised by some of those as well, but just some very good hits coming through, and Nexus allowed to take the third round on the board here.
I can't really blame Cybershoke for that round at all. I think they do an absolute fine job of their rotations, get themselves in good positions to read what Nexus are doing. And Lovicus in particular, in a good position to stop Sound coming through single. But in the end, if Lovicus did kill Sound, they probably win the round. It all hinges on that kill, right? Because Sound in the end does catch 2 rotations as well. Big triple kill. Even survives to the bomb explosion as well on 6 HP. He's in a bit more of a good run of form lately as well as Sound. That duo with Launex is something we need to see pop up together rather than as individuals. That is a pretty much a single-handedly won round by Sound there.
Yeah. And again, a round in which I don't even think he himself was expected to hit those shots, you know. Just in the right place at the right time. That's what just good macro guidance can really help you out and just put you in the right places to destroy a round. An eco now coming through from Cybershoke. Well, more like a half investment. The MP9s come out and they go straight outside, where Launex is already going to lose out his life. Lovicus still with AK, and Glowing keeps going outside. BTN, while he loses his head, is going to become a Doulahan and starts to tell his teammates what to do from the grave, and all of the teammates that are left are going to be 2 AKs, Zello and Sound.
It's a bit of a nightmare. Done so well in that previous round to get themselves an opportunity to break that money. They did. Forces Cybershoke to a half buy, and this is what happens in that half buy. Lovicus with 2, making up for his missed shot in the previous round. Going with one of his own, up to 6 now. And funnily enough, Venom and Lotineki are still yet to get off the mark. Those 2 Org players that we saw in the gun round, still on 0 and 3, but it doesn't really matter when you got your teammates performing like this. Zello and Sound might just want to try and do some damage here, because in this sort of situation, Cybershoke, if you're to win the round with all 5 players alive, then on the half buy, that just gives you a massive injection of cash. So he's going to check his close right properly, but Glowing is just better. Big triple kill from the captain. Once again, showing how good he can be as an individual. Up to 8 already.
It feels like headshots are hitting today. It really feels like the bullets are going where they should be. So if this is the sort of gameplay we're going to get to see out of Sound, out of Glowing, out of Raga, then this is going to be a fun game to see, especially out here on Nuke, where again Nexus are just trying to get an advantage in this first half. Their CT side is where the creme de la crop really lies, and where their game plan really is going to hold up.
Can you say Raga again for me?
Raga.
No, I can't roll my R, dude. It's very sad.
That is how you're supposed to say it in theory, but if you say Raga, that's still fine.
No, I know, but like, I'm just disappointed in myself that I can never roll my R's. That's all it is. There we are.
Well, you kind of did it there. There we are.
There we are. Can't do it.
Try to act like a pirate. It's gonna work at some point.
Ah, me hearty.
Ah, me hearty. Okay, well, if VTN was a pirate, he just sunk his ship right there in this round, because the Deagles aren't really gonna get out of outside. And the problem here isn't necessarily that they're losing out the Eagles, of course, that they're losing out the round. It's that they're not getting any damage in. This is already Cybershoke getting away with so much cash into their banks. It's a good one that Sound manages to pick up, but he would need at least 2 more to be able to, you know, equalize the cash balance out here, and it's just not going to happen. Lovic is the only one that falls, and from a 3-1 scoreline that Nexus was looking happy at, now it's an equalization, 3-3, and a full investment coming through for Phenomenon as well with an op in hand.
I really hope this sort of recovery to Nexus here for Launex springboards his career again, because like I was such a massive fan when he was on Sprout right back in 2022, 2023, and people forget like he's been around for a long time. It's obviously now like 2 or 3 years ago. He's only 19, which I think is absolutely crazy. Like, you forget how young these players are, and how much opportunity they still have to deliver as a seed. They've been around for a long time, but are still that young. I mean, it's actually kind of crazy. Of course, after that Sprout run, had a chance on Falcons. That was a weird mix, and it really worked out. And of course, that turned into a chance on Bleed. Even that Revenant team that was always doomed, a mix on Aim Club. Like, he's been just bouncing around for a little bit, unable to find a home. And when he was on Sprout, just farming everyone in ESL Challenger, for example, I thought he was destined for like, I don't know, maybe destined for even FaZe one day. It was a crazy level that he showed, but yeah.
I'll have my 2 tidbits about that, but let's see Glowing versus this big flag being denied by Zello. Another really big up-and-comer, if you remember back in his prime. You know, everybody was looking around at Zello and was thinking, oh, so we finally have a Romanian opera that is actually going to be able to contend, you know? And if you just look at this Nexus lineup, because the round is already over, Nexus take the B-bomb side, they plant away the bomb, with Zello with that kill completely ends the round. If you just look at the lineup and the individuals, Sound, Raga, Launex, BTN, and Zello, if you take their prime and put them together, this is a team that, in my opinion, could easily make top 20. Yeah, I know this is bias.
I'm willing to say top 25, top 30, because like they all have that ability. I think especially the combination of Sound, Zello, and Launex. I think those 3 in particular, that a shadow of a doubt for me, have what it takes to compete, right? I mean, we've seen Sound in an international team in 9, if I remember correctly, right? So, yeah, I mean, there's a couple of opportunities here. Even Zello. The thing that's crazy about Zello, mate, is that, like, I remember for so long, he was on Nexus for so long. And he never wanted to leave his friends. And then finally leaves his friends, and that's when Sprout completely implodes. So,
yeah.
shame.
Yeah.
He could always come back with open arms.
I think the Sprout stun there was also instigated maybe a little bit by Lonix kind of leaving right after him. Like they were together for a short period of time, and then he got on over to bleed.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a whole stunt. And now we're on the current day where Fenomen would have been insane if he hit that shot, yet he doesn't. And Nexus get another clear shot towards the B-bomb site. Cybershoke really struggling to keep a hold over that B-bomb site. All of them outside. Could have a bit of a retake from Secret, but it's definitely going to necessitate a lot. And Zello, he had a golden opportunity there with 2 backs turned to take down at least one. Yet it doesn't happen, and Nexus are going to be fighting an uphill battle, 3v4, up against a retake into the B-bomb site once again.
It's going to be so hard, though. I know you got 2 kits if you've got on Glowing and Blixie. But 18 HP on Lovicus with the AWP. That's making me a bit nervous, and BTN's got a 1-for-1. That's absolutely fine. He's about to get swarmed by 2 or 3 more players. Now, can they remove Raga and Sound on the back of the site? As I say, so hard to get Sound out of that position. The AWP needs to frag him, and Lovicus, he's whiffed it. And Blixie going down to Raga, puts an end to this round. He's even managed to be jiggled out by Raga at the end as well. That is a great hold from Nexus. It really did feel like they had that one under lock and key, even though it was a 3v4.
It was a 3v4, mind you, though, but the names that were left there were most important. Sound and Raga are feeling really good today. 8-3, 9-5, and they've been hitting headshots only. And in that retake attempt as well, Cybershoke had no chance besides that Lovicus one tap with the off to make things right. And even then would have been down to a 1v1, which I struggled to think he would have been getting out of easily with the timer ticking out and Raga being the enemy. Still though, great advances there from Cybershoke again. The ideas were correct for Cybershoke. The executions are getting taken down by some really swift headshots. So yeah, Nexus managing to hit their shots right now is definitely saving them a couple of rounds. Cybershoke into another full buy. Cash is going to become really low if this round doesn't go their way.
I think the importance of BTN getting 1 from control room there shouldn't be underestimated. Like that actually just took the pressure off Raga and Sound a little bit in that after plant. But pre-molly toward the back of the A site silos there, immediately smoked by Blixie. Going to be a double pump play here, faster play, and Blixie will just get entry straight up by Raga. There isn't really a close defender to try and help out. Other than Lovicus, he needs 2, but Raga, even on low HP, is able to find that quick frag on Lovicus. Sure, taken by Glowing, and again, kit available on Notineki, but again, a retake.
I didn't like that. Glowing breaks the windows out there and completely destroys the position of Notineki trying to get up the ladders unknown. So now he's trying to signal his way in with the flash. Doesn't really work out. Lao takes him down, and Zello finds a second, so Glowing's forced to save. And yeah, this is not looking great for Cybershoke. Another retake attempt that gets taken down, not necessarily by individual mistakes as much as macro being a little bit slow, and Nexus just hitting their damn shots again. Like Raga managing to take down 2, especially that first one on the entry to the back of the silo was just something that completely opens up so many avenues for the Romanians. It's 6-3 out here, Trav.
Yeah, I think the 2, I think you mentioned the glass break in Hell there. I think it's because they kind of knew they were around the ladder position anyway, and they wanted to try and flash Notineki in. I don't think it was entirely necessary to break the glass, but it's just like a classic, doesn't really matter situation. May as well just do it to get a quicker rotation round, but I don't think it makes a big difference overall. So the problem is that they couldn't flash their way in, and Notineki had a chance to, actually do some work when he was flashed in toward heaven there on that long distance flash from Glowing, and yeah, just didn't get his frag, and that made it easy for Nexus to set up. 6 on T. Be very happy with that.
Oh, they will be. They can still get more though. Look at the buy coming through now. Cybershoke. What's the response here? What does Glowing call? Because they're going to be going in for a hero AK here. Almost assures Nexus to be able to pick up the 7th. And if they're trying to play for a 7-5, well, they better make sure they're starting to hit their shots. Fenomen, Notineki, Lovicus. These guys are in key positions, like Squeaky, like Ramp. And yet we're seeing Nexus not really have issues with them. So to give them a little bit more trouble, maybe they start playing a bit more further back with utility a bit more. Cybershoke have had some decent smokes, some good flashes, but Nexus have been the ones in control. Glowing forced out a secret. Has been heard by sound, yet is not going to get pushed yet. BTN's holding him. Let's see who wins out this duel.
Yeah, so Angle, it's actually a bit of a 50-50, even though you think kind of BTN has a big advantage. Be less than 50-50 if he quick switches his AK again and glowing peaks, but it's okay. For now, Glowing does look like he wants to try and go for something. He knows he has to on the Glowing round. There we go, there's the attempt, and he does find the kill. Dink through the corner of the stairs of Secret. And he'll survive, and Lovis will find Sound with the 5-7. Good information from Notaneki. He'll fall back down toward B. They've retained the 5v3.
40 seconds left on the timer there, and the bomb is on Zello, trying to make his way onto B yet again. There's going to be 2 AKs there, though. So not that easy to try to take them down. One coming into hell as well is going to be that 5. Scary, but look at that entry. It's scarier. Glowing again, takes down another, and finally taken out. But Zello's left in a one-man army situation. 1v5 turns 1v3, and Zello's got to check up into ramp to try to take him down. With 17 seconds, though, I still think he can make it up into A.
They know,
10
though.
seconds now. Oh, he's running for the hills. He's trying this out.
Yeah, you can just force him off the start. Yeah, right. Oh my God! It's not all right. If you're Cybershoke, they've completely misplayed their hand there. Zello's just aced them out. Oh my words!
What a spray transfer!
Had him locked. They knew exactly what was going on. They had him locked on B. He got 1 kill. They had him locked on A. He got both kills.
Oh my lord, that's an ace as well coming out of Zello. 2 rounds ago, he was 1-3. 1-4, something. Now he's 8-5. Oh my god.
What the hell?
That is... Wow. That is a clip for him.
And they go for the pause immediately after as well. Man, like obviously their thought process about that one and whether that helps Cybershoke reset or lets them stew in their mistake. But
no, that's just pure hype out of Nexus's cam being like, okay, we gotta calm the hell down.
That too. I mean, that is a crazy play. I did feel like it felt awkward, right? Because they were so ahead of the game there, Cybershoke. They had read everything that Zello was doing, but also they kind of just lazily pushed him at the end. They could have continued to fake him out and maybe stop the plant in a different manner. I don't know. So many things about that were very questionable, but Zello will love every minute of it. BTN needs 1 more kill here. Actually, they don't. I was going to say, they just ignore Zello on the little ledge there, and BTN does find 1 more kill, even though Cybershoke again get a massive advantage. Again, it's a 1v2 for Cybershoke, and Glowing should get found by Zello. My goodness, they have fallen apart on the CT side.
Yeah, it happens once more, as you mentioned. They get the advantage, they lose it completely, but this time it doesn't feel as lazy. They had the plan to just crunch down on lobby, yet they do it in... I don't want to say it's a bad way that they do it, because again, technically it should work, but BTN and Zello connecting their shots there and no one checking up to Raptors for Zello to actually be on the ladder. They just make those little tiny mistakes that aren't that tiny after all at the end of the day, when the IGL and the Opera are allowed to get 2 kills each to completely shut down that round. So Cybershoke, it's really important for them now to not fall prey to morale, to be like, okay, this was their enemy's map pick anyway, this was their city side crumbling apart, whatever, we're gonna give up on this nuke. I don't think they should, because they're only 5 rounds down. If they get this one 8-4, they can try out something, even though T-side nuke isn't the easiest to play. But definitely some mistakes have catapulted them into this situation. Now they've still got 1 more chance to try to make it a little bit redeemable.
Low-key, Cybershoke going to be pretty pissed right now, I think. Like, this should not be the situation they're in. So many errors in the last couple of rounds. Ragger find 1 more to add to his tally, up to 12-8 now. But Glowing and Blixie will give another advantage over to their team. But they've been able to convert many of these, and another recovery kill from BTN. Great reaction to find Phenomen, but Ragger does not check top hut. We now know exactly where BTN is. He will shoot a dead body. I've been there.
He will shoot back. Oh
no. Now there are 2 faces on the site. Make that 3 as Glowing rotates through hut. So they will get the final round of the half. but I'll tell you what, it should have been more than 4.
Yeah, definitely should have at least 6-6 in my eyes. But hey, if I'm looking at Nexus, I'm sure they'll take it, right? Zello managing to find himself an ace, a very nice crunch defeated out there against Cybershoke, and now they turn to their CT side with a 4-round lead on their own map pick, looking to try to end this one off quickly, because that is the recipe for success out here on Nuke for Nexus, especially against Cybershoke. If you take a look on down to their previous attempts up against Cybershoke, their previous best of 3s, we get to see that Nexus have won 2 out of 3 nukes, and that was a 13-5 finisher coming in on Tipsport, and on Y Games it was a 13-9. So they don't really allow Cybershoke to get up to double digits unless they lose. That's the game plan right now. Nexus, they started things off really quickly. Remember that pistol round? They went in, immediately denied, and took it all over. Now I think they're going to try to play out the CT side just the same, and try to be still in the driver's seat during this Nuke affair. We'll see it though, because it's the second pistol round coming through, and it's the first round of the second half out here.
Good work from Nexus to take advantage of the Cybershoke errors. I can't lie, I did not see much of the game between these two last time they played, but I reckon that Zello play will be one of the more exciting ones over the course of these 3 BO3s they played against each other. But Cybershoke are angry, like buzzing bees, angry wasps, whatever you want to say. They're down toward B, immediately playing a quick pistol, 2 kills, now trying to hold on to it. They're actually a re-smoke for control room, but hang on, they've got to be careful again. Now Nexus has got a recovery kill on toward glowing. ETN outside, spotted one more. Now knows it's a 2v2 if he goes back to the site, because he's got one player behind him disconnected from the action. So they might try and go now.
They will. Needing to check out either into Ninja. It's going to be Blixie looking up above and finds a headshot. That's it. That's the round. And a pistol going to the T side once more. Cybershoke's way back into the game has now just been found. And someone pointed it out in the chat, and I do remember I did just watch that as well before starting up the day. Nexus actually lost 13-0 up against Gun 5 yesterday on Nuke. So to have this resurgence, to go back to their usual map pick, to their favorite map in the pool right now, and to be able to find an 8-4 split up against Cybershoke with rounds like that is definitely going to feel nice for the team, but they shouldn't get complacent. I think complacency is a problem that Nexus have had in the past, and hopefully they won't have it anymore. But look at a round like this. This is a 4-gun round where a 5-7 dinks down 2. Zello finds a frag with the MP9, and now Lau has got the chance to be able to pick up some kill bonuses, yet traded out 80 of his HP for it, and Zello goes outside and takes down Lau because that is the kill that might just make the round, but it's still a 2v3 and still low HP out here for 4/5 of the player base on the server.
Oh, Lau next though. Checking heaven, realizing what's going on. At least Phenomenon 10 HP. It's a great bounce back from Nexus. What's great about for Nexus in this game is that they've kind of had Lau Nex do absolutely nothing, but they were winning pretty comfortably. I say comfortably, it took some crazy plays from Zello, but you know what I mean, right? As we kind of mentioned before the game, we said we don't want them to see them rely on one player, and they certainly are not in this game. Good find from Sound. There was a small chance for Phenomenon to find one more kill if he found Lau Nex first, but not to be. Nexus will hit straight back. Yeah, as you say, the recovery after that 13-0 from yesterday. Casello for Gun 5 dropped a 19-3 performance in that game. Went 2.74 rating. That's one of the craziest games of his career, for sure.
Yeah, but, you know, a change like this, finally the VRS system allowing Nexus to start playing with Lau into officials as well, because they were practicing with him anyways. This definitely must feel nice for Nexus. As things are going to continue, I hope we get to see a surge into their performance up and up and up. Of course I do, you know, it's the Romanian team, duh. But I'm saying in general because in the past couple of months, especially at the end of 2024 as well, everybody was kind of just saying like, oh, you're going up against Nexus, you're going to have an easy game. Or, oh, it's Nexus, of course they lost like 7 best of 3s in a row. Because that was what used to happen, you know? Would be bad games, would be bad morale, would be anything, but it would just happen, and Nexus would have to accept it. And now that they've got one of their star players back in, they're going to be very happy of actually trying to show up what they've worked towards this entire time. And this is a very clean round, shutting down on outside. The nades already do have to work at the beginning of the round, and then it's just clean up time after that, where Cybershoke keep on peeking into the Nexus. Time again.
Now Nexus is doing good work with that UMP.
Yep.
What year is he in? 2017?
Hey, we'll take anything, right? If the UMP can get a little bit of light and the AUGs can as well, I'd like to see the Krieg back in action.
I wish. that is a joke. Disclaimer. Yorg is like in a perfect spot right now where it's like viable but not overpowered.
The AUG is in the same spot that I thought the FAMAS could never get at, where surprisingly it's usable.
Yeah, true.
So, not gonna say anything about it. I was the biggest FAMAS hater for forever until that one update. Now I'm just a FAMAS, I guess. I'm not okay with it, but I'm not gonna hate on it if I see it anymore, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can hate on the Krieg a little bit now because it's just like, actually just underpowered. They've actually made it underpowered from when it's overpowered. You know, that's the funniest thing about all these weapons, right? They were kind of like, never used for so long. They were always like this. People were just so set in their ways to use AKM4. The AUG was that powerful with that fire rate, and the Krieg was that powerful with that fire rate for a very, very long time. Same for the UMP. It just took other things to be changed and how much the guns cost to be changed for teams and players to finally realize how good they are. The Krieg saved me. My spray control. It's the easiest spray control ever, dude. Just down to the left. I just farmed with that gun every time I played with it.
True.
But, yeah, we've moved on from that era now.
But, you know, I mean, that's been attempted before, and I haven't seen too many pro players get out the Negev, right? That's the easiest spray of all.
Yeah, well, we're not.
So...
we're not accepting that one yet.
Maybe, one day. Who knows? We did take a tackle pause, though. I feel like these are the crucial times again for Cybershoke to not give up and not really throw the towel in. I want to see a fight back, even if Nexus are going to take away this map. I don't want to see a clean 13-5 coming through. If Cybershoke want to have a chance at this best of 3, they have to start from here. They don't have to start from next map. Zello, good presence outside. Knife brought out at the worst possible time. Got CS2. It happens, buddy. It's okay. Did the smoke bug get fixed? The one you could see entirely through the smoke? Oh.
Yeah, last night's patch, yeah.
Thank God.
I did hear about that. Pretty crazy. Saw a clip of it as well.
Yeah, I saw multiple.
It's actually insane how, you know, one update that doesn't concern that part of the game can break that part of the game. Happens so often as well, it feels like with CS2.
Yeah. I mean, if you can see a muzzle-off completely through an open smoke, it's like, why do we even have it? Well, can do a lot here. It's great that he takes away the attention, because then the Raga comes in, and it's a beautiful double up to deny the entirety of this round. BTN just gonna throw more wood to the fire. It's beautiful. It's well executed. It's Nexus in their home turf, hitting up into map point. That is an amazing outlook out here for the Romanians.
I even have the music hit.
Yeah.
Total domination.
Perfect timing.
It truly is. 12-5. Nexus loving life on Nuke at the moment. And of course, in those last two matchups that they played right against Cybershoke that we've been talking about, the last three, I should say, they have played Nuke in every single one, obviously. And in the two most recent BO3s, that's the only map they won in the BO3. So, actually, that's I'll tell a lie. The Tip Sport won, Nexus won. But yeah, the Nuke has been one that they've taken each time, but it's always been the middle map in the veto. Today, it's the first map in the veto, so.
Maybe that's the change-up they needed, who knows? If they're gonna start off this wall, maybe they end off just as well. Sound into Ram, denies 1, denies 2, almost a third, halfway down. It's a 4v3 incoming, and, well, Cybershoke might not be long for Nuke anymore. But I got down the vents and just waiting for something to happen inside of the B-bomb site, while everybody else for Cybershoke is heading outside in towards lobby, it looks like. But hey, I do want to say, you know, most of these games for Cybershoke that they've been feeling really good in, that they've been finding really quick maps in, have been courtesy of Glowing and Phenomen. And Phenomen has now been having a good game, so that might be a part of it as well. But here comes Lau, just an easy double, looking for the third, and that is how they end it. Headshots over headshots, kills over kills. Every single one of Nexus players do manage to pick up a great performance out here. 13-5 is how Nuke is going to end. And after this one, Trav, it's going to be Mirage, which Nexus aren't any slouches on either.
Total domination. Quite literally. 13-5. Very comfortable for Nexus. They'll be delighted with that. I mean, honestly, I'm not even going to lie. I think as soon as Zello aced them on that first half, it felt like Cybershoke kind of switched off mentally a little bit. Like, you saw the round immediately after that. They made a push into lobby. They had a big advantage, like 4v2. Then they kind of just pushed into Zillow, waiting on the rafters. A mistake when they could have fallen back with their advantage. And then second half, they had nothing to show whatsoever. So, listen, it's Nexus on CT, on Nuke. I'm expecting them to look good. But it's still a crazily positive result for Nexus. And Cybershoke will be thinking, where did it all go wrong?
Or, if they want to win, they'll not be thinking about it at all. The next map up is going to be Mirage, where they're going to have to trace their steps back and hope to be able to play their usual game out here on a map that they're way more comfortable on. Mirage up next after a 10-minute break, so we'll be right back with that. And we are back here with the second map, immediately going straight into it, Trav. Nexus, Cybershoke, keeping up this best of 3. And we are into Cybershoke's domain now, with Nexus trying to go for a quick crunch down on B. Suddenly they'll be finding Raga in a tight pinch.
Yeah, BTN's got a lot of information already, completely cleared out the apartment, so they'll know it's an A-site play. I'm not sure the rotation will necessarily be quick enough. Cybershoke already swarming all over that A-bomb site. The bomb plant should come through. It will. And now this full retake needs to come through for Nexus. Raga does the right thing by trying to keep himself alive with the smoking kit, but now that's on the ground, and Blixie Lovicus will team up for 3 kills in spawn. Something I want to quickly mention as well is it looks like this pistol is pretty much done. We'll just see if BTN survives here. You have to get double peeked. Should go down. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Okay.
Oh dear. What's going on? How is he still alive? There we go.
Samba.
What I wanted to say is that this is actually Cybershoke's best map by quite a way, I feel. They've got a really good T side on this map in particular. They've actually obviously beat Nexus both times they've played recently on the map. They've also beaten Paravision just under a month ago, right? Which is a really, really good win to have on Mirage. So I think they're in a great position, Cybershoke, on this map right now. It's like, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's currently 8 out of their last 9. So I really think there's a very strong possibility of a third here.
Yeah, and you'd be very well put to actually think that, especially since Cybershoke also just beat E-Cloud as well, 13-8, to get themselves over here into the round 1 Swiss stage. So it was already a good showing, seeing as the second map went overtime on Train. But even in that game, right, even on that Mirage, it still took Phenomen to deal a lot of damage. Who had a 1.57 rating. He pulled through like a good, what, +5? So there's still a need for Phenomen to step up here, and trying to compare to the previous map, he definitely needs to do a lot here. Zello, though, already on a scout, manages to put it to decent use, takes down 1 headshot, and it's the head of the pack, as some might say. Glowing taken out, and now it's the youngsters left off to fight. I always call them youngsters, but they've been around in the Cybershoke jersey for a while now, all of these guys.
Yeah, true. I mean, got some of them coming from different projects as well. I'm pretty sure Blixie was on Aurora Youngblood, right? Which is literally got Youngblood in the name. So there's a flank. There is a flank on ramp. Notaneki has not guessed that. Raga gets a free kill, and this is falling apart. Phenomen's been tagged by a scout as well. Down to 28. Zello's doing a lot of damage in this round. Boosting towards short brick, trying to set up something, but now they've spotted them out, and Phenomen's been found flanked by Sound. They're going to answer back immediately once again here, Nexus, unless Blixie can tap down 3 players, and Zello will not allow that to happen. Great round from Zello, great damage. Once again, Cybershoke will fall foul of an annoying round for them to lose.
Yeah, apparently BTN got so excited he pressed Alt F4 on the keyboard, but he's back. And I mean, my goodness, that was not supposed to happen. Again, one of these rounds that completely turns the tide for Nexus in their favor. That you wouldn't necessarily expect. If Cybershoke stuck to the plan, just play the short and casual A hit like they did in the pistol, I'm pretty sure they would have won that. But they decided to go all over the place, taking up in mid, taking up in B. And that is how the cookie crumbles. Tac pause off the bat here, Glowing, trying to rein them in a little bit, telling them, okay guys, we should not try to find Nexus on straight up stat checks, straight up 1v1s. That's not necessarily going to work this time around, like it has before maybe. So swap of plans, what are Cybershoke going to do? Great to see a scout actually landing his shots these days. Not just headshots, not just looking for those instant gratification kills, but actually dealing out that damage, allowing Zello allowing his team to actually step up here and clean up after him.
Now next, standing tall, ready to go. There's a full course here for Cybershoke, and that is what you need to be careful about. The Deagle will deliver, and I think Zello's been one-deagged through the corner of the wall there. Like, he's been hitting the head, but it hasn't killed him. Only 2 HP. So if any of them scouted him or it was the Deagle, it looked like it was the Deagle on the fadeaway shot, but not sure.
I think it was the scout. Either the scout or he got double deagled to the body at the same time.
Yeah. I'm gonna say like so they want like a Deagle headshot through the corner of the wall or the scout. But we saw Glowing's POV as he got shot at, and we did look like it was the Deagle. But the scout would make sense. Good kill from Raga though. That's Blixie down. No helmet obviously on any of these 4 players for Cybershoke, so they can be very susceptible to these M4s. Nottineki knows exactly where Ragga's playing from though. It's dangerous when you can pre-fire him. Ragga needs to get away from that angle, I would say. So much damage being done, and Glowing's found sound as well. Again, this round is falling apart.
Yeah, and this time, courtesy of Glowing, he hits the 2 nasty headshots. Zello already down to 22. He doesn't go up the short. Glowing keeps it up, man, and Glowing's not going to stop. 21 HP, and he's still got 2 bullets left for these enemies. 2v2, half HP on BTN now. He was looking quite healthy. The bomb is going to go down, but the scary part here is not even the A1S and all, because it's going to be Glowing as Zello hits a nasty shot too. It's an ace attempt. It's the possibility of Glowing bringing this round back and making Cybershoke take the lead out here as he finds another headshot. 1 more to go! And Glowing on an ace saves the A1S and saves the round as well. What a performance out of the IGL.
He's just so good sometimes, man. I've been a big enjoyer of Glowing for so long. Ever since that ridiculous carry performance he put into place for 9 Pandas that got them to the major in, I think it was Copenhagen, right? But then, of course, couldn't go in the end, sadly, due to the visa issues. He's been a pretty insane player for a while at this level, and that is a great round to win and a great clutch and play to get the ace. Yeah, didn't even need the headshot on that final player, of course. Next tries to run down Nottineki with the UMP there. Seems like he's got a good handle on the control of that weapon, but only hits the dink, and Nottineki was ready and does really well to find both as he was getting pushed upon there, and this force by war continues, but it looks like Cybershoke could be about to break that here.
We are getting ourselves a little treat, you know. We get an ace every single map. We get a nice turn of the tides, big rounds happening where you don't really expect them to, and now BTN sadly not managing to find even a single bit of damage on Nottineki. They will both fall up into Palace, and now it's up to Zello once again with that A1S to try to deny this. He finds one, Raga from the back, takes down the flank, finds another, and somehow this round is brought back again. USP taken out, but it's still going to be Raga trying to help him out. The sidearm trying to dish out the damage. Can he find the kill? Can he connect it? He's surely looking for it, but the timing here is going to be up to the Mac 10, but it's Raga to save him, and again low HP. The Mac 10 winds him down, and Lavicus takes them both out. And that is Cybershoke continuing the streak here, but again, to a very close affair. My goodness.
What a fun couple of rounds they were to watch. Goodness gracious. It was very messy, don't get me wrong. But Zello does absolutely everything he can possibly do there, bless him. Like, he's done all the damage to the first player. He's seen that his teammates are doing big damage on the flank. They've dropped the bomb. He just needs to stay alive. He's trying his absolute best to stay alive. And to be fair, the way he goes about it is absolutely fine. Dancing on the bench, knows he gets 1 bullet on that default player. The Mac 10 on the eco farm in the following round. We'll get the 1. But yeah, it took a save from Lavicus to be able to recover that one. It did feel like that was going to be going awry once again, but as it is now, Cybershoke has won the economy battle. Getting out to a 4-1 lead, and that kind of is on par with how good their Mirage has been as of late.
There you go. Rounds back to back to back here. Cybershoke take 3 in a row, make it 4-1, and have taken down a lot of scouts and a lot of eco buys here for Nexus. Now it's time for the real deal. Gonna be a full weapon pickup here for the CT side. However, we don't get to see a single defuse kit, and yet we get to see incendiaries. That's where I don't personally agree quite a lot, but you know what? Nexus are going to be prioritizing that utility over the defuse. Maybe they will need it. Let's see the push up into mid again. The island Molotov is going to make its way there. Glowing taken out off the bat. And Cybershoke, having lost the head of the pack here, having lost their IGL, will have to fight this 4v5 into what is probably going to be an A-hit.
They've got Lavicus in a pretty decent position, but I don't really get much reward from that. It feels like waiting underpass because there was a window play at one point, but not anymore. So there'll be a resmoke. I'll help him push his way up.
I like the slow attempt. I like the slow approach here. No, Taneki clears out Palace. 55 seconds, more than enough time for Cybershoke to get all these angles cleared. Sound is going to be the big problem. Raga just gets a one and done surely out here as he's Molotov'd off the position. He's going to fall even without a trade. Lovicus pushes him down. Sound is out of the fight. 3v3, turn that down to a 3v2. The dial is being turned around, and what a flick coming through from Lovicus. Sadly, doesn't make the kill, but Lonix about to lose his head there without even shooting a bullet. Bomb planted out here for ramp, and they know about it, but do they expect both players to be there? Nexus, you don't have a defuse kit now, so remember, you've got to really try to pull the cat by the tail here and go fast. 20 seconds on that timer, ticking away, and Lau needs to check up into ramp, but there's two players where this came from. There's a Molotov ready and empty as well, and there it goes. Someone has to stick it. Lau takes them both down, and it's just enough time to defuse the bomb as well. Well played from Lonex, as Nexus are finally going to be able to pick up a full gun round.
Yeah, it's those that are so easy to go awry. Lonex will do it all. Triple kill. His final two, absolutely imperative. BTN, early fake. Lonex gets the first kill. Then he realizes where the second player's coming in from as well. Tells BTN to hold it. If Lonex does go down with BTN having no kit, I reckon it's round over. All Lonex.
And again, we talk about, clutch potential, carry factors out here for the individuals, and you'd love to have a kid like Lonex on your team, being able to do that consistently over all these years. He's still got it. So, if Nexus is going to be his final big team home, where they actually manage to make a breakthrough, then I definitely think that he can, go again above and beyond and land himself a good contract. But that's the thing about Nexus, throughout the years, they've kind of been the Romanian step-up team. All the good players have gone on to Nexus, and they've gone out of Nexus onto a bigger contract from this team. It's not necessarily that they look to stay here, besides BTN and Raga, that are like the founding fathers already.
Yeah. 3 players, or 2 players I should say, looking to push up the ground here. Notaneki could be in for a bit of trouble, but Raga will go down. Now Next will try and get baited in now. Is Notaneki aware of the possibility that he's close as well? He had to try and force that bait setup, right? Because they had no other option to see if Lonex could get a big multi to try and get his team back into the round. But Notaneki will not allow that. Great kill from him. BTN are lost alive, and they're already quite far forward on the hunt.
At this moment, it's where BTN can pull a classic like, boys, what are we doing? Because he's up into the B-bomb side all by himself, 4 players from Nexus into the A-bomb side ready to intake, and they all fall down without even managing to find more than a single trade, That's not really allowed to happen. So, Cybershoke, great intake into A, great push through connector and ramp at the same time. Lovicus managing to take down 2. But overall, Nexus really pushed up positions. No utility usage there to get ready for that. And they get taken apart. So we go to round number 8 again with the pistols. BTN, Raga, Sound. Just on the sidearms. And it should be a 6-2 start here for Cybershoke. And I completely agree with what you were saying beforehand. This is the map where Cybershoke feel most comfortable on, and we should definitely be able to see a third Anubis out here through for this best.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's kind of how the series has gone, right? In the last times they've played it. As I said, the only big difference is the order of the veto this time around in this particular matchup. It was Mirage, Nuke, Anubis in both the last 2 BO3s. Today it's Nuke, Mirage, Anubis. That gives Nexus the lead in the series, but they just don't have the level of Cybershoke on this map of Mirage.
I will say as well, if we do get to Anubis, it's a very 50-50 map. Either Cybershoke have taken it like 13-5, taken an easy day up against Nexus, or it was Nexus taking it 13-11, struggling to end it. So it's not like the third map is going to be easy either.
Change up from Cybershoke. 6-2 in the lead. They know BTN's will be handicapped, put them on a lot of pressure. Deal with a 1-for-1. That's honestly fine. But Glowing needs to be careful of that quick rotation up through the underpass, and he will be. Lovicus will find Sound and Ragger trying to work their way in through Market. There's really nothing that you can do about this. If you are Nexus, Nex and Zello have to run away.
The one thing you can do about this is not lose those weapons. Zello, Lao, they're not really allowed to die here. Is the last bit of the economy that Nexus have got. Mostly into this half. It's really nice to see Lovicus step up here. 13 and 5. He's been having such an impact on all of these entries. And he is the first responder, right? He is the first entry player out there for Cybershoke. So the fact that he's locked in and able to clear out all these angles on Mirage is making life so much easier for this T side. Look, Blixie doesn't necessarily have to step up. Venom, and it has been on the op, but we haven't necessarily seen too many shots landing. And that's okay, because Cybershoke are still having the advantage with Glowing in the back, with Lovicus up in the front, with Notineki still being able to hit those shots when it matters. They're getting by. And Nexus, sadly, we don't get to see the same prowess we got to see out of them on Nuke. But it's another chance to go again. It's the full investment with a diffuse kit, and with a scary look into mid. Sound hasn't fallen.
Yeah, but fortunate. Saw a glimpse there, thinking that smoke was broken. No, how got a Glowing stuck behind that top mid incendiary, having to swing. Does well to find BTM, but Ragger realizes that Lovicus is coming through under. Good clear. Once again, Phenomenon will deliver, and they'll realize, Cybershoke, that there's so much presence being put into mid. Presence and pressure. The Notineki can run through the A bomb site, take complete control of it. Might be the only way to try and recover the round overall. He needs to win his duel, and he will. Because his teammate Phenomenon is 5 HP. So looking to clutch 1v2. We know how good he is on the clutch, going very aggressive for it. He knows where both these two players are, and there's the first. And Phenomenon is last with 5. He's got a whole 50 seconds to figure this one out. You'll hear the reload of Zello. But he's got plenty of utility. A respawn to block him off as well. He can't just walk through that now, Phenomenon. He's stuck behind it. He's made his mind up. Made his decision on how to play this round. And that's waste down the clock.
Yeah, 37 seconds. Zello's going to start thinking about the possibility of a big hit. Let's just see how committed he is going to be to holding up into this mid. He's going to let the bomb be planted. And in a 1v1, I would say that is the riskier approach. But overall, it's not a bad idea. Heard the bomb go down. Zello knows that it should be there. Oh, he made steps though, and it doesn't matter. Phenomenon was dead set on ramp, and apparently that was his demise. AWP picked up in a round as well. Zello was gonna take that. And it's 3-7 out here as Nexus do manage to, yet again, put a round on the board, but it's just cherry-picked away.
I think that's the only blunder that they've kind of had so far. They obviously lost that for Spy in the second round, but that is just pretty much Nexus being the ones on the front foot there. They're the ones that really pushed the issue in that round. Notineki did manage to get control of the A-bomb site, like we said, and actually made it pretty interesting the end of that round. But Zello, even though it was 1v2, he knew all the information. It was a great capture in the corner of the ticket box, and he kind of took full control for the rest of the clutch.
Okay. Now we get to see an actual Phenomenon versus Zello instance where things might change up. No one holding up into middle. It's going to be connector Sound, short out, trying to make their way across. Another resmoke out there for Sound. So they've already wasted 2 smokes. Not wasted, but they've already used up 2 smokes out there for that. Setting the utility out. They've got tickets just in case this round is going to go away. Cybershoke putting up their numbers in towards the B side of the map. It's BTN to try to deny this, and Lao there to help him. A1S is on call. They find Soul.
I think it's a good idea that you put Next with BTN in this round, because the Cybershoke have kind of abused BTN on B a little bit so far. He's going to do really well to get the one, and there you go. That's a surprise. The fact that Next is there as well, and his presence being there, BTN's going to reload, get into position, and get one more kill. So that is a great setup for Nexus, a change up. And Lovicus, though, it's not even going to matter. What has just happened? The round has just been deleted in the matter of half a second. Lovicus got 2 elsewhere, like you mentioned, and Phenomen just flicked the last player looking to retake B. That was so fast.
Again, BTN, Launex, they played it well on B, but after that, the rotation got caught off so short. 2 players were moving into jungle together, knives out, back turned away, and Lovicus headshots them both in a spray transfer to end off that round completely.
Crazy.
It's insane. And that is the way that we get to see Cybershoke give Nexus exactly what was given to them on Nuke.
Oh god.
Yeah, lots of util denying everything out here. Nexus are falling apart, and there's nothing to save them out here. No safety harness out here on Mirage.
Zello got taken down, and then when they tried to escape up connector, I think BTN and Sam were like body blocking each other, and kind of getting stuck on each other as they tried to escape, and they just... Both of them were down to pretty much 2 bullets from death between them. Honestly, a very painful final round of the half of Nexus there. That's one of the messiest starts I've seen in a while. They tried to go with something aggressive toward mid with their utility and actually the way BTN used that smoke of his and flash to push them forward. But Cybershoke were very, very ready.
Not only have Cybershoke been looking ready, that's tough as well. Monsters will connect, and it's just Launex on an MP9 in the mission. That's it. It's a 9-3 split. And yeah, I mean, Lovicus has been looking so damn good, so much impact, but everyone out here from the side of Cybershoke has been a menace. So it's really tough to get through them. Nexus definitely not in their home turf anymore, not having that confidence that they did on map number 1. Things are streamlined towards the map number 3 here. Anubis might just be a couple of rounds away.
And as you said to me, I do think Anubis would be a pretty interesting one. Mainly due to the fact that it's obviously been the third map decider between these two in the last 2 games they played against each other. Obviously, one went to Cybershoke, one went to Nexus. They're both good on the map, and Nexus have played it a lot, especially in Yellow Compass, right? During the main event for that. But yeah, I think Cybershoke are still better when it comes to the form right now. When it comes to their individuals on Anubis, which is what makes me think Nexus are going to need a big performance from the likes of a X or a Sound to get that one over the line. Or a Zello.
Yeah. Difference here as well has been that Nexus have been looking towards those pistol rounds with not as much seriousness as they did before. So now this T-side pistol round would really help out if they do want to at least get their morale back up, seeing as it means a lot out here into CS2. That's exactly how things are going to start, but no, Taneki, that second shot is nasty. Lovicus keeps going with the headshots, and that's what I'm talking about, you know. It feels like I'm watching the Nexus of Nuke now being shown on the CT side here for Cybershoke. It feels like Cybershoke have completely taken what they've gone up against on Nuke, up against Nexus, and they are just recreating it to a T. Headshots after headshots, pressure when it's needed, and good rotations out here, allowing Cybershoke to completely decimate the Romanian side here on Mirage to kind of nip it in the bud and just get us to Anubis quickly.
Yeah, it's not like falling into place absolutely by the book here in this series, but it does feel like it's one of those series where you look at it and say, okay, we can kind of guarantee this map, we can guarantee this map, we can pretty much say it's going to a third. We can pretty much say each team are taking their picks and it's going to be all good, and we're going to have that big brawl on Anubis. Dan will get a 1D, but just doing a great job right now, almost getting the kill on toward Next as well, but the amount of effort it took to take him down means that Glowing is in position. Phenomen's here as well. Bomb pump to be attempted. Faked out by Sound. That's the only option he had. Now Zello has to 1-dig 2 more players. Found an M4 with a good jiggle damage. And that nade could finish it off. Forces him into the open. Phenomen will take the kill. He was getting flanked from short anyway by Notaneki. Cybershoke are in a perfect position right now.
Yeah, well played, Phenomen. Well played again, Lovicus. Everyone is having their moments. And this could really spark the flame out here for Cybershoke to go for the reverse sweep as well, right? The team that wins out that second map, going into the third, has a much better morale than, let's say, Nexus would going into this third one. But again, under the experience and overall the trust that these players have on BTN to be able to shift up the morale a little bit and going to that Anubis, knowing that they're going to be able to reset and trying out their best into a last map affair. Don't think the pressure is going to be on them too much, especially seeing as this isn't like an elimination game. This is round number 1 of the Swiss stage, and they've already won the first game. So it's not that high stakes, but it would definitely be nice to win it. Not only because of the VRS, but also because you get the chance way quicker to try to get to that playoff match. But here we are. Another startup that goes astray. Nexus losing out 2. You can even say the third as well. Zello gonna take 2 flashes to hit him and he's dead.
Hello.
Good night.
It'll creep up the ladder. Kill for him. Lovicus will finish it off. He's up to 20-7. Is Mr. Lovicus having a great game.
Yeah, 20 kills in 15 rounds. I mean, that is definitely nothing to scoff at, yeah. So, let's say we get a 13-3 here after the previous performance on Nuke. Anubis, I'm sure it's going to go to double digits for both teams. That is something that should definitely happen. I don't see a world in which one of these teams just go to Anubis and completely one-side sweep it. But, I mean, you never know. It's CS2 after all. But here it is, last round of this map. It's clean, it's easy, and it is very damn nasty out here. Cybershoke deny, cease and desist Nexus out of Mirage, and they take themselves the first map of this best of 3 away in a 13-3 fashion.
Bish Bash Bosh, third map decider. Does feel right in this series. Again, for the third BO3 in a row, we are going all 3. The only one that hasn't gone all 3 was back a couple of months ago in the Exort Series 8, where Cybershoke won 2-0 on Nuke and Mirage. This time, of course, Nexus in the last 3 BO3s they've played now, they've managed to find Nuke, but Cybershoke are a lot better on Mirage. It reads that way, right? Now I've just been super clean as of late. And Anubis as well, like, it's pretty similar results for them. They've managed to defeat Ents 13-3. That's a great win. We know Ents aren't all that right now, but it's still to win by that much on a map where, you know, Kaspersky and SDY have been so good on individually in the past is no mean feat. They've had wins against Paravision before, you know, Aurora on LAN as well in that Bet Boom LAN event. So they're very well versed on Anubis or Cybershoke, and I would have a small prediction that I think they're going to find a win here.
Okay. I can see why you think that, but yet again, we're going to have to go into this game. I'm sure that they're going to have even better chances if Lovicus keeps us this performance as the entry fragger. It's going to be really important on Anubis on that T side. But hey, we're going to be talking more about that after a quick little break to see what the decider is going to give us. And Anubis up next, and the last map of this best of 3 is incoming in 3, 2, 1. Trav, here we are, next to Cybershoke. We said it should be a close map. It should be quite the 50-50 affair. Now that we're gonna get into the server, it looks like Cybershoke is gonna start off on that T side.
Have to see if that favours them slightly or not going into this one. They have been pretty good lately, Cybershoke, at closing out these series, especially on Anubis, and especially against Nexus. One went awry, one went their way. Would have to be a great performance from Nexus individually, though, if they're able to get this one over the line. And already a good opening tap from Zello. Little jiggle peek in mid, gets the opening kill. Information gathered. There's maybe one more player there as well. Thankfully, Phenom did not go down with the smoke and the kit. So they've still got a plan in place, possibly here. Cybershoke for a late round, but we'll start well.
All right. Cybershoke, if they choose to start things off a bit slower than they have in Nuke and Mirage, Anubis might not be the ground to do that in. It's well known for being a T-sided map in which aggression definitely rewards the player. Being able to open up some of these bomb sites allows you to really hold on to them well afterwards. And now into A as we go. Sound takes down one and looks for a second before he falls. But Blixie's time to shine now, finally. After 2 maps in which he had a bit of a subpar performance, now he's ready to plant down that bomb and do more. BTN though snaps back, and Raga is there as well to help. It's the old guard yet again going up against Lavicus, and 23 HP remaining. A Glock will not be able to do anything. There's the defuse kit, there's the round for Nexus, and there's the pistol being taken once again.
A comfortable one in the end. Sure, it'll be a bit frustrating to give up the plant, but I don't know what Cybershoke were hoping for as the best case scenario. Be very aware about what's going to be coming in now. Force buy with a Galil. Might have another one as well on Blixie because he's got 3,500. There we go. So I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think I remember this correctly. Every single pistol round we've had in the opening of the game, at least, in all 3 maps so far, there has been an immediate force buy in return to win.
Okay. Could definitely be the time to change that, or could just be proving history here. BTN's going to hold mid, and the barrage of artillery coming through him. Yet he still gets out with 1. The fact that BTN always trades himself out with 1 is such an important aspect of the game here for Nexus. Phenomen running away with the bomb, managing to drop down straight into the hands of Raga as he is going to go out. Lights gone, and no Tineki last man standing in a 1v3. Nexus can put a stop to that force buy shenanigan. And Zello's holding the line. It's a perfect angle to cross here. No Tineki, surely dead. 2-0 out here as Nexus put a stop in the economy immediately out here for Cybershoke.
Yeah, excellent hold there, and you rightly mentioned it. I mean, the fact that BTN's able to get away with a 1-for-1 there is honestly crazy. He was full blind. He was double naded down to 34. Cybershoke had the right plan to remove him, and they couldn't before getting caught.
Yeah, it's not even the first time he does it. Back on Nuke, remember, right? Into window, he does that again and again. It's a really good skill to have. Something I do want to mention though, while we're taking a look at a deco out here from Cybershoke, is the fact that this map is really reliant on getting that opening frag. I will say, out here for Nexus especially, they've got a 79% round conversion rate if they get the first frag, you know, so that means really a lot out here for Nexus to be able to pick up that first frag and keep it going. For Cybershoke's case, they've got a 74% win rate after they managed to win the first, after they managed to get the first kill. So the first kill really matters if you're on a map like Anubis, because the map is so wide, because the rotations are so slow, and the CT side does have a bit of an advantage when it comes down to cutting rotations, but the T side has a really big advantage when it comes to holding those bomb sites after finding an entry. It is really important to be able to have your entry fraggers playing well. And right now, we get to see that Lavicus still hasn't started things out. It's only the 3rd round, but that is something to look forward to, as Nexus just find a flawless round into this one. So the cash is going to keep going. CT side is going to be happy, whereas Cybershoke haven't yet won a round, and it's going to be the first time we get to see full AKs with utility as well coming out.
Anubis.
Yeah.
Anubis does tend fall that way, right? How you described. I mean, not just opening kill as well. It's also the various other aspects of how T-sided it can be and how critical CT aggression is. If you sit back as a CT against any sort of competent T-side, you should be struggling throughout the game. But Nexus will be delighted with the start they've been able to glean here. They've got 3-0. Got the conversion. You know, sometimes 3 on CT is sometimes enough in some particular matchups, but they've got a great opportunity to make it a lot more than that, obviously. Cybershoke, like they're teaming up toward A early round, but only a very slow default so far. There's a quick flash in for Notaneki to have a quick look in toward main, but back toward Rugs to play in a default position, and the bomb will be herded back away, dropped back on the stairs. And I think they are just moving in toward mid.
Yeah, again, mid seems to be a pretty important part of the strat book here for Cybershoke on Anubis. Been trying to take it as many times as they can. Now they're running thin on utility. 2 flashes, 1 smoke and a Molotov left remaining for this A-bomb site to be hit. Blixie's on a flank, so he's going to activate first. But Lofix gets seen, and that's the bomb holder as well. So that should tell Nexus that Zello should stay here, watching on over to the camera side, as BTN is going to be fully flashed again. Utility lands. 20 seconds left, though. You've got to get into that A-bomb site. And Raga and Stan are still stuck on B, as Launex is taking the fight and shouldn't have. Cybershoke is getting to the bomb site, planning it away, and winning it out as well. Good round to be played out here by Cybershoke, as they paced their timings really well, and they managed to win out their fights to get into a round.
Yeah, that was just a very, very clean execute, as it should be for Cybershoke on a round like this as well, with their first gun round, really want to put their best foot forward early, make sure they don't get caught. Raggett is left trying to save. Want to see Cybershoke throw in too many bodies here on the hunt for the saving Raggett. Just gun round win, you want to try and survive with as many players alive as possible. Get the 5, and they will get the 5, I think. Terrorists win. He goes in a safe position, even if he gets turned on by Notaneki here. Yeah, not checked. Not enough time to check either. Cybershoke off the mark.
And now we get to talk about op presence as well, right? Zello starting things off well, 5 kills, gets enough to buy up the AWP with the full utility. And the AWP really does matter quite a lot out here into Anubis, seeing as it is a map where water control is almost predominantly handled by the AWP on both CT side and T side, depending on who peeks where. You know, that entire part of the map can't get denied by a single good AWP, or a lot of utility invested into the position. So either way, if the T side's not quick enough, it's going to be a struggle. Zello stays alive, and so does Blixie. No damage traded there. However, on the part of the map I just talked about, Waters comes in a little bit of a push here for Cybershoke. An attempt to get into the A-bomb site again. Quick rotation out of the Opper. The Nexus have got to keep their ears keen for where the next move is going to be made, because Launex is already trying to push through that smoke. And is he going to get away with anything? No, he's not.
Gave it a look and then decided, okay, got my information. There could be some players eventually. I'm going to play with my teammate instead, and they hopefully do play together like that, but they will take some damage. Tagged by that nade, Zello will now fall back away and check in heaven, because he needs to be worried about elsewhere on the map, and Ragged's gone down to block because that's huge. Look how far Blixie is through the site right now. Sounds an amazing work to find 2 to recover it into 3v3, but you don't expect Blixie so close up here. Launex has still found a kill though. So Cybershoke are giving them opportunities to try and get back into the round, but now that Blixie position will finally come up trumps. Gets that 1 kill, going through the smoke against BTN. That is very bold. Even playing inside of it is pretty bold as well, knowing it's a 2v2 and your teammate is 1 XP, and he will get punished for it. That is a bit of a wild move from Blixie. I would have preferred something different to that. It's now all down to Fenneman, 1v2. He's got a Molotov, that could be critical. There's no defuse kit. Has he gone on the bomb properly? I'm not so sure. And they got the kill. It's not spreading. It is spreading.
Oh,
He's
no.
got the kill, and Cybershoke have won the round.
The
From the grave!
Way. Oh my goodness, kamikazing all the way to the end of the round. That Molotov was huge. Oh. And see, that's where the saying comes from. Don't be a loser, buy a diffuser.
I do wonder whether that even would have changed anything at the end there. Would the Molotov have dissipated for the last player to defuse in time, or would that kill have actually done it? It's hard to tell.
If it was on Zello, surely.
Yeah, you'd think so.
But, I don't know. Yeah, and that is such a monumental round as well for Cybershoke to win, because now, contrary to the 4-1, the economy goes down. They've got an op, they've got a full weapon setup going into round number 6 here. The T side is going to be able to deny the money out here for Nexus too, so they could bring this one back and actually thrive off of it as well, as BTN takes a leap of faith into water. Everybody besides him tried to follow and they all fell as well, so that's the round. That is Cybershoke equalizing things out 3-3. And away from this, Nexus, they're going to be trying to get to the first half.
Yeah, they can even it back up again at 3-3. How important could that one Molotov prove to be long term in this half? Drag going down, will be going down. Blitzy with a free beat. Up to 5 kills for him. Good performance across the board so far from Cybershoke to recover this half. But Nexus down to a half investment here, maybe even less than that.
And it's a good time to call it the pause, but surely this pause is going to be used to be talked about economy rather than plays here for Nexus. Whereas Cybershoke are going to have a nice time to chill out, figure out what's been going on. They're going to be playing up against the anti-eco with the MAC-10 on glowing. Already got Phenomen on the scope. They're just trying to farm cash right now, farm rounds, set themselves up for success in this first half. And so what are we gonna see now? It looks like A has been quite the main issue out here for Nexus in these past rounds that Cybershoke have been able to take advantage of. I somehow don't reckon there's gonna be a change in lineups or positions though.
No. Trying to look cheeky there, Ragga. Understand why on this pistol round. Yes, that's kind of as I was saying, right? About Phenomen. Bit of a quiet series overall.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's maybe hard to criticize because maybe when he was really fragging hard for this team over a course of like, I don't know, 15, 20 BO3s, maybe that's when the team was a little bit more dysfunctional, if you get what I mean, right? Like they're relying on him rather than relying on the system. Now I feel like the system is a lot better and they don't need him to frag as hard. Sure, you'd love that as well, to add that to the factor. When G2 at their peak worked so well, as when Monazy was playing incredibly as well. Not just him, it was everyone. But yeah, it's a harder thing to really gauge whether that's just underperformance that's hurting them or actually the system working a lot better.
I 100% agree, but another perspective of that is maybe to think that the system still isn't necessarily working, and it's just one of those days where the players individually, more so than not, are having a good game. Like, Glowing is having still a great time, and he's usually the one relied upon. Phenomen is kind of the big X factor, but if Phenomen isn't there, Glowing is always going to be that pillar of consistency to be brought out here for the team. So they're still kind of relying on someone to be able to push this team forward, yet Notin, Kilovicus, and Blixie are picking up the pace as well, as Phenomen is having a bit of a slower day. That could be a way to look at it as well. But, of course, long term, it would be way better for Cybershoke to actually be looking great as a system and as a group, rather than just individual units. Either way, BTN Still the player up into mid. This time they haven't put that much pressure on him. Been like a good 2-3 rounds now where BTN has been allowed to hold up that position, and he kind of gave it up a little bit too. So gonna be forced back now. Glowing playing the same script. Is he just trying to bait them out of the position? Is he gonna go all in? The flash, no flash here. BTN again gets away with one.
Yeah, that's good. Again, that's all right. Might not win the round because Zello is going to be the one under a lot of pressure here. He's about to get peeked from camera, and another player coming in from main, and Launex going down to Blixie. That's the big one. Zello was always going to die. Rago's quick rotation could find something, but the shadow advantage for Fenneman is comfortable for him. Now Sand will come in from the same position. That kit is on the floor in front of him, but there's no real need to go for it. Right click flash is attempted, but he just goes past the angle, so it's behind in the box. Doesn't blind up Fenneman whatsoever, and he'll take that frag as well.
Unlucky. It was a good idea, you know, trying to go for it either way. 1v3. Look at the economy here. He had to. Yet in that instance, I think Zello trying to combat op with the no scope rather than just taking the blind chance of staying scoped in right after and trying to have that split second advantage could have saved them the round. Yet again, it comes down to a single kill. It comes down to a single position. You can't really fault the man. But that is how the round turns out. And now into a half investment. And the Eagle manages to trade out 1v1. 1-4-1.
And Blixie doing some housework there. Making sure that AK doesn't get retrieved by Nexus. Either throwing it out the map or throwing it a long way away. One of the two.
Rounds like these are the ones that can always fall apart, you know? It's usually the ones that we get to see fall apart. Because Cybershoke realize what the buy is, and as you get to see them on the map, they're very spread out thin. The fact that they're now playing a buddy system makes their chances of winning this way, way higher. Just imagine that Raga and BTN managed to take down the two players up into canals. You're working on a 4v2. But doesn't necessarily do enough. Raga 1-for-1 trade, looking in for Fenneman as well, but he's all the way back up the stairs. Raga picks up a rifle and now has got a chance to make things right for Nexus, but instead he will fall. And Blixie's a headshot machine out in from Electrical, takes down 3 and wins out the round. There it is, Cybershoke completely turning things on their head. And this is, what, already 5 in a row for Cybershoke? Actually, it's 6. 6 in a row.
Sorry, I had to sneeze. Apologies.
Bless you.
You're alright, 6 in a row. Was a 3-0 start for Nexus. I have been blessed, and it seems like Cybershoke have been blessing us with their best form on team side right now as well.
Yeah, it's been looking good out here on the team side. Yeah, as you mentioned before, it's not necessarily that we get to see a lot out of Fenneman. No Taniki too. He had a great map in the previous. But now it's Blixie's turn to shine. That's something I always enjoyed watching Cybershoke do, is kind of rotating the star players. Great entry out here from Law because he manages to plant away that bomb and Glowing helps him out by covering. And it's always one map, 2 players are going big. The other map, it's always Glowing and someone else. You know, Fenneman's turn to shine could still be here and we wouldn't know about it until it happens. There's 2v3 retake and the flash again didn't land. Unfortunate for Nexus, a lot of their flashes is going off on walls. Not doing nearly as much as they wish they did. 7-3. Krav, this is... Ooh, but this is also a lost AWP and 7 rounds in a row for Cybershoke to be taken out here on their T side.
Yeah, a lot of these rounds have been pretty simple as well, right? I mean, that one was just plainly a, group up as a pack, throw some util toward B, and have some presence elsewhere. Maybe catch someone walking out of E-box, exactly what you do. You find the 2 entries, you group up, you have trade potential, and Nexus have just not got the firepower to deal with them right now.
Which, again, in of itself is... kind of wild to think about that they don't have the firepower, seeing how that nuke kind of went, you know?
Another one,
hitting
look.
all headshots.
Same thing.
Yeah, exactly the same thing. I think that was also just the smoke kind of made them fall apart. Didn't really know how to play around it and tried to play around it. They went out in the open.
I think, right? It's very common. Try and block that smoke from the T side. But I know it was a low investment round coming in here for Nexus, but still, same sort of result, right? Cybershoke using their firepower to the best of their ability and just relying on everyone. Like, as you rightly mentioned, like, it's not just one player in this game. It's Blixie on 11, Glowing on 11, 9 on Lovicus, 6 on Otaneki. They're doing absolutely fine as a unit, all knowing what they need to do in any given moment.
And, you know, I think the most telling factor here is the fact that Lovicus is on 14k, Phenomenon as well. Like, they have not been losing rounds. They've been simple but concise, and Nexus just can't really seem to wrap their heads around that. Yeah,
you know, it's funny, right? I said when Nexus were 3-0 up, I said 3 is sometimes winnable on Anubis if you get 3 on CT, but they'd be hoping for a lot more than that. Well, from 3-0, they have not got a lot more than that.
No, they haven't, but hey,
oh dear.
You said it's still winnable, right? So maybe they're trying to show you that maybe it is gonna be. Phenomenon, great 2 headshots with the AWP coming through into the bomb site, and now Raga trying to make it all by himself, buddy. You've got a whole team behind you waiting to help you out.
That was pretty gorgeous from Phenomenon, by the way. That's his best moment of the series, without a doubt. I mean, the first kill on Zello, his counterpart, was beautiful because of just the way he positioned himself in A main there. Made that super hard for Zello to react. Sees the arm of the killer, takes him down comfortably. So he's got the best position in the world to deal with BTN and Sound. He'll find both the kills. They're very, very clean half from Cybershoke. As soon as they get onto that T side, after the pistol conversion from Nexus, as soon as they get the guns out, it is flawless. Not a single gun round win for Nexus.
Yeah, 9 in a row is definitely gonna hurt. But now, there is that slight chance you mentioned right at the beginning. 3 could be enough if they have just as good of a half now coming in. Nexus, they need the pistol. It is a requirement. And if Cybershoke take it, then I am fully aware that it should be quite an easy game out here for the CIS squad. Or Cybershoke a part of the land thingy as well, that Team Spirit managed to win?
They were part of the first one. That was a month or so ago. Let me just quickly double check if they're a part of this one as well.
They were part of the close qualifier, apparently.
Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, they didn't make the main event. You're right.
Yeah.
One win and Arcred played the main event. The replacement team from the close qualifier, Novak and Chimera, the other 2 teams that made it through the CQ. The RS invites from CIS were Spirit Academy and Gun 5, and it was Paravision and Astrum who also made it through a close qualifier.
Yeah, that's a little tough, you know, because I feel like the best thing that Cybershoke could have right now is some lag. But going away from that, Launex, a player with quite a decent amount of LAN experience, does manage to find a great headshot to open up the A-bomb site, plant it down. Now, Cybershoke on the retake. I love the position out here from Raga, because he can get so much information. He's never quite expected here by Blixie, so he's going to have an easy frag. And already away from that, going to be turning into a 4v3 that Cybershoke are going to be trying to whimper away from, but then realizing it is USPs, so nothing to lose, only to gain. We'll be giving those headshots away.
Oh, nice job, Glowing. That's some money to use in the next round. But this is the thing, right? Nexus have an opportunity to get 9-5, probably, depending on what that kind of force buy comes through here, obviously, but possibly 9-6 if there's a conversion on an anti-force or an anti-half buy. And they'll have 6 rounds purely off of pistol wins. They'll be in the game, but not off of a gun round whatsoever.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
Pretty crazy and kind of tough for them, especially on Anubis, a map that, you know, you realize the pistols are important, sure, but it's the gun rounds where the money really is. It's like a Dust 2 in my opinion, you know. It feels really individual, where a player could hold down an entire side of the map if they're good enough, you know. So seeing this outcome out here for Nexus. Definitely not going to be one where they're going to be, even if they're losing, going to be going after it and looking at the VODs and still trying to pat themselves in the back, being like, okay, we at least tried, you know, we got 6 rounds. No, you kind of didn't.
Let's see here, though, because there's one man you'd want on the M4. It would be glowing. All the kills he got in the pistol has allowed the purchase of this A1S coming in here. It will go down. That's huge. That might be the kill that really gets Nexus back into this scoreline now, because that's the rifle removed. Lovercrest sure will be able to pick it up, but he's 48 HP anyway. Blix is being tagged up. That smoke is, you know, kind of halting Nexus, but they don't need to rush into anything, and already they've called it off, right? They realize that this is super important now. We've got a 5v4. Don't just run into an angle and try and trade thinking we've got it under lock and key in a man advantage. We need to take it a bit more calculated first.
Mid approach. Taking a page off of the enemy's strat book here. BTN going to be calling it out. The only real way this could all fall apart is if Lovicus starts hitting headshots with that A1S, and he's already taken down one, but can't really find the second. Lawnex, the savior of this round and the last as well, manages to find these players, find these kills, but wait a moment, because it's down to a 2v2. 1 HP on Blixie. He can still shoot. He can still take down one with the back turn. But there is no defuse kit. So Cybershoke decide to actually pull back, regroup, and save a couple of weapons for the next round, as they'll let Nexus get up to 5 here, and potentially up to 6 as well.
That's the right decision, I would say that. The AK, keep the 5-7, chance to do something in the following round, like you mentioned, rather than having nothing at all. And this is what I'm saying, like, good chance here for Nexus without a single gun round to be up to 9-6. Pretty crazy. Don't take advantage of that. There to be taken. Don't turn your nose up at it. Do you think this map can be even more T-sided at perhaps the lower levels as well?
Yeah. An interesting point to be made out here, though, is also the fact that, you know, Nexus didn't get any full gun rounds on their CT side. Who knows how they're going to be playing things out here into the T side once they get a gun round. So, yes, we can go off a little bit of what happened in the first half, but it is also a different way of approaching the game. It's a different strategy to have out here for BTN to call. So the macro is going to be very important here. Seeing how Nexus position themselves, waiting for Cybershoke to make a move. It's going to be important. But until we get to see that happen, it's the 15th round, and it's a hero AK saved away from the previous to try to do something here.
Yeah, how do they activate Notaneki? Play somewhere solo, play somewhere with a teammate so they can pick up the AK if it's lost. Kind of alone at the moment in mid, saw 2 players next to him, but like, alone as if he's the one playing on the front line, no pistol jumping in for him first. But they're going to keep playing that particular strategy. I'll now move back away. The 3-man. BTN will use his utility to take mid, check the smoke properly. Little does he know it's completely open for him. Get that out now, I think.
Yeah.
They're going to have to make a call pretty soon, because there's 35 seconds left in this round. They go camera to A, it's free because they've stacked B. And
they hit the right 50-50 call. There it is. Bomb's just going to go down. It's free. Question here is, how do Cybershoke start approaching this? Because I would hate to see Cybershoke all saving. You've got 4 pistols, just go for it. Try to take guns down. You're working on economy here. You leave no Taneki on the other side of the map. But the rest, you've got free game out here to try to go for a hunt. You're not losing anything besides half armor, which you're going to reinvest anyways. So this I don't like. You know, Cybershoke could really choose to do something different, but instead they'll be protecting the VIP.
Yep.
And they'll hope for the best in the next.
I don't know, I agree with you. I think you can throw Fenneman, Blixie, Lovicus, and Glowing in here for something. Maybe you can understand saving on Lovicus and Blixie because they've got Kevlar, which will help out the buy in the next round. That will give them the chance for util.
Yeah.
But Fenneman and Glowing, yeah. throw them in for something. You're not giving money to a Mac 10, right? Like, you're just giving money to an AK. But it's all good. We're going to figure that out now. They got enough money, as I said, for everything they would have wanted. They could consider buying an AWP on Blixie here, dropping it over to Fenneman.
Is it really needed, though? That's the question. They know that T-side isn't going to have one. So they could have an advantage there. But Fenneman, so far, from what I've seen, limited enough out here for their City side. He plays on A. So might not want to get overrun. And yeah, economy is frail enough as it is already. Would rather have an extra 1k in the bank just in case someone else dies. But hey, this is the selling point, right? This is round number 16, a full gun round here for both teams. Can Nexus keep this up, or is it pistol rounds only being conceived out here by the Romanians? Let's figure it out.
Braga. Oh, about to be flashed through, and the smoke will be needed open, but gonna keep them at bay. Position. Oh, and the angle that Raga's behind Lauanex is awful. Not that they were to know, but they're gifting Notineki 3 kills here. BTX goes charging through like an absolute maniac, trying to get that one more kill, but Notineki's being gifted every single duel. He's got himself 4 in the round. Big mistake from Lovicus, though. He falls off the little bridge in the canal there. And we've seen one ace from Zello already today. Can we get a 1v5?
Let's see it. Zello 1v2 remaining into the bomb side. They're fighting 1v1. It's headshots only. And Zello's ready for it. Waiting to get pushed out here. Blixie's left in a 1v1 too. It's a quad kill already. And Zello, he's just seen Christmas happen there for Notineki. 4 kills gifted to him through a smoke. Now Zello brings it back and shows how it's done to actually struggle for those kills and still get them over the line. 52 HP versus 100. There's a diffuse kit and a full belt of utility for Blixie. A good read as well. 25 seconds. Zello. Tap it. He's gonna see him and he's gonna kill him. It's 5 headshots, 5 kills, and an ace out of the Romanian. Nexus get more than just pistol rounds on the board.
I can't believe it. Since when do you see this? The second ace of the BO3 for a singular player, and a very rare commodity in Counter-Strike. A full 1v5. Treasure that one. Zello is the master. And Cybershoke will again be kicking themselves. The one that Zello got on Nuke was an absolute nightmare around for them. That one could be even worse. They've gifted Zello 3 duels pretty much. And that one from Lovicus where he dropped off the little bridge and canal there was the egregious one. He should have had that under lock and key. It should be a done deal. Nexus have a massive lifeline here.
If you want to give titles to rounds, that's the turning point. 1x now, he can really farm them up. No one on head armor besides the 5-7, but Lauanex still forced. Now Raga takes down 2. Tries to get into the bomb site, but Sounds gets the next, and that is Nexus on the 8th as well. Notineki again to save. And man, oh man, the cookie's really crumbling. We were talking about 9 in a row out here for Cybershoke, but it appears that, Trav, you were entirely right. 3 could be enough out here for Nexus to try to make a comeback.
I can't believe what I saw there in that previous round. Like, Notineki should have got the ace, not Zello.
Well, Christmas all around, huh?
Yeah, maybe. It's come, well, not early, it's come late.
Yep. Hey, at least it came still. 1v5. And here I was talking that Zello at least gets to, you know, have a clip, put it in the highlight reel. Now he gets 2 off the same BO3.
Unbelievable, dude. I mean, the first one was crazy. That one, he's just won every single duel. And you mentioned it, right? How good a rifler he is as well. Like, historically, he's always been an amazing rifler. Even back when he was, like, in his first stint for Nexus and playing on Ecstatic as well, if you remember. That little stand-in period on that team. That was, he did some great rifling work on that team as well. It wasn't just the AWPing that was impressive to watch.
It's definitely tough to point and show a good hybrid AWP player besides ZywOo, right? But I definitely feel like when it comes to tier 2, Zello is one of those that you can point out to. So I love seeing what he's playing up to right now. Definitely landing those headshots. It's maybe just one of those days where the AWP doesn't land and the AK will, so he's just focusing on that. But hey, maybe Fenomen gets to have his chance in the spotlight too. Gets dropped off by the Molotov, however. Nexus are once again trying to push through. Oh, the swap! The quick timing swap out there for Fenomen. He does land the flick though, so at least that's something. But BTN comes in through camera side and is gonna hold it down at 2v3. Zello, you've clutched before. You'll have to do it again this time with your captain in tow. And the spray transfer is just great. 1.5 kills, 4 HP, and Blixie's surely forced to run away. 1v2. And Blixie's already given up. That is Nexus 9-9. Cybershoke economy gone. And what a comeback from Nexus I'm watching.
So many things that shouldn't have gone Nexus's way are going Nexus's way. I mean, did you see, like, the timing BTN found on that mid push coming through there, through camera? He was very quickly peaked from Temple. But he got through, got his kill in the back on Fenomen. That dealt with the situation. And then they try and force their way through the camera smoke when maybe they could have waited a little second or two longer. Blixie keeping the AK.
Terrorists win.
And now, I will reiterate for the last time, from 9-3, we go 9-9. Let's see which one of these two teams is going to be the first one up into double digits on Anubis, as the T side is definitely going to be the favored one of this map. And surely, into this tag pause, Cybershoke force buy, right? You're taking a look at the cash, you're taking a look at the saved AK. If you hadn't had that, maybe not. With the current structure that you're looking at, you need a round of that board. Because working on a maxed out loss bonus, it's different on the CT side rather than on T1. And Cybershoke can't really allow themselves to continue just playing for that maxed out loss bonus. And instead, it's looking like a half investment.
Well, it's been a weird game. 9-3 to 9 all. 6 in a row for Nexus after 9 in a row for Cybershoke. They'll very much realise Nexus that they're in a pretty favourable position where they shouldn't be at 9 all. They plainly shouldn't be. Cybershoke should at least have found 11 by now. But gifted an opportunity and have a great chance to take it. Of course, this is the 1-0 match in the Swiss stage for CCT Season 3 Europe Series 1. Chance to reach 2-0 bracket. Gives you many, many opportunities to make playoffs. Big for both.
Big for both indeed. Nexus haven't reached playoffs in a lot of tournaments in a long time. So with this change-up finally being made, Onyx wants to prove himself, and it's not just him, but now's a good time to do it. Finds a headshot into Blixie, but Notineski is going to trade him out. 20 HP on Lobicus, and the timing of that smoke peek is going to be great for Sound, as BTN is trying to gain as much advantage and attention. You see the damage, 22 HP, and it's definitely going to help Cybershoke in cleaning this game up. 2 HP left on the IGL, 25 seconds as well. And BTN, will he hold or will he plant?
Oh my goodness, this is a very crazy decision. I think if he had like 10 more seconds, I would say give it a go. And then he's betwixt and between his decision, right? He hears them both trampling toward him from Temple. If he gets the bomb plant on A, he dies to a double peak. If he falls back and plays from mid, he tries to sell a fake, and they could be like running at him with their knife out, and he could maybe get a double spray down, something crazy like that, right? It looks stupid what BTN does, but I understand his thought process. Going down when he did is all right as well. Of course, got plenty of money in the bank. It's no worries. But, yeah, it's a really, really important round for Cybershoke to win, finally, on CT.
And it takes the half investment to win it out as well, right? You get into this 9-9, and now Cybershoke are the first ones to put up the double digits on the board. They stop the streak from going further on, and Nexus are again left to the full gun rounds to try to make them work. And on this T side, it has definitely worked out a little bit better. But you have to remember, Cybershoke have been rotating themselves around quite well. This is still a map that they're quite used to. This isn't something alien to them. And I don't think they necessarily need the guidance of Glowing to micromanage them in a lot of these situations. You get to see a lot of individuality, and because of that, a lot of potentials to make the clutches work. Maybe that's why as well we got to see Zello find 2 aces, because there is a lot of individuality and everybody's just peeking. Speaking of peeking though, that was a blown open smoke, and Glowing could take down so many here. That Swan in the second somehow finds that second. Sound trades him out. That could have been way, way worse for Nexus. 2v3, and I think Phenomen and Notineki are going to save this.
An immediate hit back. Got me jumping through any smokes here. Notineki, oh, he just... I mean, they were planning a save there. Phenomen was not going for that at all. And if Phenomen is not going for it, for Notineki to give up his life like that in a 2v3 when they should be saving their guns is a bit of a question mark for me. Nexus will even it up once again at 10 apiece. These two will not let either get away in the second half.
Yeah, what Phenomen is trying to do here is desperately search for that 3rd kill. Try to just punch up that economy just a little bit further. Deny it for Nexus, yet nothing found. They again equal each other out, and Cybershoke will stay on that maxed out loss bonus. But it's getting close to the end here. It's round number 21. And both of these teams have had hot streaks. Both of these teams have managed to put up rounds on the board when they shouldn't have. Now, it's down to see who gets 11. Another half investment out here for the CT side. Last time this worked out. This time it's being done with an AWP pushed up Phenomen. Who somehow doesn't connect that shot.
Get tagged down to 19 as well. Awkward for him. Launex finding Notineki again. A rough start to the round for Cybershoke. Then he's find that trade on Launex, and he's probably going to try and push forward here. Although there's one more toward A main. I don't know how many more, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him go a bit deeper on this one. Going to play patiently, surprisingly. Like when you've got 2 pistols in a round, you need to stay on the front foot. There we go. He's going to move now. There's a kit on the floor to pick up as well. Pre-smoke toward the CT position for Phenomen to try and deal with. They're going to push through it though. He's so blind. Good flashes coming in here from Nexus. Easy for Sound. Lovicus may get 1. But Sound getting the 2 should secure the situation. They know he's stuck in toward that E-box position. It's being held by Zello, while Sound will plant the bomb. Decent teamwork. Lovicus will have to show his hand at some point. And Glowing, he's going to show his as well. He's to be traded by Zello, and he will! And of course he hits the transfer. If there's one man you can trust in, it's Zello.
Oh man. I guess we're swapping his roles today. Maybe, who knows? Maybe they've been experimenting a little bit. Maybe they've been trying to put the scope on someone else, and Zello's been allowed to hit the spray transfers a tad bit more. But damn, is he making them beautiful. 11 to 10. And BTN on a P90. What am I watching? What is this world? Down from 9 to 3. Now he gets the balls to go for this.
I love it. Absolutely love it. Full W key. I absolutely love it. Add insult to injury. Play the B contact play. Know that you've got the utility and the, I guess you could say, setup to deal with it. And the P90 just runs forward. B10 immediately upgrades. Gets his opening kill. How cheeky is that? Knowing that Cybershoke cannot retake in any way, shape or form with their money. Nexus could be about to win another game versus Cybershoke coming in here.
And that is mental warfare as well coming through from BTN. Just the fact that he gets away with that. surely Cybershoke, in the position that they're already in, backed up against the wall, are not really going to be loving that. And they've been saving so many rounds, and this is yet another one of those where it just doesn't feel like the confidence is there anymore for Cybershoke. Just like the Nuke game, they're looking down at this, and even on the man advantage, they just can't really choose to go for a retake because of how they decide to play the entirety of this round. Now, I realize the man advantage got taken late into that round, and they couldn't have done anything about it, but they didn't even have the thought process of trying to go for anything there. When it's 11-10, you know, they're trying to play for economy, but at some point, you got to ditch the economy and try to play for the round because it's 12-10, and you've got 2 more chances to even take it to OT.
Yeah, I think it's a tough situation, right? You really want to try and do the right thing, make technically the right decision. But when it comes to it, the right decision was not losing to Zello in a 1v5 earlier on.
Yeah.
That's what they'll be kicking themselves about. Not the first round they've let slip in this series. It is a bit of a nightmarish one.
Let's see. Nexus. Do you have this, boys? Onyx gonna eat the smoke for breakfast. Okay, still early days. He's jumping into the fight. He is gonna lose out his head. Phenomen again, finally connecting shots. The op does land, and he takes down 3. As BTN and Zello, we've seen this before out here, Trav, but Zello's not gonna have another one of those jaw-breaking performances, but maybe BTN will. Who knows?
Honestly, I would have loved to see BTN run it back and push with the P90 in toward B again. Honestly, do it now. I don't care, dude.
Yeah.
Like, he's only got 3,500. I know he can get dropped by Zello, but that's not the point. I'm talking about fun. I want fun. Do it again.
It's been fun.
It has been fun. I think do it again. If you do it again here, you're a absolute menace, BTN. But I know they won't. That's a bit too risky.
Maybe he was thinking about it for a second. But pack pause coming through. Last one, might as well use it. It's either you win this one out 13-11 like you have done before against Cybershoke on this map, or you let it go OT. In which case, Nexus will still have the advantage as the T side is just going to continue. And they have lost a grand total of 2 rounds on this T side. So, definitely having the bigger shoes right now. That previous round was won because of Phenomen. Can he do it again? Oh, it's a mid-take. Phenomen has got to watch out. He messed up the jump, and because of that, he gets away with a kill. You can't script this. You can't write this! Phenomen takes down 2 once again, and he's going to be handed a 3rd on a silver platter if Zello just walks out.
Oh, the fact they're stuck in camera now is so awkward. The flash actually does hit Phenomen. They'll be able to get in, and I'll hear that hot shot. Maybe have a gap to work with, but it's Phenomen who has a gap to work with. Removes Zello. He's found sound as well. What are you supposed to do? We're going to overtime. Nexus have choked it at the last, I'm afraid. It's not Cybershoke. It's not Cyberchoke. It's Nexus, the ones who can't get it over the finish line. Phenomen with a sick quad kill. We've got extra rounds.
Lads, it's official. Phenomen opened his monitor. We are ready to play.
Better late than never.
I mean, yeah, again, I talked about how every single one of these players from Cybershoke had their time to shine. In the previous map, it was Novicus. In this map, it was Blixie and Phenomen. Throughout the entire game, it was Glowing. And at the beginning on Nuke, it was Notaneki trying to keep them together. So they fit in like a good puzzle. Question is, does this puzzle have enough pieces to try to take down Nexus? Man, oh man, what an Anubis. At least we made the right call in saying it would be close.
Yeah, true.
50-50.
I mean, this series has been really quick, right? We're in a 3rd map OT, and we're still like half an hour away from the start of the next BO3 on the schedule today. So, yeah, map 1 and 2 were just so speedy.
I hear a lot of movement in the chat. Hopefully, everybody's ready out here for overtime.
They tried to use a utility, right, to the best of their ability, their Nexus, but it did feel like they did just feed Phenomen at the end.
not only there, but just throughout the entirety of this Anubis, I feel like Nexus were so squeaky, I guess. They were just not looking great on A. Like, they clearly had a better side of the map and a worse side of the map. And for Nexus, A felt like no flashes were hitting, no entries were really going their way. They had that hot streak where they were just winning everything, but I'm not really counting that in because Cybershoke were also having their own individual struggles. But for Nexus in general, it definitely felt like even Mirage kind of felt a little bit better utility-wise than this Anubis did on the A side. But that might just be placebo because of how well Cybershoke were playing, so I don't know. You know.
Understandable.
Glowing is 26 and 13.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, like Glowing finishes the regulation with a 2 KD.
Yeah. And besides Lovicus, the entry fragger, by the way, no one is on negative KD as well. So, if you just look at the numbers, you're wondering how have Nexus gone to 12? Lau and X, technically the star player out here, the star rifler, is 10 and 21. So,
yeah.
Lots of question marks, but an overtime nonetheless. Here we go. Nexus T side still for at least 3 more rounds. Cybershoke will be freed of the CT grasp once and for all after we finish these 3 rounds indeed. Do you reckon out here, Trav, that there's been too much reliance on middle out here for both teams? Have we seen too much?
Kind of interesting, right? Because Nexus a lot of these like B executes, these faster B plays into practice, but Cybershoke did exactly the same thing. Someone almost feels like they share a bit of a style, not just with mid, but with other portions of the map as well. Yeah, I wouldn't say there's been too much mid, but you usually just get a lot of control and knowledge if you do have mid control as the T side. That's the main thing that they want to take nearly every single round.
Yeah, but look, like, in an instance like this, 37 seconds of Nexus have posted up Zello on middle.
Yeah.
They've effectively held up the position there, but now they're forced to go into B, and Zello's going to be quite a ways away. If he's going to try to drop down here, he's going to make noise. Lau next position is going to be kind of hurt, and Lau needs to win this out, so he does, and goes into going as well, wins it out, and that is just individual performance, because overall Cybershoke did have the players, but just didn't have the guns. There it is. It's Nexus on 13. To take down B. Cybershoke be taken down as well.
Of course, they win the first round of overtime after struggling to get over the line in regulation. That's just the classic rule of Counter-Strike.
Hayes is watching, so...
Yeah,
you know.
there you go. But yeah, BTN gets a ding through the smoke. Doesn't matter. Damage was significant. It's Laurenex who's the hero. 12 and 21 in the game, by the way. It's a very slow game. And again, like, it's kind of funny. We were talking about it at the beginning of the entire series, that Nexus can't rely on only Laurenex or only Sound. They're in the lead 13-12. And look at their KDs, by the way.
Yeah.
They've got one player positive, and it's only Zello on 17 and 14.
And oh, would you believe it? It's the player that got an ace, you know? Like...
Yeah, like without that, obviously it's game over, but also without that, he's not positive either. It's actually crazy if you look at their kills and their like KDs compared to Cybershoke, the fact they're leading this game.
And the
classic case of sorry to cut over you.
No.
Classic case of you know, posting a scoreboard on Twitter and saying, "Who won, guys? Who do you think won?"
Literally. And we might be able to do that here because of the way that Cybershoke have been playing the CT side. There's been over 5 or 6 saves in total, trying to mend for that economy, losing out the initial player. Nexus have done a great job as far as positioning themselves has gone, right? Because they either lose out a player or they put themselves in a way that they go for a 2v2, and it's always managing to trade each other out, or one of the individuals, Launex, Zello, even BTN at some points, being able to find those multi-frags that just get the way into the bomb site. And away from that, Cybershoke just fall prey to the CT side curse of Anubis, which is, you know, tough retakes. But now, 13-12. The T-side's not over, and Nexus, they need at least one more onto this T-side. Fall apart.
Yeah. Cybershoke, if they're able to get one on CT, that would probably feel like it's a bit of a saviour for them. Let's see. Launex again makes his way in toward E-Box, but this time he's missed it. He got the 2 entries in the previous round, but Lovicus will best him on this occasion. Launex just being a little bit slow on the spray on that one. And gives Cybershoke a great opportunity. They know, once again, of course, they're all over mid, though. You mentioned, of course, a lot of mid pressure throughout the entirety of the game. And actually, looks like they're going to try and retake it. Glowing, pushing up with his teammate Notaneki. He'll find BTN. It's a good kill, good bit of aggression in this sort of mid-round. 5v3. And Nexus only have mid and only have 40 seconds.
This might be the one instance where that's good, though. Cybershoke starting to push out through waters, having control over the entirety of this map. They think it's a B hit, so everybody's moving away while Nexus are making their way into A. And it's really only going to be up to Notaneki to deny this. If he goes down, the bomb's planted, it's a 4v3. And it could be a way into the round here for Nexus. Notaneki playing this one really well, though. Here's the utility and doesn't go in. Leaves it out to play on a 5v3, and it's going to be up to Raga to try to tap them away. Already finds one, so he makes it a little bit more winnable. Now comes down to the real fight. The outside players, the water players trying to get in, are going to take a nade to the face, and that's going to help, but there's more where that came from, because you don't know the positions of these enemies. And why is it taking so damn long for Lovicus to push up? I don't know, because they're allowing them to fall one by one as they're coming out of main, and it's all down to Phenomen as he's going to go. Nexus win out the 3v5. And again, the only instance where that could have happened was that exact situation. And Nexus, somehow, someway, have plot armor.
Oh my god, dude. Cybershoke, after the game, we're going to be watching back the demo. They're going to be forced to be watching it. It's going to be like one of those, like, torture scenes in a video game. Like, you have to watch this. Look at it. Look at your mistakes. Oh, God. Painful to watch for them. Another advantage they've managed to find a way to throw away, I'm afraid. I mean, it's not the most egregious one of the game, which is what makes it crazy. One against Zello will remain in the memory bank for a while. Full 1v5. A rare 1v5. Add to Zello's stats in Counter-Strike history. Now Nexus is trying to burst his way through, looking for a 3-0 on this tee after overtime. Now Nex will find that entry. Phenomen and Blixie need to deliver. They will, but surely Raga will get the trade. Blixie stuck in the corner, but he has to peek into where Phenomen is aiming from. Picks Launex to take him down. Back into a 2v3, but is Launex and Zello alive? You never know. Unfortunately, Phenomen will be a bit too good on this occasion, and Zello tries something insane. Cybershoke will get that one on CT, which could keep them alive.
It might be the saving grace, or could not mean anything at all. Nexus moving CT, Cybershoke T side. Now, it's been a good while since we've seen Cybershoke onto that T side, but last time we did, they managed to pick up 9 in a row. Problem is, though, Nexus kind of played the same strat as you were mentioning before, how they seem kind of similar. They were playing the same angles, same positions. Don't know if you picked up on it as well, but Launex has basically been going on this T side. How many rounds did they play on this T side? Like 15? A good 7, 8, maybe 9 rounds out of 15. He's just been playing onto electrical, trying to make openings there, you know? So it's been very streamlined here for Nexus overall. Cybershoke need to make sure they don't fall into the same gap. Otherwise, Nexus might be able to read into it and prepare for it.
This is a classic CCT banger coming in this morning.
Yeah,
Third
interesting
map.
way to start the day, huh?
Yeah, third map OT. We've got, of course, multiple more matches to come. We've got Partisan versus Ruby as our second game of the day. Probably the pick of the matches today is Ecstatic versus Monty. Iberian Star versus TNL will end off the day. But Ecstatic Monty should be a lot of fun. Ecstatic on great form at the moment, one of the teams to watch in Tier 2. Monty trying to get back to that level that they used to be with a completely different roster.
We saw P90 on T side. Could we see P90 on CT side? I mean,
not.
I hope so. And this is a nice little change of pace. Zello on mid with the op. You know, it turns back to basics, but the basics might work out. Raga, I think, just took a little bit of a step back, a bit of a sigh. About to lose his head. Those bullets were dangerously close.
Yeah. How dare you? How dare you get that close to me?
Here we are now. Action's about to start. And Zello on that timing. Will fall down to half. Soft position. Loses out mid. BTN tries to help him out, but look on the map, right? Cybershoke have got so much space they could have worked with, and instead they gave it up. No one pushed into middle. No control over waters. It's just gonna be a straight up B hit that Sound and Raga are gonna have to deal with. He's got a third as well, BTN. He's got a flash ready to go. And so here's a push.
Gonna pop their way through. Good, actually, really good little right click flash there from Raga. Simple but effective. They're all blinded up for a good period of time. That flash obviously affects them through the smoke, and the absolute cleanup for Nexus. Be careful against Fenneman. He can do crazy things. Now Nexus charges his way through to finish it off. And Nexus will have a couple more opportunities to get this BO3 done and dusted.
Third map point they've got now. They had two more previously. They couldn't finish it off. Now, maybe it's the time to do it. Okay. Well, Trav, guess who wins? Let's figure it out. Let's see it. 13-5, 13-3, and now we got OT on last map. That's just how CCT works, you know?
Crazy.
How it be sometime. Oh, first miss. Out of Zello here.
Nexus playing a lot more assertive immediately, right? In overtime on CT. They played, I wouldn't say they played super aggressive on that previous B defense, but look what they're doing here now, right? We're going to clear close right. Blixie will be fully blind. There we go. Great bit of assertiveness. Great bit of aggression. Nexus really want this game done and dusted. They want this one over the line. Playing on the front foot as much as they possibly can. So they even went for that pick in minutes we saw. Gonna go for a peek into an E-box, which is a bit dangerous, and Raga will go down. And Sounds trade is a bit too late, of course. They all pick one by one. They did everything so well up until that point, and then just gift Cybershoke these 3 kills for Fenneman, but Zello could still do work. We know what he's capable of. He's found Lovicus. 2 more players toward main, flashing that position, but now he's mollied out. He needs Laurinex's support. He's got his support, but they're both getting a lot lower HP. Look how low Laurinex is now. Or Zello is now. It's all down to Fenneman and Notaneki, and Notaneki will find him in the end. They now know where Zello is. USP out. Can't connect with the first kill. Low HP. His time is an issue, but the USP could do the damage. Zello could do this one for his team. 33 versus 11. We'll go and try and switch to a different pistol on the ground, but it doesn't matter. He can just stick with what he's got. Zello, again, is the main man for Nexus. A triple kill clutch, and they'll win the game 2-1 with a 16-13 map 3.
Nexus actually had, for the first time in a while, plot armor in a game, and that was Zello having the time of his life. Man, and it's so tough because Fenneman actually started to play really well towards the end as well. Like, he started off the half with single-digit kills, and he finished things off with, what, like 23? In an overtime affair, you might say that's not a lot, but goddamn it, did he make it look pretty. Still, amazingly well done out here for Nexus. Cybershoke, sadly Cyberchoked, but you know, it was on Anubis. It was down to that third map, and the first 2 were just as quick as the last one ended off in combined. So it was nice to see. It was action. It was CCT, but it's Nexus to go into a 2-0 startup here.
Yeah, mate. I mean, it's just classic, isn't it? I mean, you couldn't wish for anything else than that. I mean, the way that game ended as well, I thought for sure we were going extra rounds and overtime, but yeah, goodness gracious. Zello just he's had 2 aces in the game, one of them being a 1v5, and the clutch to win the whole bloody thing. That puts Nexus into the 2-0 bracket, by the way. That's going to be huge for them. That's many, many opportunities, obviously, to get through to that playoff position.
Yeah. Really well done, really well played. Hope you guys enjoyed, but that is only the first best of 3 of the day. Trav, you've got a little bit more to go out here for the day. Hayes is going to take my role here. But let's take a look on down to the schedule. Let's see what you're going to be working on with Partisan versus Ruby, if I do remember correctly, being the next game up. So hopefully that's going to be just as exciting for you. But we've got a really stacked day today. We talked about it at the beginning. Maybe we'll talk about it really quickly here at the end. Ecstatic Monty, Iberian Soul, TNL. Gonna be great fun. Trav, any closing out words before I send you off?
If any map in Ecstatic versus Monty, which was our pick of the game, betters that third map decider, I will want to see it. So that's all I'll say. We'll be back in a little bit, as we said, for Partisan versus Ruby. I'll grab Hayes, and we'll see you in about maybe 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, thank you guys for watching.
We're back for the second best of 3 of the morning. It's getting toward afternoon now, of course, though, between us and between Matt. I think he'll have the hour advantage, unfortunately. I'm still stuck in the past, as we say. But yeah, Partisan versus Ruby is our next best of 3, and I'm really looking forward to this one because I really do think we've got some interesting storylines for both. Matt, you've covered quite a lot of Ruby. Hopefully you will transform, your name will transform into Matt and Hayes castings at some point. I'll get that sorted out in a moment.
Hey guys, I love Nexus. Nexus are the best team that's ever existed. I'm going to sing the Romanian anthem if they win CCT.
Well, I mean...
That's me outro, you guys. There we go.
Honestly, I probably would have sung the Romanian anthem after Zello clutched that final round, because it was that ridiculous. Great game, great decider between Nexus and Cybershoke. But now we focus our attention on Partisan and Ruby. And we've seen a lot of Ruby in the past few days.
Yeah, we have. I feel like I know these guys on a personal level now, Trav. We're very familiar with each other. I'm super acquainted with them. I know a lot about their game. I'm the opposite of the Shaq game. It's that I am familiar now with their game, and I have been for a while. Partisan, also a team that we've seen a lot of in recent times, Trav, and look very good as a team when they've got things going their way. Ecstatic against Monty later on, and Iberian Soul to play up against TNL to round out the day is the action that we have lined up.
We do, and let's have a look at the rosters, of course, to see where we're going for Partisan and Ruby. And of course, Ruby, a team that we are a little bit more familiar with in recent times. Fozzel, Sawalio, Cade, Hasnator, and Easy. Kind of the description that I tend to say about this Ruby roster is it's kind of like players from different rosters across the tier 3 like CIS space, just sort of like slotted together. You got Easy, who was on that Aurora Youngblood team for a while. You got Sawalio, who was on the VP Academy team. You got Fozzel, who was on Team Space. Like, it's all different organizations and rosters that have kind of fit together here. And it seems to be working all right, honestly. Their system is pretty decent. And Cade, as the in-game leader, is also one of the best fraggers on the team.
Yeah, they've got a very complete unit actually here for Ruby because they kind of cover all their bases. They've got that balance between aggression and knowing when to just play a little bit more passive, a bit safer. Cade is often the guy who does kind of make a play on the T side. On the CT side, it's more often Hasnator. He's given quite a lot of space to just read a situation and then maybe activate if an opportunity presents itself. And then players like Fozzel and Sawalio are generally more reserved, so that there is that space for guys like Hasnator and Cade. Easy on the AWP has been looking a little bit better, I will say, in the past few games I've seen from him, because if you go back a week or two ago, he couldn't hit a barn, I'm afraid. But he certainly is looking better, so maybe a bit of a dip in form, but it seems like he's on his way up again.
He couldn't hit a barn? Like,
yeah, he couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, is the
saying. Yeah, but sometimes the saying is also barn door, right? So like he couldn't hit the barn door or the barn. That is
that's worst case scenario, right? Like if you can't even hit the barn itself, then we're in big trouble.
Let's have a look at the Partisan roster, of course. A team that is honestly one of the more enjoyable to watch at this tier of Counter-Strike for me, because they've just got like a really good system, and I obviously credit that to Emmy. I think there are some teams in tier 2 which you can clearly tell like survive on their firepower. The cohesion isn't really as good. Partisan have on and off firepower, but when it's on, the system really complements how good they can be on the server. I think Vladden's a great piece. He very often plays anchor roles and looks very, very good doing them. B-site Dust 2, I think he's an absolute expert on, for example. You've got Kindo on the AWP, you've got Dragon, you've got Collins. Dragon can often be one of the main men as well. Collins, we've seen, especially in that Yellow Compass tournament, Matt, put in a lot of really important mid and late round impact kills. So I think there's a lot of great pieces to work with here for Partisan, and I hope they stick with the project.
a lot of reliable pieces as well here in this Partizan team. Like, you've got a very high floor, I would say, for Partizan. It just sometimes feels like they lack like that X factor is probably the way that I feel about it. That like little bit of pizzazz, that magic, right? But I'm quite happy with what I've seen from this Partizan team. I think that there's a lot to get excited about. Like you say, just very solid players across the board. In particular, you know, Vladen, really reliable in his anchoring department. Maybe could ask for slightly more out of Kindo. I'm actually quite keen to see the AWP battle between him and Easy today. And we get to see which maps that battle will go down on. Dust 2 picked by Partizan. You've just highlighted the strengths of that map for the team, so it makes sense they'd go in that direction. But it's not a bad map for Ruby either. Anubis picked in return. You could make the same point in the opposite direction, and then Mirage to decide. You got to give the edge to Ruby. They're not just looking at the stats alone, but just looking at the play styles of the two teams. It certainly, I think, would be a pretty good map for Ruby going into this particular matchup.
A few months ago, I would be taking Partizan every single day of the week, right? But now, Partizan have fallen off a little bit in terms of their individual form, their ranking, of course, after a couple of good placements in the CCT last season. That kept their VRS pretty relevant. That obviously put them around that sort of mark where they could even contend for the MRQ. But, you know, fell out of contention there. And now Ruby are in a position where they might arguably be the team on better form. Of course, Anubis as well, their pick. They've actually beat BetBoom on that map just the other day in Thunderpick, right? Which is an incredible result for Ruby compared to the name value of BetBoom, considering they're going to be at a major and Ruby are nowhere near yet. So, if I was to pick a winner, I would actually take Ruby as well, which does surprise me.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of them, and they really have impressed me as of late. They're a team who are definitely on the up. They're getting a lot of game time as well. Ruby are playing a lot of Counter-Strike. I mean, I'd say on average, like 2 best-of-3s a day at the moment. 3 best-of-3s a day occasionally as well. But they really are very busy. And they're in a good place, so it's fine. It's okay to be playing a lot of Counter-Strike when the team's in a good place. You don't have to spend as much time scrimming or in the practice server kind of thing. You can just try and ride that wave up until maybe it slows down a little bit, and then maybe you have to go back and tinker with a few things. But yeah, I think I'm probably, oh man, it's tough. Like, there's definitely more experience on the Partizan side of the server, and I think that they're a better unit, just also down to the fact that they have more synergy in and amongst the team. They probably have better relations in terms of outside of the server as well. So it's not like it's a huge advantage for Ruby, but they do just frag like monsters.
They do, and of course they do have previous in this series as well, on D2 in particular. We don't have Nuke in this particular veto, but they played in the ESEA Advanced Playoffs, of course, to try and get that spot in ESL Challenger League for EU for next season. Ruby won that 2-0, Dust 2 Nuke, 13-10, 13-10. And in the end, both those two teams did qualify for ECL for Season 50. So they are both on the up when it comes to that, but how will they look coming in today? We'll have to find out. We're underway on Dust 2. This is one of the 1-0 matchups. One of these two teams will get to that 2-0 bracket. Should be interesting.
Yeah, and I was just reminded by something that I saw in chat now, that Partizan actually do have that new coach. I remember seeing it being announced yesterday, I think. They had Choiv before, and they've now brought, I think it's pronounced Bacha into the mix, or Baksacha. I'm not entirely sure. I think it's Bacha, but anyway. He's got a suit on in his picture, Trav, so he's really embracing the coach role. And I wish coaches did that more often, like suit up guys. Like, it's fun to see them, you know, taking that classy approach, not just having the tracksuit on.
Listen, suiting up, the way to go, I feel like. The bar needs to
imagine Zonic in a suit behind Falcons or Blade, you know, like that would be really cool, I think.
I agree. Like one of those, like there's a couple of teams that have like a coach jacket as well, which look really cool. Hasnator will open up this series with a kill on Vladen. They are going for a B split here, Partizan, but they're getting picked off one by one. Too many players there to deal with it. It's a great read from Ruby. And Dragon is left 1v4. We'll find Fossil, but needs to find Easy, Sawalio, and Cade as well. 30 seconds to do so. Might have the bomb. Might try and attempt a few fakes. Try and draw one more player out, but he's worried about tunnels. There's no need to be. Got 1 HE to use. Love to be able to get one more kill and get a plant or something, but it's been given absolutely nothing, and this is the right move to make for Ruby. Maybe you decide to go now. Now Dragon has wasted so much time. Exactly. I really like that. He's wasted so much time waiting to see if Ruby make an error and overpeak him, but then they know he has to plant. They just all go as a 3 and give him no chance whatsoever.
They also knew for a fact that he hadn't crossed, right? They knew they had him locked into the bomb site, and you just triple swing him. The irony there is that Dragon throws a nade window, and all three players have come through the door there for Ruby, so they completely evade it, and they catch him while he's throwing the nade as well. I like that Hasnator also pushes into tunnels there with the Julies. I think that's the play that actually allows Ruby to have a little bit of breathing room, because then they've already squashed the threat from tunnels, and they can just focus everything towards ramp. It becomes very one-dimensional at that point for Partizan.
Yeah, and you mentioned about how Ruby have been playing very often a couple of BO3s a day. They do have a very important one later as well in the Yellow Compass. That is the 2-2 decider game against Sangal. Get through to that main event. So, got a lot on their plate coming in today. Get off to a good start here.
Nice cleanup. Going to be the one casualty in the round. Ruby happy to take the fight to their opponents despite the fact they're playing against the pistols. No concern there. And now we get to see Partizan, the team who have picked the map with some guns at their disposal. Who would you pick as your AWPer between Easy and Kendo at the moment, Trav, in current form?
Oh, that's a hard one. I might have to take Easy. It's really close.
Yeah, fair enough. I think you can kind of make a case for both, with it being as close as it is, like you say. Not going to be seeing Kindo with the AWP in this round, though, unfortunately. Easy has his at his disposal. Partizan's going to be working their way in towards middle here. Have got a player in tunnels as well. Options available for them as they look like they're going to try and get through the doors here.
Yeah. Very much preparing for another mid-B split, it seems like, with one player waiting behind that smoke in tunnels. It's going to be tough for Boswell to stay alive. Still somehow staying alive, and has to be found one towards ladder. Boswell was very much in the open and took him a long time to go down there when you thought he would. But Collins will eventually deal with it, and he took that second kill as well. Once again, Collins getting some important impact kills on D2, which we've seen a lot from him as of late. That will mean that Partizan will get their first round on the board in the series.
Yeah, well worked round as well. Nice and simple. Nothing too drastic about the round there. No major risks taken either. And that's something that Partizan will be thinking, maybe we could just rely on that going forward into the rest of the half. And Ruby, well, they might feel compelled to pad up the defense in towards middle as a result of Partizan's take there.
Terrorists win.
For Ruby gives them something to work with in this round. Utility is actually in an okay state as well across the board, which is important. Ooh. Given an opportunity in that suicide position, but yeah, maybe he can still play for more actually behind the molly. They don't know he's here. He's got space behind the molly. It's a slightly missed molly, right? They shouldn't allow that sort of peek, and Easy will take advantage.
So at least he's still able to find a frag, despite the fact that he misses out on the tip of the head. There's going to be some more where that came from. Yeah, Hasnator's a man on a mission. It was actually tough to tell who was in tunnels because of the icon. It's blacked out right now, but he's blacked a couple players out of the server as well. That is going to be Ruby answering back stylishly.
Yeah, I mean, it all just falls apart for Partizan because of that early pick in the round for Easy. Like, they had that molly in place. That is the molly that will usually do the work to stop a pick from that position, but he's got a tiny gap behind it. a pixel deeper. You won't be allowed to do that. Boosting off the smoke in toward mid as well. I like the fact they're trying to activate easy as much as possible early game, and Vladimir will not see that coming ever. That is a great pick and a great opening once again in the round.
Yeah.
Considering what Partisan had going into it as well, very much lacking util, I do worry for them in this one.
I just love to see that Easy is imposing himself on the server right now. He's taking fights on his terms. He's looking to try and get early opening kills for his teams. He's not shying away from those early fights. I'd also pick Easy, Trav. Easy to say now after how good he's looked in these opening rounds. Haven't seen Kindo with the sniper rifle yet, unfortunately. And Easy, once again, is on the correct side of the map as to where the action is going to go down. Partisan creeping their way forward, hugging the wall. Easy goes searching. He's found a frag. That's going to force Partisan to turn up the pace. He's trying to use the barrel as cover. And they will successfully get across. And there's no one on the site itself right now for Ruby. So Partisan have actually done pretty well to get themselves in this position.
Yeah, bomb can be herded over. Go from short, that will try and delay it. They have a smoke to prevent it. Finally get planted from Dragon. But 3 through short for Assassinator, Fossil, and Cade. More utility available. That HE some damage. It does do plenty of damage to Collins, but Dragon's got a really good position. It's very hard to make your way through from short when you've got a player in that off angle waiting behind the smoke, and Dragon will make it look easy.
Yeah, I mean, Partisan made that round look easy. All things considered, it seemed like Ruby knew exactly what was going on. They had a really good idea that Partisan were going to be trying to come through long to get into the A-bomb site. Easy finds a pick, but he misses that follow-up shot, right? He had an opportunity to inflict further damage on Partisan, and then Partisan did manage to just get themselves in the sights, and it became really tough for Ruby all of a sudden after it looked like they were in quite a good position, because they weren't really, you know, it's in CT spawn, and it's short. Partisan answers back nicely. And that means Ruby have to empty their pockets to afford an investment here. Collins decides against committing to it, so probably a good decision. They've already got that opening pick. No need to take unnecessary risks.
Just walking around mid, he knows the presence is there. Doesn't to give up anything just yet. He's back on toward B to help out, and it's a 3-man stack over toward B actually for Ruby. Partisan have been quite B-centric so far, and I think they'll know that from the time they played against them previously and what they've seen from Partisan recently as well. From what we remember from watching a lot of Partisan, they do like their B executes, they do like their control over this side of the map. Why Ruby are leading this way with their current weaponry with basically no util left.
Yeah, they do have that inclination, like you said, just down to the tendency of Partisan, but can they actually stop them now that they've got the ball rolling? They're just going to be looking to overwhelm the bomb site. Hassinator will stand tall for 1. Easy's gotten 2 and stayed alive. Hassinator's also multi. This is incredible work between Hassinator and Easy, and he'll even inflict the dink onto that last man left alive. That makes Sawalio's job so much easier right now. He doesn't have a kit, but time shouldn't be the problem here. Kindo with his AWP has really found so much impact in the round, but he's out in the open as Swalio pushes, and that's an unlikely round won by Ruby.
Yeah, Kindo just trying to find a more comfortable position there, but Swalio will kind of realize that he would be in the process of doing exactly that, just trying to maneuver himself after the plant. They're on a good timing. The lead from Ruby is accurate, and I wonder how much that's going to condition Partisan. I said how much Partisan love their B plays. They try another one. They know they've now seen Ruby. We're very, very prepared for it. Sure, it's only a tight 1v1 win, but knowing how Ruby was set up, will that give Partisan different ideas?
Yeah, perhaps. Problem is they're not really going to be able to change anything here now because they're going to be on a full eco. Ruby's opportunity to really put some distance between themselves and Partisan in a game that feels like every single round has been competitive so far. This is good that Ruby have been able to get themselves a little bit of breathing room here on their opponent's map pick nonetheless. They've pitched up and they mean business here, Trav. But that kill will cut the map
Yeah.
down the middle.
That means business as well. That's actually something to talk about now. It's only one deagle, but can they get the... No, I don't think they can. They're deciding just to burst up short immediately. And actually they're going to catch Cade with utility drawn. He's a little bit whiffy now. He's getting a little bit panicky, but he's managed to figure it out. It's all good. It's all good. Quad kill. Made it look a lot better in the end. But I think that sort of a round, Parmesan will be pretty delighted with 3 kills.
Yeah, it's a pretty good return for them because it means now coming into this next gun round, then they kind of have Ruby's economy somewhat against the ropes, knowing they'll only get 1,400 if they lose the round. AWP being played on either side of the server again. Kendo did show signs of life with his AWP in the previous gun round. Still can't believe Partisan didn't win that round, and Kendo's not going to be able to affect this round either. Easy again finding an opening kill, and he's not content with just the one. He wants more. Going searching into tunnels. Vladden's already crossed the scope. Hasinator's here, but he's playing anti-flash. Oh, it's a disaster. That's going to cost Easy his life. At least Hasinator can trade, but kind of sucks that they still lose someone in the process.
Cade. Get dig down to 51. Flash over the top. Basically dumping his entire kit of utility, knowing he could be faced once again. Probably the right thing to do, and he's done really well to find one more frag. Fascinator with that picked up AWP will switch straight back to the rifle. More maneuverability, and there's more help coming in from short, so while there's Nathan do a lot of damage here. Good peek, that's really nice. Really, really nice from Ruby. The HE comes through, it's not like it's a flash, but it's just going to completely stun lock Partisan in mid, and a great transfer from Hasinator. He's up to 11.
Yeah, and Ruby just so brave and bold in their approach there. Even after Easy gets an opening kill, they're not thinking, okay, cool, 5v4, boys, let's just bunker down, prioritize the bomb sites, give Partisan some space to breathe. No, they just suffocate them even further. They take more ground away from Partisan. And Partisan never really looked like they could get back into the round from there. Getting out-fragged, 6-2. And an anti-eco round to follow.
Break. Anything but Easy will be have the view that he wants, and the right decision to pull out the USP is that this will come charging his way. He's not able to find Dragon, and actually Hasinator isn't either. Bit messy to go in there without your primary weapon reloaded, and they're giving a lot of kills over to Partisan here. Still should be alright. Vladden sorted out, so Alio's got him locked in, but Vladden knows where both these two players are. Almost impossible. He's just got goose through the door, bless him. Yeah, there's no way out, unfortunately. But again, Partisan won't be too unhappy with the damage on an eco round.
Oh, I mean, not at all. And actually, Ruby just completely they're their own worst enemies there with how they try and fight in towards middle. You know, running at them with USPs against Tech 9s. In fact, with that, giving their opponents an advantage in a round that they never should have had one in terms of the weaponry. So Ruby just need to reel it in a little bit there. And they could pay the price for that in this next round if they do lose here. Oh, okay. He is just in another universe.
Indo's going to get a second entry as well toward long. Finally, Partisan try and turn up the pace a little bit, right? As I said, quite often pretty B-centric with their plays and their decision-making. Very mid and B. Finally go for a proper burst out long, and it works really nicely. Dragon's taken control over to toward that side of the map. He's pushed through B in its entirety. The only thing they really have to worry about is lower tunnel now. He's in a great position, Dragon. What can Hasinator do?
Well, he has to do it all. He literally has to do it all right now. 3 players headed in his direction, including the C4. And how does he just not get traded? He wants to go through first. Hasinator commits to the spray. He's inflicted so much damage, and Vladden actually helps him out there a little bit, but Dragon can now activate. However, he's going to kill a lot of follow-up damage onto Swalu as well, I suppose.
Enough. Kindo's in the right position. And an important round to stop the rot, Matt. round, round 11. Smoke. Warding Partisan away toward long. See? Actually play with a teammate toward that long position, but for now it's all right. Gonna maybe fall back and trample a bit more time on that one. Partisan
Can you
in
hear me
a
now?
position to push up towards short. I can, sir.
Okay, that was so weird because I could still hear you. I was literally responding saying how crazy the double entry was from Kindo initially, what was going on there with Sawalio, trying to recover, you know, Dragon just getting the 1 kill, and then you just started talking while I was talking. I was like, all right, Trav, fair enough. But apparently you couldn't hear me the whole time. Anyway, 7-3, Partisan looking to wrestle this one back here. However, they just run straight into Cade, and Easy once again is at the forefront of the action. Continues to get kills, 14 and 7. Sawalio reckons, well, he doesn't want to sit around idly. So he'll swing out, find himself a kill. It's only Kindo left. Easy's going to find a favorable angle. He just can't stop fragging. And Ruby get themselves back to winning ways.
We noticed that the freeze time at the end of the round seems very quick. Is that just me? I swear.
I'll try to pay attention to it, but I haven't noticed it outside of you mentioning it now.
Fair enough. Also, I would never talk over you rudely. Maybe I would do sometimes.
Like we do if we have a point, like I've just done to you right now. Like we have something to say. You know? But it's like you completely changed the topic. You're talking about something different now. So.
Yeah, I didn't.
That's not my boy Trav.
I couldn't hear you, I'm afraid.
No, that's
But
all
we
good.
can now.
I doubt anybody else could. But anyway, all's well and ends well. 8-3. And it's not really a convincing investment for Partisan in the last round of the half either.
Expert CT on Dust 2 at the moment from Ruby. Fascinated in a good position as well, so Wally will get his 1 and fall away on 22 HP, does the right thing. Fascinated could just pounce at any point, it feels like. There could be counter utility coming in, that'll give him a chance to deliver. Easy's in a good position, could see a leg over the corner of the smoke. Fascinated will get removed though. It might have to be Easy, and it's a great catch on toward Emmy. They're fully aware about where 2 of these 3 players are as well. Up towards short, preparing themselves. And utility is, well, 1 smoke and 1 flash. That's all they've got.
Look at himself, man, just tucking himself in behind the box. He's got Cade to try and take the attention away from him as well. Make sure you don't engage your teammate, Cade. Swallow doesn't really have the health to sustain it. Look at this from Easy. He doesn't care that he has an AWP. He just pulls out the USP, elevates himself, gets a kill. And it's only Collins left remaining to try and save the day here from Partisan. Working around the smoke grenade, Cade will find a favorable angle, and Ruby have dominated Partisan in this first half.
And it's done. Great stuff from Ruby. First half. 9 on CT, Matt. That's honestly really solid. And kind of goes along with what we've seen from Ruby in their other performances across the scene on Dust 2 lately, actually. Like, if you look at their performances, look at their results. They had a great one against, Rage the other day, beat them comfortably. We thought they would. Rage are not on their level, but they managed to get one over Delta 13-0. That's the other Kazakhstan team. It just shows, right, like even teams that are nowhere near their level, not those aren't usually 13-0s, but you know that's how good they can be. Got one over Favbet, got one over Amcal earlier on in the year. Did lose to Zero Tenacity and Navi Junior, but yeah, I think it's maybe a tiny bit deceiving when you look at their results and their percentage win rate about the amount of teams they have beaten that are actually like really solid. But their CT is clearly in a really good place. And what's interesting about this is that they actually have a pretty bad CT win rate on Dust 2 usually. Like they have a 67% win rate overall on the map, but they usually only win 47% of CT rounds. They have a 64% win rate on T. So that does not bode well. That
doesn't paint a great picture for Partisan right now, I'm afraid. Oh man, I mean, like you say, just a magnificent CT side on display there from Ruby, just mixing it up there. Lots of initiative being taken by them, but not overplaying certain situations either. Easy was phenomenal throughout the entirety of the half from start to finish, pistol round to the last round. And Ruby basically have an opportunity to put Partisan away on their map pick if they can win this pistol here. I think that would be an unassailable lead for Ruby.
Yeah, and as I was saying, like, just usually T-sided map, absolutely, but 4% is very, very solid. That means that Vladimir will have to do his utmost to keep them at bay. See that lineup crosshair being drawn there as he holds the smoke for a very long time. No, towards short. With those dualies, we've got 2 pairs in the round. One for Vladden on B, one for Kindo on short. Tough angle for those dualies. And there we go, instant goo. Should get pounced upon now and will. That's a good position from Easy and Fozzel to immediately take advantage of the damage. And now there's a lot on Partizan's plate coming up toward A.
Oh man, that nade slightly premature could have done so much damage. At least they have got a player on the A bomb site itself here. Emi can try and find a way here to just lock down this defense. No pressure from Long. In fact, Ruby are going to pivot. They've even caught me off guard, and I've got the goddamn minimap at my disposal. They've gone through middle, they've taken Dragon down, they've changed up the plan on the fly, and they've caught Partizan as a result. They don't even need to get onto the bomb site though, Trav. They get all the kills and don't lose anybody in return.
Full control of the map. Full control of the map there. Maybe Partizan will be looking back at the veto later saying, listen, we know D2 is one we're happy to pick into, but maybe we shouldn't be doing that against Ruby. Crazy that they're able to get themselves in that position. And pivot back, like you were saying. Plenty of time to do so. Had full mid control. It was never a question mark, I feel like.
Some big question marks over Partizan though, that's for sure. Well, they haven't pitched up yet today. Amy 1-11, unfortunately, but everybody else has just been underwhelming as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is the issue, right? I mean, I think Emmy's a wonderful in-game leader. Obviously has a very storied history with all his time back in 2013 when he first started his career, playing with the likes of, Yanko, Kasad, and Nico and everything, and obviously coaching a team to the Berlin Major. I think that was crazy, if I remember correctly. And individually, he actually looked quite good when Partizan started to reform this roster again, especially when Vladden was added. But lately, he's back down to normal Emmy form. And listen, as I say, great mind for the game. I think he's excellent. But individually, it's a bit much when you have someone going 1-11 in these sort of games.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic that you can contribute so much outside of the game and in terms of the structure and the calling. But at the end of the day, you also have a crosshair and a gun, and you have to be able to contribute in the fragging department. They're not looking great for Partizan again. Ruby just kind of having their free will across the map right now. Bomb's been planted on the B side. Vladden gets a kill there, but he's now walking away just to try and carry the 5-7 across. Cade is just doesn't even care. Trav, that's his 3rd kill in the round. USP out, man. He's even using Partizan's pistol against him. He will die, but that's okay because it baits easy and they know where Emmy is. And they're going to do everything they can to try and make sure that that scout doesn't see the light of day going into round number 15. There we go, job done. That's 11 for Ruby. Just dominating their opponent right now.
No teeth for Partizan in this one at all, I'm afraid. Easy 19-7. Cade 15-6. Assassinator 14-8. Overall, a great team performance.
Yeah, it really has been very well rounded. Everybody contributing. They've all had their moments. Hasnator to set the tone in the pistol round. Easy with the AWP, and the opening kills was fantastic in the first half. And Cade has just been plugging away. There's going to be the full eco here for Partizan. Emmy on the jiggle. Going to give up his head for the slightest moments, and that's all Easy needs. He happily obliges. Oh, okay. You know what? I'm going to be honest, because I've been casting a lot of Ruby games lately, and Easy just hasn't been having a great time. I haven't been like bagging on him just to try and say negative things, but I've been calling a spade, and that he hasn't been in the best form. And I've also been saying, it's an opportunity for him in the infancy of his career to kind of overcome some of those hurdles and figure out when you do have these dips in form, how to try and get back to that higher level once again. He's fantastic today right now. This is the best I've seen from him out of any of the, I don't know, 8 or 9 best of 3s I've cast of Ruby lately. Maybe not that many, but I've seen a lot of him, and this is the best he's looked in the server in recent times.
Yeah, I completely agree. And he's had something about him for a while, right? It's just like one of those players that hasn't really unlocked maybe full potential and started like consistently carrying. For example, Molodoy, he was kind of playing well nearly every single game. Easy is still a little bit up and down at this level. I mean, we'll get a really nice start to the round for him. Third kill of the game. Good work. Cade will go down. And Dragon's got a nice angle towards the tunnel here. Could take a flat Fascinator. And you know what? He will.
That's really good work that he gets both those kills. He did have Collins at range to support him, but he didn't need Collins at the end there. So it looks like Partisan will be able to live and fight for another day here. Survive one more round. It's the first round they're going to win here on the CT side as well. Long road back.
Travis Law.
Alive and well.
Dominating the game so much, and then now is the time Partisan get a very clean CT round. Saving on T side is actually makes more sense than you'd think here. They're 12-3 up, but Coalio can drop one. Easy, has no money. Worth keeping.
Yeah, they'll have everything they need going into the next round, assuming Partisan don't go searching. And, I mean, they could maybe kind of feel out a little bit. Not like if they lose a round, they have to think about an investment afterwards. Do they go venturing here? Doesn't look like they're gonna. 12-3 becomes 12-4. How much juice does Partisan have left in them here on Dust 2? How far can they take this? Try to save face a little bit, right? Just improve the optics of this map. Better losing 13-8, 13-9 than it would be losing 13-3. Maybe just boost the confidence a little bit going into that next map.
Exactly. Some form to work with. A bit more of a warm-up as such. We'll spot 1 on the cross, and spot 2. Using to just chuck a flash down in that position. All the way.
Oh man, okay, well, Dragon again looking to be the man to make the move. He's not in the tunnels this time, he's on the ramp in middle, but Easy's on point to trade. So Dragon kind of gets cancelled out there. I do like that he's taking the initiative, but he's in a position where he's never going to be able to get out after he gets a kill. Kind of relying on that support from Catwalk, but once they get forced back by utility, he's a dead man.
I'm gonna correct myself. I think, was that a decoy that he used in Suicide there? I think it was, right? To like just sell the fake that he's just still behind the boxes trying to fight through mid doors. Usually see that too often. Could be wrong, could be right. Double check. Kindo. We mollied forward. Collins is taking damage as well to that. Ruby might be able to gauge some of that taggage that has been heard. Kindo's going to move forward quite significantly, and Emmy, oh, he hits the thing, can't complete the kill. And that's when Kindo goes searching. Fozzel's going to remove him. This one's falling apart for Partisan. Game could be done very shortly. There's very low HP on Cade and Fozzel, though. He might only be 60 himself, but Collins is here ready. 2 players toward long. Thankfully, it's a good trade for Easy. We'll be delighted with that. And Cade has Vladen locked in. What's being done? And actually, now it's getting a bit whiffy. Oh, my word. Vladen actually almost took every single one there. But it is Cade to finish it off. He had him under lock and key there. Then had him dead to rights, but it took a little bit longer to be able to finish him off.
Yeah, I want to recognize the value there of Cade actually staying alive after he finds that kill onto, was it Emmy in CT, where he swings and takes so much damage. He doesn't then just try and like run up the ramp and think, I'm low, I've done my job in the round, let me see if I can get something else done. He just smartly sits in the smoke, lets that smoke fade. He kind of just like disappears, you know, smoke and mirrors kind of thing. And then he's required at the end of the round there to finish off the job because both his teammates have gone down trying to cross long. And if he had given up his life after finding that first kill, thinking, you know, giving my team the advantage, I've kind of done what I can in the round, let's see if I can just maybe roll the dice, then they would have lost that round and we'd still be live on Dust 2. So I just like that Cade had that discipline.
Yeah, completely agree. And of course, now the problem is for Partisan as we go into the Ruby map pick of Anubis, where they've had some of their best results coming in lately, and actually it is a purely best map in terms of win rate as well. So issues, we know Partisan can play Anubis to a decent level, but they're going to need to really up their game to fight Ruby in this one. We'll see if they can after the break. Map 2 between Ruby and Partisan. Ruby with an expert performance on Dust 2. 13-4, incredibly easy. 4 easy. And Anubis is a map where he does quite a lot of his good work as well. A very speedy pistol coming from Partisan. So while Leo knows what's going on, how long can he stay alive?
Can he get kills? How many, if any? That is one at least, at the bare minimum. He was always going to go down. Had a chance at finding a second, but can't connect on the shot. It's going to be an even numbers retake. There's a kick. There's a smoke grenade here for Ruby to work with as well. Colin's trying to see if he can keep them at bay. That nade will meet Ruby. Yeah, it does a lot of damage.
Can Cade get that smoke anywhere near that bomb? Can they get the defuse kit anywhere near that bomb? It's been made a whole lot easier by Hasselate. He goes back to camera to check for Dragon. And Cade will get the final kill anyway. There's not even any desperate need for that defuse kit. They are fumbling a little bit right now. Why have they not got the kit on the bomb? I don't know why they switched it. Maybe they wanted to give Easy the money for the future AWP. That's the reason. I figured it out.
There we go. We got there together. Except I just watched and held your hand while you did it all by yourself. Anyway, it is going to be a very good retake. Ruby, they make that look so easy. Hasnator with the Julies and these CT side pistol rounds is a menace, man. He's so accurate. Great awareness for him to clear cameras as well, because there was a lot going on there. But he just had that little bit of awareness to make sure he checks in that direction. And once he kills Dragon there, that's a straight up round over. Partisan going to roll the dice with the force buy here. I want to try and answer back as soon as they can.
Push. A rush through a smoke. Collins will take a little bit of chip damage, I think, to his own teammate. Awkward. But they've actually found a really nice timing through mid here. Swalio and Cade are together in that A main position, but there's no one worried about mid whatsoever. Of course, you don't plot the bomb in mid, but they're going to need some support flashes, and Vladimir's going to throw some of his for his teammates. They've completely given up the A bomb site here, Ruby. I understand why. Because they kind of just left that one pathway open. But Swalio is tracking and tracing Vladin, and Vladin's just escaped. He's too far away for this really to work out when it comes to time. And again, Cade is the one man with that kit. They have finally found Vladin, so now they're going to go for a big push as a full 5-man pretty much through this big flank position. 4 players here with Asmate coming in from camera. Got a great flash from Collins, really sets up Kindo for a kill. Will be a quick trade, and Dragon will run down Fossil, but there's Hasnator coming in late. But it's now all down to him, 1 versus 1. There's no kit available. He's missed a jump onto the top cake side, and now Collins is playing time and doing exactly the right thing. Collins will take 3 kills, and Partizan kind of gifted the chance to win that round, it has to be said.
They did also have the perfect read and the perfect call by going through middle, right? Because they do just thread the needle in the gap there. Ruby prioritizing getting A main and stacking up on the B bomb site, then pushing into canals. And there was a glaring gap in towards middle. That's exactly where Partizan go with 4 players. So it was a perfect read from them. And then they connect the dots. I mean, there was that mini flash battle back and forth for A main. Partizan first, Ruby then the second, and then Partizan flash back there. 3rd flash coming through. And that made a big difference for them. Good composure from Partizan on the side. Now, they just have to make sure they don't drop the ball against the 4 spot.
Ooh, here we go again. He's
Surely
pushed forward
not,
in
right?
mid. That's an AK as well. Continuing to fight 2, and his crosshair placement on Kindo is perfect. And there are only 2 Mac 10s and a Galil left, really. Utility is limited as well.
Cade's hanging around in middle. Oh, he's still there. Dragon's going to cross paths. Mac 10 comes out on top. That's a big kill. That's going to afford Partizan quite a lot of space. Where do they want to try and finish is the question. Now, immediately with that kill on Cade, look at what that forces Ruby to do to their setup. They've had to adjust. Hasnator's had to now go back. So that weakens up the defense on this B bomb side. All of a sudden, it's just a half health Fozil who's here. So Cade probably should have played that more safely considering how important he was. And now Ruby, they're going to start to lean in towards the A side.
Yeah, I really don't have a lot of hope here for Fossil. Gets 1 kill, it's a minor miracle, and yeah, he just gets deleted anyway. With whatever health he would have been at, he would have been taken down there. The lovely pre-aim from Dragon. Now 3v3, site control. They're going to clear it out properly. 11 seconds for Emmy to get that bomb planted. It's all good. No one here to stop them. It's going to be a retake, probably through the big flank or through Canal. Could also decide to save what they've got, because Easy, of course, has got that Mac 10 picked up. He can drop a weapon over to a teammate. Maybe go for something next round. Dragon is holding for this big flank possibility. An immediate kill. Double swing. Dragon's whiffing. Oh dear, it's falling apart. They can now go for it. Emmy is a 1v3, and he's not even able to connect with the Mac 10. Oh, Matt, what's just happened to Partizan?
I mean, they had the perfect opportunity there. I mean, getting the kill on Fozil, everybody else on the A side of the map. I was thinking Ruby wouldn't even attempt the retake. I thought they would have just called it a day and carried the weapons they had over into the next, but no. Great kills there outside of B main, and then Emmy fluffs his lines. Hasnator gets the kill. It was unlikely. I thought at least Emmy would have been able to take Hasnator down. Evidently not, and that's a really rough round for Partizan to lose.
And Matt, the worst part about that round as well is that it's just a massive what if. Like, if Emmy gets 1 kill, he can play time, probably have a good chance of winning it, purely because there's no defuse kit. If Dragon is not in B main at all and plays safe, they probably win the round. Like, if I, obviously, you know, benefit of hindsight, we're all experts after the event, all the above, but if Dragon just does nothing and sits in the site, AFK, they win the round.
Yeah, it's true. Sometimes less is more, and that was one of the instances. Oh man, I mean, you got to imagine that Partizan also feeling fairly frail with the way that Dust 2 had fallen apart. Losing their 13-4, their map pick. Now they've lost to a 4 spy here. Ruby regain a lead on the CT side. Now they've got 5 rifles. Can Partisan keep up with the pattern here and win a force buy back?
Well, they're ready to burst once again as a group. Electrical. You've got Nade. Nade will break that smoke, and Dragon shouldn't stay alive. He does not. Just a good control by Hasanator on the AK. Be able to get a fresh reload off as well. And they haven't been able to go through the smoke in toward E-box as that kill came through toward main. So they've lost a player. They lost an extra bit of power for this take. They're coming back to look at it now, but Sawalio is flanking from the A side of the map, as you can see, and that's just going to make it so much easier for Ruby to clear up. All 5 players remain alive. Excellent for their money, and they're about to make it a whole lot better because Partisan are on a full eco.
Oh, I mean, it just seemed like Ruby knew exactly what was coming their way. They're fully stacked up on the B-bomb site, never moving a muscle. Partisan never really even able to scratch the defense on that site there. Very solid hold from Ruby, and now they get some breathing room as they go up 3-1 on the unfavored side of the map. Partisan are going to have to eco as well. Those demons from Dust 2 start to slip up into Anubis as well. Vladden yet to frag. Kindo 1 and 4. Emmy yet to frag, Trav. These are concerning signs right now for Partisan.
Yeah, and we saw how good Ruby's CT was on Dust 2 on a map where they, on average, have a lot better T than they do CT. Obviously, this map is known for that as well, of having better T sides than CT sides. They're able to get a solid 4 or 5 on this half. I think they'll be absolutely delighted. And they're in a position where it could be a lot more than that.
Yeah. I mean, Partisan have got a 58% win rate on the T side of this map, Trav, and a 45 on their CT side. So, with those stats in mind, Partisan, they need to win this half.
Exactly. Like Ruby would have probably gone into it thinking, get 5, we're in a great position. And in a much better position early game thanks to the economy battle being won. Right now, all Partisan are doing are just being patient, trying to bleed out the utility of Ruby. Force them to reuse it and rebuy it up, I should say, into the following round. Hasanator and Kayla refusing to use much of it until it's absolutely necessary. Easy could be about to be run down, but he's got plenty of teammate support. 5 players go in. There we go. Should be a bit of a blender. So Wally actually gets all 3 of them. And hang on a moment. The Glock kill has come through for Kindo, and Dragon has 1-dig Sawalio. Again, damage which you shouldn't think could come through has come through. Dragon's found a Galil. This would be a full eco win if they're able to pull this off.
And we've seen these before in recent times as well. Hasanator gets a big kill back. Dragon, well, they could kind of start to deduce where he is with Fozil coming through from A main. There's only a kit on Fozil as well right now. Hasanator spots Dragon. Dragon's going to time his swing nicely, but Hasanator then ducks back into cameras and then swings again to try and take the fight on his own terms instead of it being on Dragons, and that makes a difference. I mean, Hasanator, how impressive has he been today, Trav? Always on the right place at the right time.
Yeah, he's clearly not been unlocked yet, but he's unlocking his own form.
He's working in the shadows. Has to be with this dark magic. 8-1 right now. Had a great game on Dust 2, 14 and 11 there. And he's dominating here on the follow-up map. This is the round for Partisan, Trav. If they lose this, then it's panic station.
Oh, that's a great entry.
Oh,
Eats CHE down to 44, but hits the first bullet headshot.
Yeah, the jump spot there to figure out where the opponent is, and then he can swing with conviction. Sawalio's gotten another kill, and he wants more. They don't have to play here. Cade is also going to get in on the act, but there we go. That's an overplay there. That's just doing too much after they had the 5v3 already. That gives Partisan a way back into the round.
Yeah, guilty of overcooking. They haven't burnt it yet. Still a 4 versus 3. They've seen Collins in mid, obviously. They know he's there. Easy keeping a very close eye on that one. Partisan have been gifted a small passageway to try and enter 3v4.
Kindo with the AWP. He's just pushed into the B bomb site. He's read them. There's no one home right now. Ruby have gone back into middle. Kindo's going to be able to get a line of sight on Temple right now. But he's missed his shot. That's brutal. He had done so well by clearing out that B site and getting all the info.
Yeah, that's the one, isn't it? It's still vaguely doable because they do have the bomb on Emmy and he can get it planted now. In comes Hasanator. On a good timing. It had to be Collins, and it was Collins. Okay. Bomb down. Again, Hasanator going in front of his team there, which is maybe what could lose in this round. But it's still a man advantage. Easy. Oh my god, he's facing so much. And it's Sawalo to come in from behind to catch Emmy out. Bozza will deal with Collins as well. That is, in the end, I say that from Hasanator was a little bit ahead of the game. To be fair, that Ruby actually had one or two insurance policies for that retake.
Man, Emmy would have been licking his lips there, Trav. He's thinking, oh yeah, baby. Here we go. I got him dead to right in the smoke right now. This is my kill, and he just gets killed from the back. 5-1. Partisan will be able to afford another investment. No, actually not. I thought with the bomb plants and max round loss bonus, we would have seen them buy here, but not as much money as I was anticipating. And Ruby can really start to run away with this now.
Really can. However, now the opening. For Dragon, got the kill with the AK. He'll give it over to Collins. Pass the parcel with the precious rifle.
M4 picked up as well. Trying to go back to the middle. It's where they found success earlier on in the half. So the numbers grouped up heading in that direction.
Oh, that's going to be a good resmoke for Easy, unless they want to try and push in front of it. I think they will. Wally is ready, though. There tries to be a jump from Kindo, but Easy will get a collapse on Collins and Emmy. A spin for Sawale to deal with Blazen on the flank. It's so comfortable right now. And, Matt, listen, I don't want to be that guy. I really don't, because I know he's not meant to be fragging. I know he's known as someone who's not a high fragger in his entire career. But we've played almost a map and a half, and Emmy has 3 kills.
Yeah, he's, what, 3 and 21 right now across the series?
Yeah, like it's known that that's what usually happens. He's not meant to be that guy.
Not to that degree.
But,
not to that degree, though.
But we need to see him go, like, you know, 8 and 14 every map. Like a random KD example there. It's like any, like, -8, -6 KD. Doesn't have to, you know, be positive every single game. But, like, that's a feed in toward E-Box there. It does bait Dragon in, and you know what? I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one, because it does take the attention away from the main site players who are going to get the round in their favour. Great rounds from Collins and Dragon. But it's just, you know, it's just not tenable long term.
Yeah, for me, you can't afford to dip below a sub 0.9 rating, no matter who you are in the team, what your role is. For me, 0.9 is like the baseline. Anything below that, and then that's going to be a massive handicap. That's kind of like an average, like I say, benchmark for me. I don't know how you feel about that number.
I think that's fair enough. I mean, it depends what kind of player you are as well. I mean, if you look at Carrigan, for example, you can have, you know, performances which are really, really bad, but when it really matters, even when FaZe have been at their worst recently, he has like these crazy maps where he picks up the org and kills everyone and is top fragging for his team. Like, he has that streak in him. Some players who are in-game leaders and play at this level, who have that rating that you've mentioned, don't have that streak in them.
Well, Partisan needs to build up a bit of a streak. Madden has died again. 0 and 8. So we're bagging on Emmy, but he's also had a tough time.
That's actually the bigger. That's actually the bigger problem, isn't it? Like Loki.
Oh, certainly. Yeah. Dragon also goes down. Look at this from Cade. Again, he's going to overcook the situation. It's not the first time he's kind of given up the advantage in the round by getting overly aggressive. Flames being traded back and forth in the B bomb side. It's even numbers. And now it's advantage Partisan.
Yeah, that's, again, Ruby guilty of just thinking, okay, we've got 6 on CT already. We can just be a little bit crazy now. Like, we're in a great position, but you can't really afford to do that. I just don't think that's necessary in a couple of these pushes. They've misread the situation here mid-round as well. It is a B play coming through, but Moz also has a chance to deliver, and he'll take Collins. That's a big kill. Covers it into a 2v2. Has to try and double peek, and that is a great way to go about it. Good work between Kindo and Emmy. But it's all down to Easy. 44 HP. Emmy will get the bomb planted. Flash forward. A big swing will come through, but it'll be Kindo to take the kill. And Partisan will get a critical one. Ruby being a little bit overzealous there.
Yeah, definitely. Not the first time either. And look at the result. There's a big consequence. That was a 5v3 for Ruby. They could have gone a long way in putting Partisan way here on the map if they'd won. That made it 7-2 anti-eco. Who knows what happens from there? Now they're going to have to eco, or perhaps even force buy. Fozil does do this, Trav. He likes to go for the hero rifle on the CT side. Hasn't really ever convinced me, but yeah, Partisan's still a little bit lazy as they try and get the bomb across onto the site, because after that player dies, then they're like, oh, maybe we should flash for that. Let's double swing it. Should have been doing that in the first place, fellas.
True. Yeah, Cade has been convinced he's got the drop on a couple of players in mid in a couple of those rounds, but he's been punished for his misgivings. Because of those mistakes, forces Ruby down to this lower investment round. Partisan could be only 2 rounds adrift with 2 players, 0 and 8. Insane. That never happens.
Yeah, true. It is quite wacky, honestly. You got Sawalio 13-5, Hasanator 11-4, fragging like madmen right now. And it could be, like you say, a 2-round game. But Ruby have already done enough here to feel like they've got a very good shot. And there's still 2 rounds to play after this. Cade, guess what, Trav? He's gone through middle. Problem is he only has an MP9. First frag is free, and he disrupts the round now in the middle of the execute.
Wow.
He's not going to get traded out. Now it's just about staying alive, buying time. No more kills is necessary, but you know what? He wants more. He's done so much damage, and he knows that 1 bullet from the USP will be enough to get the job done, and that's exactly what he'll find.
Cade is made up for everything. Made up for everything. Vladden is trying to clutch, but Sawalio is creeping from behind. Fair play to Vladden. He gets 3 kills in that one to get himself off the mark, but Ruby win a round they should not have won. And just when Partisan were looking to get back into the game, the MP9 from Cade, he's been trying that, as you've mentioned, so often. Finally, he gets a reward for it. Brilliant control on the first 2 kills, and the third one is playing his positioning expertly against the AWP of Kindo. So awkward for him.
You've got to think maybe Partisan have to anticipate something like that, though, because he's done it in so many rounds, and that's the round that you're the most likely to see that type of a play, where it's a half investment eco.
Yeah.
CTs have to go for something out of the ordinary. I guess, with that logic, you wouldn't have expected it, because it was ordinary for him to be pushing middle, and they'd do something out of the ordinary anyway. Partisan falling apart here. They've won 6 maps in the 6 rounds across 2 maps so far. They're running out of time. It is just the 1-0 matchup, I say, is just because it means if you lose, it's the 1-1 bracket, so it's not like your life is on the line. It's not the end of the world. But Partisan would have been, according to the bookies, the slight favorites coming into this, and they certainly haven't displayed that form.
Yeah, it's funny, right? I mentioned to you before the game started that I think earlier, a few months ago, I would take Partisan for this game every day of the week. But now I actually felt like I wanted to take Ruby. I did, and right now that's looking to be the correct result. But there's a long way to go. What a way to get your first kill of the game. For goodness sake, Emmy, can we do that every round, please, mate? Bless your cotton socks, dude. That is some way to kick off your game. Little jiggle tap on one of the A main aggressors.
Oh, Vladden, I think he's expecting Cade to be playing anti-flash, perhaps. I thought he was going to phase straight through. No, decides against it. Has got 2 players trying to make their way through camera right now. Cade needs to have that spatial awareness about him, because Kindo's posted with the AWP on the angle. Easy is covering Cade right now, so he doesn't actually have to peek back into cameras. He can just continue to focus all his resources and attention in towards A main. Kindo is hoping that he gets offered something up right now, and in the meantime, Vladden's been flanked out. So Ruby have a very good idea of what's going on, and that means Partisan have to try and pivot.
Partisan's in a great spot, though.
Such a good position.
Was made a bit set. No, I was going to say, like, it was a good position, but if he waited pillar, it was great. If he went through and got into main, it was great. But he was betwixt in between. This actually gives Collins and Kindo a chance now. 2v3. Another round where Ruby could be chucking it at the wrong time. Opportunities to get this half even better on CT Anubis, but could only be 7. With the way their money is looking as well. And Easy and Cade recover the situation. There was a kit and smoke available on both. Collins and Kindo together. Easy's creeping in. Oh, somehow Easy's been able to find Kindo before Collins gets the kill. And Cade will find Collins as well. Oh, that's just another nightmarish situation for Partisan.
I mean, Collins maybe you could say he doesn't get that kill quickly enough, but I didn't think that his teammate was ever at any serious risk of going down to easy on that angle. That must have been an instantaneous shot. Is there any world in which we could get the replay from easy's POV? I'd love to have seen that shot. I know I'm just throwing something at production out of the wild here, out of the blue, but still. 8-3, Trav. It looked like Ruby had dropped the ball in that round there. I'm right there with you. Fozel had to be in one or the other. I think he was worried about Partizan coming through B main. He didn't know both players had committed to middle. So he didn't want to keep his back turned to middle and focus on Temple. Anyway, regardless of what happens here in this last round of the first half, Ruby are going to be beaten with 8. And it could be 9. Oh, Walia swings slightly early, but he still gets the kill anyway.
Great little utility setup there. This is what I talk about when it comes to CT and Anubis play, right? Ruby have definitely pushed the boat out with random pushes, which I think have been a little bit crazy. But kind of what you have to do on CT and Anubis, and there is another play to add to the list, right? Flashing toward rugs, entries Vladden straight up.
Tough times continue. Partizan going to look to try and get himself in towards the middle. Hasinator's running out of ammo, but he's got Cade there to support. The two-man setup pays dividends for Ruby. Dragon and Collins, the 2 players left remaining here for Partizan. Try and somehow salvage a fort. That is a disgusting shot from Collins on the jiggle. Not a headshot, but still equally as impressive. Yeah, Collins is looking for more, and that's cost him his life. You can't really fault him. They had to try something, but that's now unfortunately dropped the bomb.
Yeah, pretty much makes this impossible for Dragon. Gets dinked, 12 HP, and Hasinator will take that. With open arms, Ruby, that is another expert CT half in this series. It's a second 9-3 to add to the tally on a side, of course, which is not necessarily their favoured.
Yeah, worst case scenario, man. This has unfortunately been an abysmal showing for Partizan. No other way to put it. It's almost like something is just off. This isn't the team we've seen in recent times. You and I have had the pleasure of casting them. I say pleasure because they've been great to watch. Been entertaining. They've been competitive. They've been pushing teams better than them. They've been finding some upset wins, but they just haven't pitched up at all in the series so far. Ruby are having their way with Partizan. I didn't expect to say that coming into this matchup. We did think there was a chance Ruby could win it. You picked them as slight favorites, but neither of us would have thought it would have happened like this.
No, I didn't read it as a dominant win. Kind of anti-curse have we got on ourselves the last couple of days with these quick games. To be
Don't
fair,
get ahead of yourself just yet.
To be fair, mate, I mean, mine was a bit longer this morning, but still.
Yeah, I dodged that.
You did dodge that.
For good reason, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
And Ruby with an opportunity to basically start in the series if they haven't already. Great flashbang, Dragon completely blind. Just goes for the Hail Mary shots. Nothing connects. Dragon going to be the next man up to the plate, but he's just walking forward, Trav. That looked so lazy. That was way too easy. And not just because it's his name. And now they're going to do it on hard mode. They're going into the bomb site that still has 2 players for Partizan, Kendo and Emmy. Is the bomb committed? No, Easy's been able to fall back. Oh, thank God. That could have gotten ugly very quickly, but maybe not even.
Yeah. Kendo. Nice tap on Fozzil. There's still one player here, and why would you expect that? Why would you expect one more player toward jail and he knows the bomb has exited the scenario off toward the A side of the map? Ruby have got Partizan in their back pocket at the moment. They're pretty... Well, lackluster would be an understatement for Partizan today.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. For a team that we have a pretty decent level of expectation, they just haven't delivered, I'm afraid. 10-3, they will full save here, give themselves one shot with the gun round in the round to follow. But Trav, we gotta say, as much as it's kind of disappointing for Partizan, how good is this from Ruby? What a level we're getting out of them right now. This is looking like near perfect. Honestly, like a near flawless performance. And that's even where they have had a mistake here or there. There's even room for improvement.
Yeah, because, like, you can say it's been perfect, but, as you say, near perfect only, because you can look at their over-aggressions on CT. on this map, which is the main thing we've had to criticize them for on this particular series. If they hadn't done that, maybe that first half would have been even better than a 9-3. Maybe it could have been a 10-2 or 11-1. I'm not even joking, which would have been very wild.
At the same time, it was that same playstyle that won them the half investment eco round.
Yeah,
So
you're right.
it could go both ways, I suppose. But I do agree with you. There certainly was some over-aggression that cost them unnecessarily, and experience will help with that. But the aggression this time round is well-founded. It's warranted because they've got such a big lead on the Z side as well. So Wally with the Mac 10, he feels a little bit handicapped there that he can't really help his teammates out. Vladden will commit to the push at the same time. And finally, some fight from Partizan.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I lose the opening kill, but immediately responding toward Canal. Cade is all the way behind through CT here. But somewhat being watched. And yeah, Vladden finding Fozzel should just seal it. Indo was more worried about Temple than he was about the big CT push. Cade's going to have to clear this one properly. But it's also a 1v4, which is very, very unlikely. To get caught from E-Box in a split second. Collins peeking back and forth. Ooh, timing's not great, though. To get found, when does Kindo peek? The answer's then. And Partizan will at least get a CT round on the board. And somewhat break some of the money of Ruby. Not all of it, but some of it.
Yeah, we'll certainly see a reinvestment here from Ruby. But Partizan showing some grit and tenacity. I mean, there was a lot of initiative being taken in that round. Fighting their way from E-Box down canals at range. And then Vladden getting in on the action as well. Allowing his teammate to take that attention and then activating, catching Ruby in the back. Was a well-constructed round for Partizan, that early aggression. Looks like they want more.
Vladden. Ready. Top utility support with Dragon. Maybe we'll fall back off a bit for now.
Yeah, Ruby taking their time here in the round. With lights in the firepower department right now. Cade and Easy reduced to pistols.
Oh, what a play. Vladden did go for a swing. Didn't really get affected by the flash too much, right? But Sawalia will still hit the entry. Everything's just coming up. Ruby so far today. He's going to stick around, wait to see if Dragon goes aggressive. That's exactly what's happening, and it's a favourable angle for him. But also found Emmy in the meantime.
Cade's taking a lot of space in the middle right now. Cade's getting a lot of room being afforded to him, and Dragon's decided to keep venturing forward. They're making moves everywhere. This is what perplexes me right now. You've got Collins, who's out of B main. He knows they're not going B, so why is Dragon pushing through that A main smoke?
Oh, gosh.
Or even competing for canals? Surely he should have been the one trying to play more reserved to balance it out in the round, and should have expected something coming his way with there nothing going on over towards B.
Indeed. We're going to get one of those compilation videos with that Remember the Name by Fort Minor song of Emmy. And his one kill is an incredible jiggle one tap outside A.
It's going to be the craziest highlight reel ever.
Yeah.
It's going to be like one of those 4-second, like, Emmy highlights against Ruby videos. And it's just 4 seconds, but it is a highlight. You can't deny that.
It's genuinely a highlight, yeah. It's
like,
crazy.
it could be the craziest kill of the game so far. Everything else a low light for Partizan. Not many silver linings, a grey lining.
Terrorists win.
There's not really many nice shades of grey. Other than those 50 in particular.
Ah, yeah, those are probably my favorite.
Not that I've ever gone anywhere near that, but there we are.
I feel like grey has just become such a common, like, color in the current, like, modern world. You know, it's minimalist, it's basic.
Yeah.
Reject that, guys. Paint your walls yellow, green stripes, blue blotches. What do you
Pink
think, Trav?
crosses.
There we go, mate.
Like that
12
skin.
form.
Some colour in your life.
Yeah, reject minimalism, embrace tradition.
Can Ruby get this one done here and now? 12-4, Molotov will force Collins back away. Outside E-box, trying to get control of that position. Fossil's already taken a tag down to 19, though. Forced back away for the full rotation. Background spawn, actually. Dragon pushing forward. Smoke is fading. Cade is ready. Perfect crosshair placement. Looking for one more. Vladden is in camera. There will be a bit of aggression coming in now, but will the timing work out? It will. Thankfully, he runs him down. Now the A-site play will come through. So while you're looking to tap down a few players, good spray on Vladden, well controlled, and they know that Kindo is on the broken wall position. Hasn't really got any support either, Kindo. There needs to be a smoke push from Collins. It will come through, but Assassinator is just so damn ready for it. And Ruby have been ready for every single thing that Partisan have thrown at them today. And low-key, what Partisan have thrown at them hasn't been that much. Emmy is 1v3, they're all low, but he needs to quadruple his kills. There's a double. Flash in the corner of heaven. Can't get the next one, I'm afraid.
Man.
That would have been just the way the series would have gone if Emmy was able to clutch then and there after such a rough series. But unfortunately for him, he ends 2 maps of play on 5 kills. It's just, I'm sorry, like, we know that's what he's not meant to frag, but it's kind of not tenable anymore.
I was rooting for him there to try and get
Oh,
the 1v3
yeah, same.
clutch. Can you imagine? Can you
Yeah.
imagine like 1 kill throughout the whole map and then he clutches 1v3 when his opponent's on map point? Like, what a moment to come alive. But unfortunately, it will just remain a dream. But that was a disaster for Partisan and a phenomenal performance for Ruby. Now it's at 2-0 brackets. Trav, they got 3 lives essentially to get themselves into the playoffs. They find themselves in a really strong position, and I think that might have been like the best series I've seen from Ruby just across the board. I've seen really good moments, really good maps, but from start to finish, that was the best that they've looked.
Yeah, I think that, honestly, genuinely impressed. I'm very happy with what I've seen from them, what the improvement they've made over the last couple of days. Came into this series talking about how Partisan a few months ago maybe were the team that I could say should be the favourites by quite a long way. Now it's kind of flipped the script, I think. There's a lot more that I'm excited about for Ruby than I am for Partisan. Partisan have a great lineup, but it's just not delivering for whatever reason at the moment, and there are some serious pitfalls that are looking a bit rough around the edges. I believe we can have a look at the schedule for, of course, the next 2 BO3s coming up this afternoon. We won't be covering them. We'll be handing it over to some colleagues, but of course we've got a couple more matches to come. Probably the pick of the day, I would say, will be Ecstatic versus Monty. That's going to be a really fun game to see if Ecstatic can keep up their insanely solid Tier 2 form recently. Monty looking to try and stop them, of course. And Iberian Sol versus TNL is the last game of the day as well. So I think we've got one more banger, one more that I'm a bit more unsure of. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Looking forward to seeing those results.
Yeah, you and me both. Unfortunate that I missed the game earlier on today. It looked like it was actually a banger in itself. Nexus against Cybershoke going into overtime on the decider. Heard about the crazy clutch there from Zello. Even was the one to clutch it out to finish off the job as well. But yeah, this game just didn't really deliver, I'm afraid. It was billed as like a 50-50 coming into it, and we finished it in an hour and 24 minutes, which included like a 15-minute break between maps, right? Including camera segments and adverts and all the rest. So that was a speed run from Ruby, Trav. That's pretty much as quick as it gets, mate.
It is. It really was. And yeah, I'm pretty excited about where they're going to go in the future, right? Because that's something them now into the 2-0 bracket, like you've mentioned. That's be a lot of tough teams to face in that particular bracket, but it's a great chance for playoffs now. They've got like 3 separate opportunities to get that done. So should be fun to see if they can be able to finish it off.
Yeah, I'll probably catch some of their games down the line. I can't shake these guys at the moment. Every day I wake up, okay, who am I going to be casting today? Check it up. Ruby, I can't. Ruby everywhere I look. I wish it was in my jewelry box I was seeing Ruby, but it's only in the goddamn Counter-Strike games, man.
Classic. But we're going to be logging off for now. Make sure to stick around, of course, for more CCT action with those 2 matches I mentioned, especially Ecstatic versus Monty. Exciting one. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Cheers.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
And welcome back, everybody, to CCT. Let's get into our next matchups for the day and our last games, of course, here for this round of the Swiss stage. I'm Eternal J alongside Dwayne, who will be taking you through our final couple of matches of this round as Swiss. And they're all 1-0 matches, Dwayne, so all positives for the winners of today.
You'd certainly think so. Now, it's nice to get a little bit of a feel on exactly who's going to be striving towards those playoffs. If we've got teams that have already been able to get wins under the belt, then surely going 2-0 would pretty much secure you at least the 3 wins that's required.
Well, look, it would be a positive for everyone. Obviously, we're looking at the 2-0 and 0-2 games as being the ones that the ultimate sort of the success and death zone. So, a bit of importance for our 2 matches. Again, we've got Ecstatic and Monty coming up first, and Iberian Soul and TNL will close out the day and close out this round of Swiss. If you're tuning in from earlier on today, you'll know that, of course, Nexus beat Cybershoke and Partizan fell pretty handily towards Ruby, who decimated them in that last map up.
A little bit surprising. You and I, we've casted Partizan recently. I think they've done quite well for themselves. It's not even take a map in that series. Feels a bit underwhelming. And then even Cybershoke and Nexus, I think that's kind of a game where there's not too much favoritism between either squad. So not surprised that Raga and the boys out there on the Romanians are able to get the win.
Oh, for those squads, there will be the 1-on-1 matches that set in for Cybershoke and Partizan, and our losers today will join them as well. The victors will join Nexus and Ruby in the 2-0 bracket. So again, a lot of importance for this one. Let's start Ecstatic and Monty. Let's go with Ecstatic first up here, Dwight, because they've kind of taken the hype in the last few weeks.
Indeed they have, and this has been a roster in which the core 3, if you add 2 more days to where we are today, has been together a year. But you are right, it's only been recent that we've really seen the uptake in form. We saw a very good grand final placement from them in Thunderpelt World Championship. They were able to beat Rush B, Eklot, 9, 500, Ents, even going toe-to-toe against Na'Vi Jr. in that grand final. A couple of top 4s that we've seen from them recently in Galaxy Battle. The one problem that I do have with them is the lack of consistency they have in the CCT circuit.
Yeah, I mean, the last CCT that they played was back during the last season. That was the European Series number 20, and they got 3-0 Swiss to their credit, but didn't really go that deep in the playoffs, and even prior to that point, had to play through during the play-ins of that competition. Missed out on the play-ins of the last competition as well. So yeah, you're right. The circuit hasn't really worked well towards them, but honestly, with the last 3 tournaments in mind for these guys, top 4s and that second place, as you mentioned, in Thunderpick, I'm not too concerned about them not delivering in this season, especially when their next opponent, I don't think, is going to end up delivering at all. Monty on the other side of the board. Unfortunately, not quite the Monty of Oldweg.
No, they're not, but they do at least have familiarity. I mean, you've got Hadji and Afro that joined up on the roster, 31 days ago, and they're trying to embed them into the system. They're trying to get more officials under their belt. For 2 guys that haven't been here very long, it is surprising to see how many officials are being played. They're trying to enter a lot of tournaments. They're trying to get a lot of best of 3s under the belt, and it probably helps that both Hadji and Afro were teammates in the past. You think back to LDLC, they were together from the June period to December of 2020. Now, that is a long time ago, but at least there's a little bit of chemistry from not only the national region, but also being teammates in the past.
And they are the far more experienced players, of course, on that Monty roster. I kind of look at Monty as being more of like an academy team, almost. I mean, in certain cases, it was, right? The core of the players of Lean, Gizmi, and Ryu, they all came from Monty Gen. Hadji and Afro are the far more experienced boys from being in that Double Pony, 3 Max, Falcons, and all the French teams of Tier 2 CS back for the last, 3 years or so. And even going back even further than that, if you really want to delve into your history. So, to me, it feels like those 2 veterans are going to try and coach up the young guys to be good in the future, but that's in the future. In the here and now, I'm afraid I don't have a lot of faith in Monty.
No, and even with Gizmi as the in-game leader, I think he was able to utilize a pretty average-looking roster in Monty Gen and get them to a pretty competitive level in Tier 2. You're now trying to work with newer faces where it feels like the roster just keeps changing. I mean, I think back to the end of last year, Kai was in the team, Nara was in the head coach role, Krasnal was here, and then you sort of get Ryu and Gizmi and Ivan getting promoted. Then Dia decides to step down, and then Hades goes to G2, and then Demka goes to Passion UA, and you just feel that the lineup keeps changing. I mean, even Krisen, the assistant coach, he's been picked up by Furia only last week. So for Gizmi, it's probably quite tough that you've been given all these pieces, but you're not really getting the time to work with any of them.
Yeah, roster stability may be a key concern for Monty going forward, and I feel like that for them, obviously, the new additions in Hadji and Afro have only been around for like a month or so, so we've got to take some time to bed them in and truly work up. At least they're on a 3-match win streak coming into this game, and they have been able to compete against Ecstatic in the past, but I'm not 100% certain that they're going to do as well here in this competition. So let's talk about Vito's process, Dweg, because we have seen some head-to-heads between the two sides. Trains come out a couple of different times. I wouldn't be too surprised if it came in from Ecstatic, and indeed it does. Dust 2 picked in by Monty. Nuke is our decider map up.
The Dust 2 one is a little bit surprising. I mean, both teams really like their Nuke, so there's no surprise that that's been floated towards right at the end. But if I'm looking at the map pool from Monty in recent history, they normally pick Nuke, they pick quite a lot of Mirage, they pick quite a bit of Train, Ancient. Dust 2 is almost like the 5th highest pick map in the pool, so you have to start going down the accolades quite a lot. I think for Ecstatic, though, knowing that the last head-to-head was, what, 25 days ago, and it was pretty comfortable, how much is realistically going to change in that sort of time period? I would even say for Ecstatic, they've looked stronger than what they did 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, I would agree, right? And again, as mentioned before, Monty have gotten victories over Ecstatic in the past, talking about a 2-0 back in March. But that's before we saw this key rise in this Ecstatic side. And even then as well, thinking about the idea of how the vetoes played out, I understand why they'd want to punish pick Dust 2 against a team like Ecstatic, because it hasn't been one all that often. But you take a look more deep into their results, and you've seen that they're losing to teams like Navi Jr., who have been on a roll, and TNL, who have been on a roll, and Sangle, who have kind of been on a roll, and then they get victories over 500 and Partizan, and they scrape past on Gun 5, and they've beaten Monty in the past on this map as well. So it's like, well, you're kind of like losing to the teams that maybe you're probably going to be competitive or should be losing to, and then you get to this competition that you should be beating, and they're beating them pretty handily at that.
Well, at least what we have seen from Monty is a really good start to the CCT campaign. I look at the ex-Aurora lads, the Astrum roster. It was a very comfortable 2-0 from Gizmi and co. They were able to start out on Nuke, give themselves a really good T side, go into the CT half, close it down quickly, went on to Mirage and got a 10-2 half. So it's a good statement in this tournament to get a strong 2-0 for the beginner. You look at Ecstatic, they really got tested in their opening matchup. They went up against Banjo and Skrunk out there on Fireflux. Map number 1 went to OT. Map number 2 went all rounds of regulation. It was only map 3 that we started to see some sort of comfortable edge for the Danes.
Well, let's see whether they can get more comfortable in this one. It will be that Dust 2 punish pick that Monty will try and bounce back and really apply the pressure early in this best-of-3 series, Dwayne. So predictions on this one for me, I kind of have to lean towards 2-0 on Ecstatic. I think it happened before. I think it can happen again.
I'm going to join you on that one. 2-0 Ecstatic.
Alrighty then, the Danes are the favourites. Monty have a task to do. They'll kick things off on T side of Dust 2. Pistols are live. We're going to our second half of the day.
And this is now just going to be the 5th time in which Hadji and Afro have played Dust 2 since joining up with Monty. Nut jiggling down there with Christo out on the B-bomb site, and Team B is making a bit of an info play towards a longhouse, getting on the front foot and taking space away.
Just checking around these corners with USP, spotting a man, taking the headshot, first blood drawn in against Lean. As he's around the corner, and he's going to move closer as well. Headshot, perfect to Hadji, just dealt with. Last man being up there in top of suicide, bombs on his back, one more headshot. Oh, TMB is just clinical to start on the pistol round. Yeah, this is over for Monty.
And it's funny that it's only been a recent thing that we're starting to see the POV of the players sort of with this new Doom setup, right? TMB has always done this. There's a lot of players out there, Jay, that have only done it recently, and maybe because Nico's doing it and Modessy's doing it, Donk as well. Yeah, we're going to start doing it as well. I remember from years back seeing POVs from TMB. He's always done that.
He's made it work so well in this round. And how clinical those shots were. Maybe about 4 bullets fired and 3 of them coming out with kills. Anlay now being gooshed down by an attempted recovery there, but TMB is pretty much sat on the bomb, picked up a Ryu, not expecting him to come forward, and finally TMB makes a small little mistake, stumbles on his own feet there. 2 players per bomb site and defensive. Christo's seen where that man is going to commit, did not see the bomb with it, so they'll know that they're both held up. Making their way back in towards Longhouse. Anlay did not hear Ryu coming, so there goes a kill back. Are Monty going to recover this? 2 versus 3 is remaining, and they've still got a player on the bomb site to try and deal with. Rotations are thick and fast from Ecstatic, but really it all comes down to what Syrah can do, and he gets overwhelmed. Gizmi with the kill back. Bomb plant should be secure. Christo can take Gizmi down and double up before the bomb even gets planted. Ecstatic will just hold on to the pistol.
Well, good effort from Monty. I mean, that's a 2v4 where it just doesn't look like anything's going to get one. Maybe the odd kill here or there, but nothing more. And we actually get into a situation where it looks like the bomb's going to get planted. And Cristo, good denial. I think that was the right idea for Ecstatic once it gets into the 2v2. Just keep that pressure up. Do not allow the cash injection to come in at all.
Disallow that money bonus in what would be a force buy in this round means instead it's going to be an eco with upgrade pistols. And Ecstatic. Standard with the M4s, 3 SMGs to farm some cash in. Unlane maybe in for a bit of a payday here. Many around the corner there in the lower dark angle. Only one pick found. The secondary pick taken away by Cristo, and his double up also is secured. The 1-on-4 now for Afro.
Officially, it was stated that Hadji stepped down from 3D Max in, what, March of last year? And I think you can read that as you will, whether that's the truth or not, whether he got kicked, you're never going to know exactly. But think about that for a position. You've been under heat, you go towards, what, looking for org, you don't have any organization, you go over to 3D Max. It was a very successful team in Tier 2, but I think they struggled with that hurdle to beat Tier 1.5, to qualify to land, to get into that higher spectrum. And what we ended up seeing was as soon as Hadji went and they brought in Gravity, the team just started exploding, didn't they? The team just did so much better. And I guess for Hadji's point of view, that probably feels hard done by, that you leave and the team just starts doing so much better.
Maybe it just goes to show that he wasn't the right piece for the job. Sad as it might be, sometimes it is as cutthroat as that, and whether it was his decision as reported or otherwise.
Well, he hasn't really had a proper team since then, has he? I mean,
Yeah.
He's out on the Drillers playing the Asia RMR, and I know he stood in for Monty for about a month or so, just when the roster was having some troubles, but this is his first proper project since then.
There's certainly be some hunger to try and make it work like it did in the days of old. As mentioned before, the two French players have got quite a bit of history, and Hadji having quite an amount of it himself, part of that old Envy Academy roster that competed in Gfinity Elite Series and CSGO Asia Championships. He placed top 4 in what was probably one of his highest tier events. All coming in before the French online to offline tier 2 space. International project, he wants to try and find some better results. Monty unfortunately unable to deliver in the opening part of this matchup, but this round probably looks a bit more promising. The damage on Cristo and TMB has kept them at low HP alongside the kill on Syrah, meaning that they're pretty much in what is a 5-on-2 take of the bomb site.
It might just be give a retake a heavy setup. I mean, TMB is waiting for a CT walk, waiting for the short exec, but it's just a silent walk. It's a full contact towards A for the T's.
And they're leaning up. TMB's backed away, tucked down into the pit. We'll fight from range, burst firing, trying to get some engages, but needs the accuracy of that USP round, and it's just not coming in for him. Finally put down by Lean. Alan doesn't know where to look, doesn't know if he can concentrate on Longhouse to try and find an exit strategy. He'll have to do so. Hadji's taken him down, and the round is done. Ecstatic's remaining players know it, so they'll save onto their guns, and Monty will get on the board.
Monty have played 42 best of 3s on HLTV in the last 3 months and only picked Dust 2 5 times out of all of them. Definitely a case that you try and pick it as a weak point against your opposition, because I would say Ecstatic's map pool is very readable at the moment, Jay. They really only pick 3 maps. They pick Train, they pick Nuke, and they pick Inferno, and they don't seem to sort of despair from that, go in for punish picks. They always insta-ban Mirage. One of those squads that don't get too techie, I would say, with the veto. You're safe with them. You know what to expect. Monty can be very happy with all of those exit frags. Now, Ecstatic used that as a little bit of a bonus round, but without holding on to anything, there is reset potential at the end of round 4.
And heavy rebuy back into the lack of savings of the CT side means that Monty can take the lead as a result of that reset. Same can't be said for Ecstatic, though. Money is well bolstered by the number of Monty players that maintain their lives. Very whitewashing kind of round there from them. I'm going to try to get back on the T-side start, because one benefit they had of the last Dust 2 play between them and Ecstatic was that they were able to get the T-side pistols. Good Being leaning forward, Afro utility in his hand, takes the engagement and wins it out perfectly. No one could cover off that mid angle. He found a gap in the fence and exploited it in hole.
TNB needs to get some support, and unfortunately for Adelaide, he's getting forced out of the lower tunnels. Good utility usage for Monty to try and force these CTs in the open.
Oh, blind burst through, just catches Ryu with the last bullet of the magazine, able to escape before the T-side player in mid can strike Gizmi, found by Christo instead. A 5-on-2 this time for Ecstatic.
Christo is just maintaining an aggressive sight angle for Monty. While they did good work with the util, they're struggling with the jewels, and now for Lean and Haji, there's almost no hope. Even the re-smoke down with 50 seconds on the clock. You'll be able to get bomb control, but you're limited to options. You either tunnel out to short, or you try and go through the doors and work something towards CT and B.
Made a little bit of noise there on the catwalk. TNB's got no reason to think they're going at tunnels. Or just missed the mark on Lean. I think he's got an idea of what's happening here, though. Backstabs closing. CTs are forming up towards the bomb site. Defensive Unlay staying hidden. Syrah may have to challenge from range. TNB has found the all-important kill. Lean down. Unlay catching Haji, looking towards Goose at the right moment. Ecstatic will answer back in kind.
And there's a lot of people that like talking about Gamer Legion, right, in the recent day and what they've been able to do with young and inexperienced players. A lot of people forget where Torsen came from. He came from this Ecstatic organization towards the tail end of last year. Now, I actually think it was a bit of a blessing in disguise, Jay, because while Torsen may have been a very strong rifler, the role overlap was awful for Ecstatic back then. They did not have a dedicated in-game leader, and it was sort of going around a few players in the team. I think Anlay was calling, even though he's not a captain. So what ended up approaching in that sort of situation was Torsen gets the call up to go to Gamer Legion, and they think, right, well, this is the perfect chance to bring in a fresh in-game leader, someone that's experienced in the scene, someone that we've worked with in the past in terms of teammates. You bring in TNB, you've got yourself a set caller, and look at the impressive results that over time have eventually come for Ecstatic.
Been around since September of last year. You are right. His style's definitely worked well towards Ecstatic. Tournament runs speak for themselves. The favoritism speaks for itself, and it's only bolstered by the extra additions that he's had in firepower. Syrah can be an extremely fantastic player. We've seen that before on Miles NXT. Maybe the development that Ecstatic gave to a player like Torsen and others in the past from him may well give another opportunity to this young man.
Well, let's just consider the time window. I mean, we like to think when you want to give players time or give an organization time, anywhere in the 3 to 6 month window is reasonable. And if we're looking at September, TNB comes in, well, then you add 6 months, you get towards what, around March time? And then we're here in May, 2 months later? Well, that's kind of been the time window when they've started improving, hasn't it? Sort of been the last 6 months, it's been okay. The last 2 months, that's when we've started picking up. That's when we're starting to get legitimate results. We're getting deeper into playoffs. We're becoming a top-end Tier 2 team. And I think Ecstatic, especially the CCT circuit, should not just be thinking about getting top 16s, but they've got to be starting to consider top 8s, top 4s, these deeper runs that they've been able to achieve in other tournaments.
Well, their recent runs have given them quite a lot of ranking points. HL's TV had them peg them at number 39 in the world earlier on this morning, which is up from their VRS rank of 55 from the start of this month. Now that just goes to show exactly how much their tournament runs have given towards them. They might start getting invites into later stages if this keeps trending upwards.
You'd certainly imagine so. Get invited to round of 16 rather than main Swiss stage.
Especially if they continue doing well in CCT, that will just continue to stack up the points with the victories over teams like Monty, the bounty, the claim, plus the prize pools, placing deep in the playoffs. Have to keep it consistent here. They get to bounce back against the opening start of Monty in their first round. They could cripple the economy on the counter stage. We talked about the fact that resets could be against Ecstatic. It could be the same thing for Monty here. They'll add a lot of breathing room there towards long. The smoke at the cross is going to get one player centralized. Agi close to the bomb site, but not ready to commit. His teammates have to join him.
They're going to put another smoke down, and TNB's got a couple of HEs where he can break that CT smoke, try and get really good timings for Jules.
Walk up of the AK, sees the player at Gandalf. Did he get spotted himself? Yes, he did. Tap bursts through, smoke comes in to provide a little bit more cover. The Molotov lands right inside that smoke, so doesn't force that player out. A counter incendiary on the bomb site will force Haji to disruption. Ryu finally draw that first kill of TNB. Syrah can trade it back though. It's a 4-on-4. The tap's desperate to come in for the Frenchman. He's doing all he can to find that short play, but it's not happening. Nut is struck as well to a double kill. Triple not quite found. Afro takes Unlay out instead, and Haji's also revealed at 35 points of health though, and 17 seconds. Someone needs to pick up that bomb. Zero has fallen. Afro trying to make a difference here, and he's making all the difference in the world. Christo's all alone, still at Gandalf. 10 seconds. They're firing shots in at Gandalf. They know exactly where he's holding from. 4 seconds to the clock. Plant down for default. He leans in, and the AWP catches Afro with a quadra, the hero of Monty.
Afro comes out of nowhere to survive the rounds. You've got teammates really struggling to create openers. Haji just getting caught out there from the ramp around that util. There's no entry success. There's entry attempts. And then Afro just cleans up the pieces. And I kind of look at him similar to Nico Odos, in which when he's played at a tier 1 level in the past, we haven't really seen the backing. We haven't really seen that level of form. But when you drop down the divisions, especially in the mid-pack of tier 2, he could be an exceptional AWPer.
Just saw it right there in that round. Without his efforts, I'm certain that Ecstatic would have taken it. It's a 5-on-2, 4-on-2 situation. It's down to his 4K that they're able to get on that bomb site and win their second, a third on the way as well, because Ecstatic don't have cash available. Might have had a chance to reset Monty, but the money has not built for the CT side, so gamble stack into A, which is the right call to make the bomb, and the majority of T-side players are here on long. Might even try and fight aggressive for it as well.
Ecstatic can see that first contact coming from the team. That would be ideal to get an opening kill.
Gizmi and Hadji do what they can. A couple kills coming out of Nut and Syrah. And another one frag from Syrah as well. 8 HP for the man though. Ooh, just escaping the ire of Afro. Very good damage done for Nico around Ecstatic.
Well, he's probably going to go back to the longhouse and try and see if he can pick up a weapon.
A big old backstab on the way towards the tunnels on the B-bomb side. But you are right, that's probably the best thing that you can do. The AWP's out there, some of the AKs. Maria recognizing that danger is going to back up as well, hold the market. Wait to see if that CT presents. Only 8 points of health for Syrah as well, so not likely to win another good fight unless he hits the perfect headshot. Moving in the longhouse now. Ria's ready. Syrah dealt with. Monty go to evens at 3 apiece.
For Monty, it's just about trying to keep this series as competitive from the start as possible. Try and make this awkward map for your opposition a successful one. I look at Ecstatic and I look at this recent run of form. I mean, 12 out of the past 16 best of 3s on HLTV being won. Look at who they've been losing to. Metasport qualified to the major. Iberian Soul, yeah, okay, bit of a disappointment, maybe a little bit of an outlier. TNL, another top team in tier 2, and then the other squad, Navi Junior, another team that's been able to win quite a lot of successful tier 2 tournaments recently.
Christo struck first again for Ecstatic. The AWP showing up well for the CT side. Need to get a good sequence like Afro did. He lands a wallbang headshot on Syrah though, so a 4-on-4 can ensue. Ryu finding Nut on the follow-up. Gets the advantage for Monty here.
That brings TNB's attention out towards CT, which limits the defense on A. Lean is walking. Timing is everything.
TNB right up inside that smoke. Hearing the footsteps, not extending past the smoke in the end. He will look forward. Unlay backs up on Platt, meanwhile waiting for T-side contact to come his way. Just lost his back and lost that rotator. Tries to fight, will only fail. Christo left to save the AWP.
Considering it's an opening pick there from Ecstatic, I think they'll be disappointed with how the round plays out. You've got yourself a good insertion point from Afro with the AWP towards mid. B split potential. TNB doesn't get anything out from spawn. Anlay is being swarmed from 3 and upper. 2 out, or 1 out there from the lurk of Lean. Christo's chances of holding onto the AWP, don't even seem that likely.
You know, they're hunting him. I'll switch to the AK here. Needs to win the fight against these two players. Backstab's also closing in here. Gizmi's on his way in. Christo can only last so long there. Monty. Part of their time to get the lead back, but now that they've got it, Ecstatic might not be able to gain it themselves. Pistols only for the follow-up. This is an eco round.
You sort of look at some of these moments that Ecstatic have had, the 5v2 in the pistol, the big man advantage against what was Haji and Afro left in sort of that ramp and AWP car angle. I think, have they just sort of struggled to close these rounds down when it looked like the round was pretty much over? how different this round in particular could have been. I mean, we're looking at what would have been a 5-1 scoreline from Ecstatic. Instead, you've got Monty that have not only tied up the game, but they've been able to now start pushing for a lead.
Either they should carry on from here, 4-3, should go 5-3, and then next set of rifles in the follow-up round for Ecstatic to try and resist them. That's the pathway to success for the boys. Gamma stack over on the B side this time. I haven't seen many of the true B executions from Monty, at least not the fast rushes. Default plays always centered around mid and long, especially quite a lot of long control from the T's.
Now, when I think back to the previous head-to-head that was about 3 or 4 weeks ago, Dust 2 got played out between the two teams, first map in the series. Saw a 7-5 CT half from Ecstatic. Now, at 3-4 down, you'd say it's probably unlikely that you can replicate that scoreline again.
Especially given that Monty had to take their 5th round and went 7-5 at the half. We can only do perfection here from Ecstatic. Clean, easy pickings through those long and short stacks. Everybody going down in the end. Effective from Monty. Not to be unexpected against the eco pistols, the rifles are back.
This is Monty's chance to be able to make themselves just a little bit of a threat in the series. Because I think when you look at how they've played out too against the majority of Tier 2 teams recently, they haven't taken that many scalps since adding the likes of Haji and Afro into the squad of beating those top-end Tier 2 teams. Get yourself a good result this first map. Afro in particular with the AWP. Feels like almost every gun round he's getting a pick.
Krista's able to respond to him at the very least. Not the only AWP in play, though. Gizmi had one to look for the longhouse pick. Opening entries coming in towards mid for both sides. Monty will smoke off the doorway, so Ryu can start to extend down from the tunnels. Going to walk forward. Smoke HG's against him, going to reveal, and Anlay gets the kill.
What an opener to start off the round from Afro, but hanging around, waiting for a little bit too much. Christo responds, and then Anlay does the same, and you just feel that the momentum's starting to shift to the round now. Lean hasn't been able to take any map control. Haji's passive out here to the longhouse. You've got Zero behind the doors, but without a teammate in sight.
Trying to peek to see the gun barrel, get his kill in. Is he aware of Gizmi? Gizmi now, or peek, shot missed. Zero can close him down. Bomb dropped, round is over. Lean's aggression up on short means that there's nothing left for him. Got to go back to long, fight the man, pick up the bomb, take it back, and then deal with the rotating CTs on the way.
Well, considering he's got cash, there's no point saving. So what he might as well do is just take as many CTs down with him. Now, when you get closer towards that bomb, you need to cross towards CT. You have to pre-aim out. What you're not ready for is the slightly unusual angle that an AWP has got there deeper in spawn. Cristo will be very satisfied with how he's used that big green, and between him and Afro, there might be a little bit of a battle, not between the AWP v AWP duels, but maybe just who's going to be the stronger AWP between the best of three.
The early portions of the matchup have shown the impact in a specific round for Afro, but spread out a little bit more for Cristo. Your bastard. I don't think we've seen many of them so far, except for that one of the previous round. The positions that they're playing, of course, Afro set towards mid. Cristo on the B-bomb site, caught by that flashbang, tried to turn away, and Gizmi going to dome him as a result. Not. Now back at Carl, waiting for T's to contact out. They might need to put that smoke or incendiary there to block the execution towards that B-bomb site. It's all just noise being made here by these two T-side players. Utility being sent down by the CT forces. Another HE to open the smoke. But no one will be seen. The rotation is in effect.
Well, Lean has taken all that space away, and TMB has just caught the bomb out there to the top of the lip of the short smoke. The issue is, what do you do with that info? You've got Zero passively defending long. You're the only A defender, and you're on red HP. I don't think there is many options here for Ecstatic.
They're putting down that CT smoke to indicate there's going to be some sort of mid to B play, so they're still indicating that B is the target. Now they're going to realize that's all the ruse, and these two defenders can't really rotate all that quick. The Molotov in the backside have to force the fight of TNB. Kills found. Orb missing its shot from range. Sierra's going to have to back out. Bomb plant could be secured. What more can you do here for Ecstatic? Probably nothing. You just hold on to the weapons.
Strong entry from Gizmi. You just feel that Christo was trying to work a bit of a lurk play in which he's like expecting maybe a jiggle, maybe just to catch someone in the upper tunnels so you can sort of walk and creep. And what ends up happening, he sees the flashbang, tries to retreat, get behind the big box, but just can't quite escape in time. Monty put up a pretty solid T-side line. Ecstatic struggled to adapt against it.
Afro finally takes Sierra down. That's one off out of play. Another one still picked up by Unlay, though. And buy around that into the last couple rounds of the half for Ecstatic. And a 4-6 scoreline means they're around 11. The difference between a half advantage or the attempted even scoreline. Monty's best case is 8-4. Ecstatic's best case is dead set even.
Ecstatic know that they're going to have to lock in if they want to try and get a 2-0 today. It's looking unlikely with how the majority of the gun rounds are going down. Afro with the AWP, trying to see if he can work an open up. Flash around the corner, just on the edge of the smoke. Doesn't quite have the timing.
Missed his mark. Afro leans in, Christo's AWP. Hoping to peek forward, hoping to spot. Unlaid, checking for position. Shot from Afro gets the kill and start things off. He wins an orbital battle of his own this time. No responsive allowed here for the CT side. The utility isn't connecting in mid.
And that could have been doing a good 40-50 HP towards Afro if it landed. Anlay doubling up on B, leaving mid completely. TNB's going slightly aggressive behind this short smoke. He needs to find a return kill.
Well, the HE reveals the man. The pre-fire tries to get away with the one pick. But Afro's there to respond to the AWP. There's no one on the A-bomb site. Zero holding down to defend the CT cross. Now, a cross comes in towards the A-bomb site play. Blind fire does pick up Hadji. A lot of damage returned towards Zero, though, and this backstep from Ryu. Even find the man, yep, exposed. No support from his teammates who are around that corner. They're not even going to swing to try to get the trade in. Monty will hold the man advantage. Unlay and Nut. And 2v3, they all search for the player here at the tunnels. Backs the turn, the kill can come in, and the double up from Ryu. Wins the half for Monty.
And we know that Afro has only played 28 maps since joining up with Monty, but statistically, Dust 2 is his best map in the pool. Out of all the maps that he's played, he's averaging the highest rating on this one, being a 1.20, and that's across the 4 maps that have been played. I think we're seeing some of that X factor. We're seeing the multi-fragging sequences, the opening picks. 12-4. I want to see what Afro is going to be able to develop, not so much just in this first half, but transitioning into the second half, moving into map 2. I want to see if he can be a takeover player in this best of 3.
Hadji struck first on Syrah again on the AWP. It's not the AWPer himself, but the starting advantage for Monty continues to be pummeled in this latter portion of the first half.
Had the best spawn for the long challenge. He uses that and tries to go aggressive.
Arlay's going to get lean on the returns. There's something back for Ecstatic. Open swing for the player at car, legged out by Hadji, who continues to look for more. Gaps being generated in that smoke. He's trying to pick his moment, trying to pick his shot. Without directly seeing them, all he can do is hope, and that hope does not yield another kill out of this one. It's a 4-on-4. That leg shot on TNB keeps him on very low HP by comparison to everybody else.
TNB isn't actually in the B bomb site. He's just repositioning to get himself from window into B, and contact's already been made. Round's basically over from this point onwards. Gizmi's got a clean entry into B.
Low HP, which means he's never going to hold down that bomb site for long. Needs support from the teammate. Now they're on for the retake. HG's on the smokes. Will reveal some information. Positioning Gizmi to take the 17 HP of his own right. Counting ETL, sending flashbangs in of the T side, and they're also set towards outside of the tunnel, trying to look for their necessary angles of rotation, the backstab that could come through. It's all 3 men coming in from mid to B, though. Orb of Afro caught by a scout of Christo. That flashbang lines him away from the angle. Not trying to bait him. Christo gets that kill. Player in the back of Gizmi should be known about. His headshot just takes away from the AK. Again, the scout trying to trade it. Unlay hasn't got the stopping power to deal with the player at car. It's Christo alone. 1v3. Takes the first and the second. And running into that bomb site means he was always going to be exposed to Hadji, who shuts it down and wins an 8th round for Monty at the turn of the half.
Impressive showing coming out from Monty, because I feel like the start of the game was quite competitive between the two. I thought Ecstatic put up some pretty good moments. It started from what was TNB in the very first pistol round. And then from that point onwards, it just gets a little bit more tame, gets a bit underwhelming, and it eventually becomes a one-sided scoreline.
Very good stance for Monty to hold here. They try to punish Big Dust too, so need to hold some contention on it. Static looking a little bit flat on the CT side, but second half switch over could provide some opportunities. We know in the last half and the last east side half they played against Monty, they were able to go 6-2 to close out that first map. So a little bit more than that to bring back the scoreline difference between the two sides. A pistol win may be invaluable to the Danes here.
I think even with a pistol win, we're probably not going to see much from Ecstatic. I think tactically, they've not been able to deal with Afro, and they've given him too much respect. They've allowed too much control from Gizmi with some of these opening attempts that he's had. Lower tunnels, upper tunnels. It's been an underwhelming showing in which Monty, from this sort of scoreline with how they've played, I think they're going to shut the game, at least the first map down pretty quickly if Dust 2.
So all that train on the way, of course, Ecstatic's map pick. This T-side second half, the session for them to try and dictate pace. They're going to lead them into long. Lean's going to be backed up on the elbow position, getting close to the bomb site. Back again off once again. Hadji's blind file. Take a couple of tags as they cross their way forward, but Christo draws out first blood. Gizmi is the victim.
And Lean is hoping for the T-side to put some aggression down towards retaking short. Hasn't quite come. Missed his window, but at least still deals with Christo.
So 4-on-4 for the retake. Unlay protecting his teammate from the boost of Hadji. Down and out. Ryu trying to get a flick on. Sees the player out towards long, but cannot seem to stabilize his shot. Afro sees the peek in from Gusa. Unawares of the backstabbing player though. TNB slowly but surely he'll close in the pincers, take a fight back at that Gandalf angle, but not able to win it. Lean, Afro, Rio, quick goes back and forth. Unlay, the trade back two individuals. See the last man who gives him the headshot for another stellar 4K and another round for Ecstatic.
I'm not even sure how we got into that position. You've got a man up on the bomb site where time stalling's coming in. TNB's got the wrap. Mate, as soon as TNB just starts backstabbing, that round should be over. It should get a clean kill. Everyone can then play off of each other. And then all we're hearing is block shots from TNB. And then we're looking at the kill feed and we're going, where are the kills? Where is TNB's? He's just not there. He's just whiffed completely. And it's given Monty a chance. Christo had to try and see if he could stall off to allow Unlay to win the clutch, because that was not easy in the end.
Genuinely thought TNB had whiffed the round right there from his failings, but man, Unlay, what a moment. And from a pretty poor fragger to doubling up his frag counts in just a single round. Ecstatic are in control of the follow-up as well. Harsh eco for Monty. They're going for rifles early.
Get that scout out to Christo to see if he can tag up on the bomb site directly. TNB seeing a lot of these CTs close by. He's getting the teammate support. Good molly. Just forces the CTs out in the open.
TNB does find a smack 10 frag in the end. See that player of Hadji who does cut him down with at least a PC-50 shot. The mid lurker. Not able to get so much more than that. Hadji's overwhelmed. This round goes swimmingly the way of Ecstatic for the most part. Hunt down that last, particularly for the Mac 10 to get some money in. There it is, locked in the 6th. The rifle buys of the CT side is where things will get interesting. Monty get back on their main weapons and try and resist Ecstatic's return.
And you look at the recent changes that Monty have made to bring in experienced players like Hadji and Afro, just to facilitate the inexperience for the rest of the squad. I mean, just even take the HLTV maps played on record. Lean is at 268, Ryu at 371, Gizmi at just over 500, Afro 1,033, Hadji 1,658. There is a massive disparity across careers of the core 3 against the new 2 boys.
Hadji and Afro start things off for Monty. Quick shots on TNB and Christo have fallen into mid. They'll look to fight Sirot. So I pick up the pace and try and counteract them. They get caught up on each other there at the drop-off, but still the kills can't come in against both of them. Low HP for Hadji at least. Gizmi from range, burst fire on the M4. standing alone on the A defensive. Those going to get pushed back by the presence of Ecstatic here, who are targeting this bomb site, who shook the bomb down soon enough. Gives me hiding inside the smoke. I think he might have rotated away entirely. HG does not reveal his position, doesn't do enough damage. They're searching for this man. They're searching for this pick. It's allowed Monty to counteract and readjust here in long. Unlay swing, spray through, adjusted a second for the half a casualty. Sierra sees the footsteps, hears them coming in, takes Gizmi to a 2 versus 2. The bomb plant will need to get secured here because the CTs are closing in real quick. There's time available, but Monty playing against the HP advantage. Nut holding the bomb. Ryu just took Sierra down. Haji swings to strike and he gets his kill. Denies the bomb plant, denies the round.
Such a strange round in which Monty have hyper aggression to work opening picks. They get a 5v3 in what, the first 10 seconds? And then there's a little bit of a recovery. You feel as if Ecstatic are punishing with just slowing the round down. They try and tap that bomb. They draw fights out in the open. It gets to a 2v2, and considering Haji's HP, especially with Nut pre-aiming the short smoke, you're thinking, oh yeah, that could be another duel won by the T side. That should be an easy one. But it's just all a matter of timing. Walking through, catching him while the bomb's being planted. Monty get themselves up to 9.
Ecstatic are storming ahead into the long position. TNB doesn't check the corner, not all the way at least. Allows Gizmi a kill. Lean to follow up on Christo. At least Downlink gets a trade back. That's smoke blocked by an incendiary. Though. I think there's a big gap for the Ukrainian to start peeking forward. Backed in by his teammate. All 3 players seen. Fails on the spray transfer, but it's still a 4-on-2 for Monty right here. The Static are getting hammered now by the utility. Lean can take another kill on Sierra and finally get the sequence he's looking for, and not the same. Monty, well, if they're not going to close out, if you didn't think they were going to close out Dust 2, I think you're thinking differently now.
Well, it's just such a perfect protocol in which it's a lazy check towards Car. Gizmi's wasting time and pulling a lot of distraction, and then it's just a flash play. And I think we see that quite frequently on Dust 2, don't you? If you get your CT rotate or your short player that drops down, if you know they're taking long quickly and you get a flash and no one's playing anti, you are going to mow. That's an easy round from Lean. He just drops almost everyone from Ecstatic.
We got ecos from the teams once again. A frag to find. Many more to go here, but nothing they can do to resist it on Ecstatic. They get 1 pick out with the damage done on the clock, but Sierra charged down by Lean will get his next pick back for himself. And 2 more rounds for Monty to close this map down. Final investment of Ecstatic. And Monty will ensure that history does not repeat itself on Dust 2.
Now, what should be noted is, in that previous head-to-head, Jay, it was less than a week before Haji and Afro had joined, in which that series gets played. So you could say the protocols are going to be off, aren't they? They're not really have enough time to embed the new tour players. Now that it's been a few weeks, and now that we've got more time, more officials for Haji and Afro, as a team, Monty looks so much more comfortable now than what they did then.
Indeed they do. Again, our last Dust 2 meeting ended 13-7 from Ecstatic. It might end even better for Monty. Team-side default set towards long for the most part, but they're going to back off quickly, group up towards mid, where the 2 tunnel players try and group with the top mid players and look to challenge the CT side.
They're up. Gets that molly down and has quite a lot of help from Christo. Flash around the corner, Haji tries to overpeak. It's Christo to find the first, and needs to be able to capitalize on. This is a very aggressive setup from the T's, and they win it out with the jewels in the end.
And the 3-on-2 stances. So watching for the next phase, fits the shot, and not the second. The cross is available, 2 versus 2. Bomb plant should be secure, but that mid-lurk of Nut needs to get up towards short and try and support his teammate here.
Anlay's got no util, so he's got nothing that he can do to stall out the CTs, and they're coming in from spawn. So there's a window of opportunity that they might be able to catch Anlay sleeping.
Finds nothing on that fight. Now it's all left to Nut. Bomb planted, open for long. Where he's positioned himself. I don't know if they heard the noise there. Afro's going to check it all the way. Swing from Nut now reveals. Flashbang catches him blinded, but doesn't peek all the way for it. Defuse being held by Ryu, but Nutmeg gets the headshot he's looking for, and he doubles up on Afro. Holds them off, keeps them away from map points.
Even though the bomb's planted for Nut, that's still quite difficult 1v2 because you've got, what, really one flash, and that's the only thing that you can do. You've got to hope that they're not tapping the bomb and both fighting. I think that's the worst outcome that you could ask for in a 1vx. If one's sticking and the other one's defending, then maybe you've got yourself a chance. And it's a little bit of a timing in which Afro just is jiggling when that diffuser gets caught. Monty, that should have been the ticket, but Ecstatic, they hold off.
But for how much longer? Afro's again kick-started the round with a straight AWP pick. Hadji's taken all sorts of mid-control. We saw this from TNB on the CT side of Ecstatic. The rifle's extending against TNB himself. The bomb's on his back. Kristo's having to back away. He'll have to get the kill in against Hadji. Smoke at the longhouse means that player of Gizby can't swing forward and strike. It means instead that the trade comes through and it's a 4-on-4.
And because Afro's holding this sightline towards lower, it means that his teammate can try and take some space away, get a little bit more aggressive. Now, it's still an off angle. Ryu's being watched from the top down. Now, Afro's been smoked off, so this means that Lean needs to try and support Ryu.
Flash forward, engage with Ryu, does not get the secondary kill. It's only the one on Zero. Nut responds to it, and Lean gets his back in TNB, trying to double back. He's got a second teammate right there for him. Nut can take that trade. Low HP, 2 points of health. Needs Unlay desperately to support. The kill comes in. Molotov burns him back out, forcing him away from Unlay and his attempted trade there. AWP of Afro sees his man pick up the bomb, spam down, but the AK second chance not going to be allowed. And now a HP advantage for Unlay. He tries to deal with Lean, go into that A-bomb site and hold another clutch.
He's probably expecting Lean to go CT to B. It's all about timing, and what Lean's been able to do instead is go longhouse, which means he can backstab towards short, but he is very much out of position. Now, the one helping hand that he's got in this clutch, Jay, is an incendiary. And if he places that right, that will give him a good idea to try and force Anlay out of the bomb site.
Down at default. M4's going to take the rectify. AK could get caught looking the wrong way. Head's been seen. Man is known about. Unlay still watching long. Didn't spot him. Incendiary will come forward, reveal his position. Out in the open, he takes the fight, but Unlay wins it. And holds yet another lifeline for Ecstatic.
And now you start wondering, is there some pressure to close here from Monty? This is 2 rounds in a row now that they should have won. Had man-up situations. Felt as if that they were in the better state to close, and it's been recoveries. Paddock now making a couple. They now start disrupting the economy. And Monty's 11 is now starting to come closer to potentially double digits to Ecstatic.
Should get to at least 9. Monty don't have money to buy into this. They're saving for the next rifle round, the next rifle buy. Try and do something with that, but here and now, a very difficult ask for map point from here, and Ecstatic can take that chance to try and return that little T-side grind, as you mentioned. Close the gap, try to take double digits of your own, and with the rifles to the next, you'd imagine that if they were to take that, they would even up the board, and then try and contest the map from there.
Bit awkward. They need to keep fighting for the bomb control.
And brought back into the stack, not able to get out of the way, but now they picked up rifles. Sierra struggling. And well, I guess I spoke too soon. The eco, not impossible to take the map point. Especially if you place yourselves correctly. If Ecstatic will right into your stack. 1 on 3 now for Unlay. Another clutch for Unlay to keep his team in this map up as he gets Afro next. Where's the last though? From range, the AK comes in from long. Unlay's got 8 points of health. He can't afford to be caught looking the wrong way. Oh, the tap's missed, but Ryu connects it. And Monty have map points.
I don't even think Ecstatic's done anything wrong in that situation. They're searching, they eventually see one player, and then as soon as TNB swings in, they just see the map, and then the flash comes in, and that's the worst. Because it might only say on the kill feed that one player is being blinded on that flash assist. Those T-side players were completely cooked. And when you're being swarmed with not only an AK being picked up, but just mass CTs around the corner, it's so difficult to fend off.
Ecstatic Now got to go 4 in a row to get to overtime. And you see the buy state, it is not confident in the slightest. An AK and a Galil, but everything else is limited. Tech 9, Deagle, P250. Mount up an offensive against 5 sets of rifles, 4 of which are automatics. Hadji does get caught by Nut. At least that's 1 overextension punished.
Afro's still not seeing the majority of players in the upper tunnels. Even though that info play comes in for just a 1-for-1, there's still not a lot of movement. Gizmi with the off angle against the Deeg should be able to get an easy one. And out towards B, there is no defender on the bomb site.
Oh, Christo gets Ryu. Something to return advantage. Once again, back for Ecstatic. Incendiary set towards B will now go for the execution on Ecstatic's part. Or Gizmi rotating from outside of the bomb site. Is he going to catch the M4? Not quite. It'll be no near towards the window. Instead, Anna is going to post up close here. He's going to plant that bomb safe. Both entryways covered. Retake set for the Monty camp. And Afro will connect on Nut. That's a 3-on-3. M4 back for Christo. Can turn on towards Lean. And Gizmi's going to get caught by that P250. The AWP now. Not the best weapon for a retake. And suddenly not for 1 versus 3. HE's the sight falls away. Going to get hunted down by the M4 attempt. Christo does not get his kill. Syrah. Look around just in case he reaggresses, but Afro knows better than that. Save the weapon. Ecstatic is 1 out of 4.
Shouldn't be able to save onto the weapon. Could catch Syrah and make this round expensive. Being trapped from both the left side of him and the right-hand side of spawn.
Eventually, Unlayer will close him down. AWP stays. Hell of a steal for Ecstatic to counter Monty. Bit more to play with, so not the full-blown eco, but even so. Another tough-ass round that goes the way of the Danes.
You just start feeling for Ecstatic, even though they've put up some pretty dominating T-side rounds, they've just always been on the back foot of this map, and I just don't see the likelihood of this going towards OT. I don't see the likelihood of this being a series that could potentially go 1-0 up for the Danes. Monty have worked hard from the very get-go and made it uncomfortable for the favourites, and it's probably a good sign for Monty, because it's a fresh-looking roster. They haven't had too many chances of getting into playoffs and getting into deep tournament runs. So even if it is your map pick, to give this kind of a fight, give this sort of contest against a top-end Tier 2 team, it's definitely a positive look for the additions of Hadji and Afro.
A tactical pause was called in by Ecstatic, so they are going to have a go at this little late regain resurgence. They should get to number 10 once again, with Monty being only on pistols. Fast play in towards that B bomb site with nobody out there. The gamble stack was set towards A, and they're going to call that in for Ecstatic, so the bomb will rotate. Should commit.
I do wonder, Jay, whether this is going to be an actual double eco, because Hadji is double eco, Ryu is double eco. It's only Lean, Afro, and Gizmi that have got somewhat cash.
It won't take us too long to find out the answer to that, but you are right. In that assessment, you usually think about the force buy on the players because of the nature of how the economy won't line up. I mean, even then, you still got some high rollers. Afro's got $4,600. Maybe some drop weapons might be in there. They got a kill out of it. The $300 at this stage with how little loss bonus you're going to receive is actually going to be rather invaluable to Monty. Unfortunately, they aren't going to get such luxuries. No kills found in the mid-fights. The 3 long players, if they do get 4 on, shouldn't win those kills either.
Monty, you have to trust in Gizmi. Do you want to force buy, give yourself an okay-looking gun round, and then give yourself at least a little bit of something in round 24, or would you rather protect yourself, maybe go MP9 armor, give yourself a really good, solid round in round 24? And both options have got its positives, and both options also have its negatives.
What's the call? It will be the buy. AWP stays for Afro. Lean on the M4. Gives me with an M4. Ecstatic may well smell blood in the water with this kind of investment. If they get this round together, there'll be nothing to work with. Christo's already tried to strike first down the mid to B doorway. Afro considering a lean up as well. But the Danish AWP is tucked away behind the box. He's watching for short access, which might just present by lean if he continues to extend out here. Instead, nothing is found, and Ecstatic try to take actual mid control.
AWP catches the likes of Afro, and then Lean couldn't even get in a position to drop that HE towards the lower tunnels. Hadji was hoping to catch Sierra getting up on the Xbox before the smoke comes in, but that doesn't happen either. Now, Hadji can pick up the AWP, not an AWP up, but he can try his best at this sort of round to see if they can recover it.
He's placed it back towards the A bomb site. We've got one man catching him with his knife pulled out, trying to run, trying to get back to the back lines, but all that info given away. Oh, gives me bones for the Molotov as well. Will be heard or not. Sierra gets picked up to a quick trade, but Ryu's going to go falling. Lean alone on the B bomb site. Catches not back off guard. They know that Gizmy is low HP here. He'll back up in towards short, but still a 2v3 for him and Lean.
Wonder if you even start thinking about just saving on instantly. HE to try and break open the smoke, but nothing is appearing. See one player out there towards a car, but there's no jewels that they're able to activate against.
Bomb has been planted.
Lean. Grabs that AWP and runs for it. Something to work with in the next round because the buy is going to be very broken for Monty. Ecstatic. Overtime does not seem so unlikely anymore now, does it?
No, it doesn't. It's a tough call to make there. And you sort of weigh it up. Was it the weaker buy that cost them? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, it's an AWP v AWP duel that goes the other way. Goes into the favor of the hands of Christo. We didn't even get to see that MP9 perform out there on B. The FAMAS didn't even really get a contact because Hadji dropped that instantly to pick up the AWP. Lean has got to make sure he stays alive. Just. Now, this might be the kind of round to go aggro mid. I'm looking at the buy state. I'm thinking you're limited for options. You either heavily take long or you try and take short and get towards top mid. You've got to be on the front foot for me with this kind of buy.
They're taking a tactical pause to make a call and figure out the intricacies of said call. Gives Ecstatic a chance to figure out the read. Are they expecting something aggressive? Be prepared for something like that. Or will they get swamped by what Monty are bringing to the fight? Down to the 1M4 this time. 2 SMGs and a FAMAS. At AWP of Afro, been one of the most deadly elements in server today. 21 kills, while second only to Lean on 22. A very deadly, dynamic duo there. Impact players and Monty that are turning things up against Ecstatic. They strike first. TMB first to fall.
And now we're starting to see what could be a lead in towards this B bomb site. Contact heavy for the T side is 3.
Well, Ryu got the U2 in hand. They can't punish the kill for it, though. Hadji supports him. And that's exactly what Monty were looking for. A 5-on-2. Ecstatic. Worn down on HP. Could not punish the forward man. The kill up towards mid. Christo and Unlay need an absolute miracle now.
These are the kind of rounds that is real proving ground of why Hadji and Afro are good pickups for Monty. I mean, look at it. Pressure's on. Round 24. Who's to strike with the first 3 kills? Of course, it's the Frenchman.
The shot on Afro gets another. Christo down. Unlay needs an ace in a 1-on-5. From the eco to the force buys. Ecstatic missing a number of key rounds that could have led them into this overtime, but looks like they're going to drop at the very last hurdle of regulation. Unlay trying to force out a fight that will get an advantage, but all the CTs are doing are playing composed here. Swinging in, now he stinks. Almost dead to jumping AWP plays. Doesn't matter regardless, wherever he peaks, he's going to get face down. He's going to lose his life at a 13-11. Monty will have their map.
And for Ecstatic, it's disappointing because even though it's the opposition map pick, you did go 2 for 2 in pistols and 2 for 2 in round 2 conversions. You had positive starts to begin the halves, and in the gun rounds, they let themselves down. They were on the back foot. They were trying to claw it back to get it into an overtime situation. And when it comes to the final hurdle, they just can't quite get the job done.
Yeah, and that's just unfortunate for them overall. But at the same time, I mean, like, how much can you give them in terms of credits? Not credits, but like, how much can you give them in terms of leeway? Because the reason why this was turned over to a 13-11 in the end was because they lost that eco, they lost that force buy, they had opportunities available to them when they should have been favorites in those rounds, and they weren't able to convert them.
No, they weren't. But again, this is a punish pick, and I think this is Monty making a little bit more of a statement this time around. Had more time to embed some of the newer players into the system. You feel that you've come to achieve something you weren't able to do last time around. It's a positive start. Now we're going to have the difficult hurdle of trying to put a performance on map 2 and map 3 against a legitimate top-end tier 2 team.
It was the same veto as the last best of 3, and that Dust 2 went down a 13-7 towards Ecstatic, 13-11 this time towards Monty. Last time they played out Train, it was 13-9 to also to Ecstatic. So can Monty improve upon that? Well, we'll find out after this very short break when it's map 2, Ecstatic's pick. Close effort from Ecstatic to try and close in a comeback on the first map, but unfortunately unable as Monty nip it in the bud and take a dust to it. Train up next as Ecstatic's map pick. I'm a little bit more hopeful for a better result here from the Danes here, Dwayne.
I'm expecting a pretty comfortable win. Their trade is bloody good recently. Last 3 months, 19 wins and just 3 losses. And, well, the only one that they did take a loss a couple of days ago went all rounds of regulation. So I'm expecting this to be a clean performance from Ecstatic.
Yeah, I have a feeling so too. Ecstatic, of course, a lot of favoritism in this best of 3, and therefore, on their map pick, you should expect it to be a very comfortable time. See how comfortable it will end up being, or whether Monty have a few tricks up their sleeve. On the CT side starts, pistols are live, and all of the T side players are in the brown halls looking for a B execution lean. They smoke back up here with Molotov set towards Z. He's not going to be allowed any sort of access to any contentious angles, so the bomb plant should come in quick.
You've got yourself Nut that's just holding for the counter rotate, waiting to see if anyone's going to come into the brown halls. Christo's going to get flashed forward to try, or a smoke down to try and stall that CT line.
It's Christo to draw first blood as Haji is first port of death. Gives me up close and personal. TNB is cut back by Afro, taking that 1 kill back in 0 with 2 of his own. And now Lean, the original defender, part of the only portion of the retake, and no retakes happening for him. Ecstatic with a confident pistol.
What we're noticing in Tier 2 is very few teams are perma-picking Train. We're seeing it sometimes be floated as third map deciders, maybe coming in as a bit of a punish pick. It is starting to become one of the very best maps in Tier 2 for a few of the national teams, and I'm looking for Ecstatic as maybe being one of the best teams that we've got in Tier 2 on Train.
Well, the win rate certainly speaks to that. 86.4% of 22 maps being won. That's 19 over 3. Not shocking that they picked this map here. Ecstatic. Only the basic pistols of an eco plus 1 legal of Afro.
I think we do need to mention that it's been a pretty good map for Monty as of late, though. I mean, they certainly seem to be a team that are getting more familiar on it. And for Haji and Afro, this is now their highest played map in the pool since joining up with the squad.
Almost certainly the win rate's gone up for them. The question is, who are they winning on this map against? M1, Saber, Fireflux, Favbet, Sangl. Some of these names are decent, yes.
None of them are decent. I don't know why you say that, Jay. Come on, let's be real here.
I was going to say, none of them are decent, but are they... Some of them are decent, but decent, is that going to be enough against Ecstatic? That was what I was going to say until you rudely interrupted me there, Dwayne.
Well, you were going down the sort of pathway I mentioned in Saber and M1. All we need to say is how we judge some of the tournaments, right? And I think the reason why we always make the discussion if you have to play the team in front of you, if you're not making the playoffs, then even maps that have had high win rates, they're never really going to be tangible, are they? If you're not getting into round of 16s, if you're not getting into top 8s, you're not really getting the pedigree against those top end teams on those maps in the pool.
Monty haven't had a top 16 placement since, well, top 16 placement, playoff placement, I should say, since the last season of the CCT. Christo has struck already against Haji. The rifles brought in by Monty will attempt to get full upon Haji. First man to fall.
Monty's got off to a little bit of a slow start here in the gun rounds. You've got yourself an opening death where no one's really in a trading position. One aspect that you would expect pretty highly from Ecstatic on this T side is good timing. Being able to exploit Pop Dog, work Ivy, get themselves out of T-Con. They're not normally a team that bring a lot of pace. They like to run the clock and they like to abuse the CT side because of how slow and concise some of these rounds are getting. They're getting a little bit of an info play aggressively into Pop, but whether that will redeem an opening kill for the CT side, that's yet to be seen.
It gives me fighting well enough to return a frag, but 11 HP for him. damage being done towards TNB as well, where you caught Afro to the advantage, and decent utility resistance here from Monty at the 30-second marker. Ecstatic might feel a little bit of pressure. Should be relieved by Nut's backstab, however. That HE landing perfectly to the rear. TNB will get caught on a swing. Backstab closes in as Nut gets lean. Christo can get reared. Last player outside of Pop Dog, also cut down by Christo all the same. Ecstatic, streak continues.
And if we're kind of looking at Dust 2, with Ecstatic always being on the back foot, even though they won back-to-back pistols, they didn't really show it in the gun rounds. Then I've got to be looking at the first and second gun rounds of this first half of Train, just as a bit of a judgment, right? To see what the comparison's going to look like from map 1 to map 2.
Ecstatic only got the pistol in the second round conversion before Monty struck back on map number 1, so already differences going up for the Danes. And the 4-0 start with the pistols being where they're at, the Monty economy just not stabilizing in the early portion of the matchup, which is expected. Once again, Ecstatic looking to lean into the B-bomb site. Lean is the only man to defend it.
Doesn't have much to be able to stall. A single smoke but no incendiary. Trying to see if he can backtrack. Christo should get a pretty clean entry against this player. Flash around the corner is pretty good, and CTs have actually been able to get themselves 1 kill. The problem is, they don't really want to bomb rush it in towards Con, so what they're going to do is start separating. Maybe they can look for some exits back at spawn, get themselves out towards the rat holes. I'm not expecting much from Monty. Maybe 1 kill and an exit at most.
Yeah, that's probably the most appropriate outcome in the best case scenario for the CT side. Sarah's taking 1 more back. Unley going to get Afro. Gizmi's backstab does start to close in towards the round holes. There's those 2 CT players, of course, that just fell there. I don't think the Brit's going to receive anything more back here, so... Get caught off, actually. There is 1 frag. Grab that AK and run for it. Get the hell out of there. Take a second to fight on Sarah, actually, so it makes it expensive for Ecstatic, so... Not too terrible for Monty, all things considered. No investment, free rifle, and 3 casualties.
There's something that's popped into my head literally this moment, Jay, is that Ecstatic have not had a coach for the entirety of this year. I wonder, could they get Castle out there that's just been benched from Fnatic? Because he's worked with the Ecstatic organization in the past, and he's worked with a few of these Danish players in the lower divisions. I wonder if that might be a move to try and help them maybe bridge that period from the top end of Tier 2 to starting to win tournaments more consistently and qualify to LAN tournaments.
It's a good suggestion. Depends if Castle's going to, if the contract details of Castle's going to work out for him. We'll come back to that in a second because Ecstatic have just absolutely stomped Monty there. Zero especially, 2 kills. Christo's all in support. Afro trying to get 1 back. A decent tag through the E-box. More smokes coming his way. TNB has walked past him though. Was not expecting Afro to re-aggress at old hell. And Lean gets caught by Christo. And that's all on Afro in a 1 versus 3. Best he can do is extra frag damage, and even that seems unlikely. Ecstatic so quickly into the outer bomb site. I've just wrecked the TT side.
Beaten them by pace completely, and I think that's something that we see quite frequently on Train. You can path out there towards the back of the red, get yourself into that E-box sightline. You oftentimes can catch CTs with util in the open, slightly out of position. Afro had an excellent effort to try to redeem himself, sort of working Ivy, getting to old hell, but it's not enough to make anything of it. And it's sort of blink and you miss it, isn't it? We start the Train, now it's 05 and about to be 06 going into the next eco.
Terrorists win.
5 in a row for Ecstatic, dominant on T side of their map pick, and well, that's even to look at the stats of their previous map ups and say that the CT side is still the better half. So if that's already the better half, then what can we expect for the forthcoming game here? Yeah, Monty buying back into rifles as best they can. Ecstatic have been decimating them as appropriate. Look at the Mac head straight into Crystal. Once again fast out, once again 2 down. Hadji can trade back 1. Lean's just been seen there at Pop. They'll get smoked off. The counter up the incendiary, forcing Christo into the open, but it's forced to come up to the bomb site where they're on their way towards regardless. Hadji struggles to get the picks out. The Mac 10 runs him down. Lean's out of there. Afro's going to run for it too. just evaded body blocking that smoke, because if he did get hurt, they probably are going to hunt him.
Pretty clever to be investing into a MAC-10 if you've got the best spawn with these aggro moves, because you know that if the CTs want to keep rebuying, they're going to have to stop buying head Kevlar, aren't they? They're going to have to use that extra 350 and try and get some more util out, maybe try and think about a kit. Pretty much the exact same round. I think the difference is that it wasn't just a solo mission. Previously, it was Sierra that made that move. This time, you've got the MAC-10 and Co. Ecstatic. Just got to get Monty, I guess, putting a little bit more anti-rush util down to that back of train area. And that is just a real point of contention. More HEs, maybe a slightly different setup. They can't afford to let that slip again.
Terrorists win.
Twice in a row of the outer rush has worked for Ecstatic. Monty. Flyers are getting weaker here now, and an MP9 for Ryu. These dropped M4s can come in, so they can get some more on Gizmi and Vahaji as well. Top of Afro, still in play and has been rather decent with his picks, but unfortunately they're not generating impact with those picks. Static. Once again, out of the gate, Sierra's going to find that first. Ryu's at least good to trade it, so it doesn't last forever in the man advantage. Gizmi's leading up Pop Dog, a teammate right behind him. Oh yeah, he is being watched by TNL. Just turns away at the wrong moment. Gizmi now going to try and force forward, but there's so many T-side players around him. Cristo, even taking out his own teammate, leans flickering in from heaven, actually gets it down to 2 men. Unlay trades it to a 2-on-2. Both him and Cristo are tagged low.
Starting to get a bit messy, and they don't know exactly where Afro is on the bomb side. So Anlay tried to hope that Afro had over-rotated, maybe brought that AWP out to Con, tried to support Lean on the B site. And now Cristo on 44 HP has got himself isolated Jules on both A and B at least.
Good tap towards Afro, but surely doesn't get the same sort of engagement on Lean. Afro caught looking the wrong way. Where Lean's coming from, Cristo might have to take the head-on fight. Dip back in towards main, check out the A3. Smoke on the bomb. Cristo searching though, knows that Lean didn't tap it. Isn't a kit for Lean either. Incendiary's out. That HG, if it's placed correctly, might get Cristo. Going for a chance. Made close to sight. Not going to catch him. He's wasted too much time here. Does get the kill, but will not get the round. Ecstatic Streets continues.
And that's why Lean has not tapped that bomb. He's trying to put the smoke on it because he needs to force out that fight straight away. He's got to get himself a connection before he could even think about the defuse. It's just hurting because in that one, it's probably the best chance that you've had in a little while, and you still can't convert. You still can't get that 2v1 in order. And if you're Monty, you felt like you tried to throw everything at it, everything but the kitchen sink in terms of the anti-rush util towards A main. And what ends up happening? A bit more of a Brownell's take, isn't it? A bit more towards Pop.
A half advantage game without a single round conceded on Ecstatic. Ivy accessing control, the bombs out there. Main and Brown Halls also contested by the T side. Mono Gizmi sneak through Pop Dog to catch off maybe a 1v1 engagement. A couple of players, actually, I think 3 players up there now. Now putting a number of forces on both sides into the Brown Halls entries. Who's that going to yield results for though? Gizmi, Molotov back. Decent fight, so Hadji get 2 kills out of it. Lean will fall back. Advantage is taken by Monty. Cristo trade it, not quite.
They're just brute forcing space because Monty can't sit back and play defensively. I think that's the right idea. Go aggro ramp, go aggro pop. Try and catch Ecstatic on the defaults rather than against the execs. Now the issue is this still recoverable? I mean, you're starting to pack. You've got a walkout on A already. I'm looking at Hadji being low, a lack of util. I could see this 3v4 still going the Dane's way.
Not going to disagree with you, especially if Sierra just won the fight on Ryu. Makes it a 3-on-3, and he's still at half HP. Hadji is easy to fall. Afro and Gizmi are going to have to be the heroes of the round if they make anything happen at all. The AWP saw a pixel, unable to connect it. Bob plant. Swung upon Gizmy, denies only the 2 picks, not the plant itself. 1v1, 1v2 rather, Syrah. Where players coming in, bomb plant. Could be tapped by Hadji. Hearing Syrah rotating, they know they can stick the whole 10-second defuse right here. He won't meet them in time, he's backing off to save his gun. Bomb plant not for him, didn't expect that peek from the Brit. And that made the difference that finally gets Monty their opening on train.
And I'm wondering if one of the main reasons that they're struggling on this city side is that they're not getting impact out of Ryu. Now, when I look at this lineup from Monty and I look at Train in particular, you've got Ryu, who's the highest performer. He averages a 1.24 rating in the last 3 months. Lean at 1.15, but he's the B-site anchor, so you can give him a little bit of a pass. Ryu is that sort of aggro pop into E-box player, and as of right now, he's 2 and 8. He can just not contest at the moment.
Lowest on the board, unfortunately. Static been exploiting him, among others. Monty have been unable to respond back. The level of pace, the level of intensity in this T side of Ecstatic has just not been matched by Monty in general.
Does that make you think, what if though? Like when we look back at Dust 2, losing the eco, getting an 11-13 loss in regulation.
Yeah.
Do you start thinking about that in the back of your mind?
Yeah, I do start thinking about the what ifs because, as I said, at the end of that last map up, the main reason, well, the only reason really why Ecstatic were pushed past that finish line by Monty is the fact that they lost out on the eco. They were on the run up. It probably could have been closer. It could have been an overtime. It could have been a 13-11 in the other direction. And the chops about them. Those small mistakes, that finishing blow. Denying them 2-0 potential in this series. And it doesn't feel like Monty are going to get 2-0 of their own. So unless the bottle job occurs from here on out, so you're kind of looking at Ecstatic taking us to our third map.
Well, I'm now looking at Ecstatic, and to me, they're starting to come into the conversation like an endpoint as an organization. I mean, think about the iteration that made it to the major out in Copenhagen last year. That got sold to Gaming Gladiators. You then have got a position where you sell off Torsen last year over to Gamer Legion. And then you've got a lineup where you're bringing in sort of free agents. I mean, TSM, it probably wouldn't have been a big buyout. I'm not sure how much left was on his contract, but that team had completely folded anyway. And it's not as if they've got superstar signings. I mean, all of these players from Ecstatic have had pretty good tenures in Tier 2, but they don't have a big price tag to their name. And looking at what they've been able to achieve with the players that they've got, I reckon they might start being in that conversation as one of Tier 2's best feeder orgs in the not so much preparation for Tier 1, but financially to be stable. I mean, we're seeing a lot of orgs fold. I think orgs like Ecstatic should be looked at and say, right, that's how we want to try and run our organization.
Well, look, I mean, it's not like that's not like the Ols roster and Torsen are the only transfers that they've done to Tier 1 or like higher level organizations, right? Fnatic bought out Fasher from this side for as you remember, back in 2022. So like, you know, you've got a little bit of history there. And you are right to sort of look at that sort of conversation because if that continue to make results like this happen, I mean, they haven't held on to their previous star players, they haven't held on to their previous star roster, so why not think about what the futures could be? The immediate future has Ecstatic holding dominance on their map pick, though. TNB's rejoined us, so we're ready to get back into the thick of it. Monty have just taken their first round, though, so can they turn it into momentum or Ecstatic just shut it right back down?
Well, I reckon right here, right now, Ecstatic pick up Astralis Talent, make them your new academy team.
All right. TNB more concerned with the initial phase here in the map. Ryu's made his way right past TNB. Kill found ahead of the smoke of Afro. Kill returned by Ryu to a 4 versus 4. He's hoping to find an angle of attack, but TNB gets out of the way. Gizmy catches Unlay. And Ryu holds back to the backlines of the site. They've got the man advantage in for Monty here.
Poor Observer just doesn't know what to look at. I mean, what do you look at there? It's just a running sprint out in A main, and somehow the brute forcing of the trades have come out decently here for the T side. Hadji at the back of the old bomb does get himself one good pick, which means Christo's got to try and clutch.
11 deep on the AWP. Spots one, shot down. Where's the last? He has no idea. Didn't know whether to switch to the bomb or the AWP. Pulled out the wrong one at the wrong moment as Hadji struck. Monty will take the second.
These are the kind of rounds I look at from Monty and think, even when they're winning them, it's not exactly like it's the cleanest of CT rounds. They're being tested, they're being pushed upon, so they might only get the what if every once in a while. That's a 2v2. I mean, right there, Christo's probably expecting a slight reposition. In the kill feed, they would have known that they didn't catch off Hadji, but doesn't even move from the back of bomb. We get to a state where the money is good enough for a buy, but considering it's 7-2, it is a bit deplenished.
Yeah, I expected a lot more out of them. I mean, a little bit of credit to Monty for doing some damage in that respect.
You even look at what the last T round that was gained, it came down to a Christo clutch, so 1 alive, you then lose 2 in a row. You can see how the money is starting to dwindle.
A little out for TNB, going to highlight that, but the bigger highlight may well be the utility bases of the T side. Very little to play from here. No more fast charges out to the outer bomb side. Monty have started to counter them here. Lean in the brown holes of Pop Dog. Unlay thinks he might be. Shoot a swing of the M4, adjusts back well enough. No damage done in that fight.
One of the very few times where there hasn't been that much presence out towards sort of the Pop and brown holes area. Gizmy can take all the T-Con, Ecstatic. Really struggling. What they need is TNB to relieve some pressure, and that's why he's trying to walk Ivy. He's got to hope that he doesn't lose the fight to the AWPer, and he ends up winning it.
Lean taking Nut back from T-Con though, reinstates the 2-man advantage. Here's about to get jumped by 2 players from 2 different positions. Lean gets caught first. Gizby and Ryu quickly run down the last 2 individuals, and Monty, well, they get the streak of their own going, 3 in a row, and no money for Ecstatic.
Rounds are getting a little bit messy for Monty, and maybe that's what Gizmy's trying to call on how they can get themselves a little bit of an edge against the Danes. I mean, I'm looking at that one. They're pressing T-Con, they've got the B anchor of Lean that's walked all the way past the showers and got himself down deep in the brown holes, almost towards spawn. Ecstatic will have to look at round number 12 as their last real gun round of the half. Treat this one as a light eco, see if anything presents, probably not banking on much. Have you seen any of these new maps, Jay? Is it the golf course?
Yeah, I have seen the ones from the update, right?
Yeah, I saw. Yeah. The only thing I know about one of them was that you can go outside of the map. That's the only thing that I've seen. Graphically, they look quite good. I'm not sure gameplay-wise. I might have to have a little play around with them, see if any of them could be ready for active duty. I'm not sure if they're all just like fun maps rather than potential active duty.
Oh, as I understand, some of them are like wingman maps and like wingman only maps,
not...
and some of them
are they? I
are
thought they
competitive.
Were all 5v5.
Well, that's what well, that's the thing, because I haven't actually tried them myself. I haven't had time to, but like, I mean, that's what people have been telling me.
Okay.
So they might just be feeding me a line of BS, but you never know.
Could be.
So don't take my word for gospel. Don't take anything I say for gospel. I'm usually in line. Sarah telling the truth of a deagle. Christo taking one back of Ryu. She made a 3-on-2 happen for this pistol set. Okay.
Oh, no.
All right, let's stop talking about maps and start talking about the round itself, because Hadji's in a 1 versus 3, and Christo behind the red train. He knows that Hadji's out there. He loses the fight, still takes a lot of damage within this round's over. Ecstatic, well, they do unto Monty what Monty did unto them, and still an eco.
It's a shame because there's not even any armor being invested. That's the odd couple of pistols here and there for Ecstatic, and you've won an entire steal. Monty were just starting to feel that they were putting a little bit of pressure up. They were getting a few rounds in a row. They were making it uncomfortable for the favorites. Maybe they can get 5 rounds out of that first half, get off to a positive start in the second, maybe be in a conversation to get a 2-0, and instead, all of that just starts disappearing because loss bonus isn't great, money isn't great, you're not even going to give yourself a goodbye for round 12.
How do we be grateful that you held on to that M4, because that's the best weapon they're going to have. For Mars, a couple SMGs, and a Deagle on Afro. Ecstatic. Full set of weapons, full set of firepower. Early utility of the Monty side will try and enable a little bit of a challenge here from Pop from Gizmi. The range game against the AK, that's never going to go well. TMB finds the fight, headshot gained. Nut now setting up for the out of arms light execution. He's got players that can split their way in soon enough. They'll try and force Ryu out of the way here. The fire burning that FAMAS. They'll hear the damage. They'll know that he's close. Afro is bound down by TMB's Molotov getting the kill in the end. Just one kill could come out of it alongside Lean on the SMG. A secondary kill not quite secure by the Rifler. 3-on-2 for Ecstatic.
Nut sees another player, but just as he tries to escape out in T-Con, that's when he gets caught. Starting to get a bit messy, and Lean is trying to take that map control away, so he's going to be able to hold the bomb territory. There's still so much time for Ecstatic to work with, and Hadji has not seen them walk out of Pop.
.45 on the clock. Lean has bomb control. Got two T-side players watching. He still thinks it's coming from T-Con. Gonna get the headshot for him. Flashbang off the angle. Christo's AWP unable to contest. He misses a shot, and Lean will hold an impressive triple that will bring a fourth round in for Monty to close to half. An 8-4 that favors the opposing direction as it was on map 1.
Well, Monty can be satisfied with at least what was a recovery towards the end of the half. I think what they'll be disappointed about was the lack of chances that were being generated at the start of the half. And then even when those sort of rounds came in, they weren't quite closing the clutch opportunities. Ecstatic looked comfortable out there on train. And looking at how their form has looked as of late, especially on their CT line, I'm not expecting much of a challenge come their second half.
Again, CT side statistics look better for Ecstatic than they do on the T half. So if that's your T half, then oh Jesus. Monty are going to be in for a difficult task ahead of them. And Ecstatic's last CT side on train against the Monty wasn't anything special, but there was still enough to push past the finish line, so a 7-5 at the turn of that last head meeting. Going one better for this one. This should be a bit of a simple end to our second map. And as I said before, therefore, we'll be looking towards Nuke. Pistols alive for the second half.
Seems as if there could be some pace going down towards B. You've got yourself an Ivy Lurk to start off the round. TMB to try and get aggressive out here. Does not see the bomb. Does get gooshed. Will see the bomb. Doesn't see the rest of the team, though.
3 peaks to his demise. Gizmi with that frag, but do they think it's all a lurk here? The Pop Dog players start to clear out the brown halls and recognize that they've rotated away, so A site's going to have to get bolstered down. Only the one player being seen, but Zero's going to hear these footsteps, so now they'll adjust properly. Smokes up. Zero waiting, flashes go over, he's unaffected, he's going to wait and bait and spot that bomb carrier, turn up towards the likes of Lean and get killed off. Lutnut is going to go falling, Gizby close range, Zero's got a war on 2 fronts, but still deals with one of them and looks for the triple kill against Hadji. Runs out of ammo though, and a secondary player comes up, the backstab finally closes out for Christo. It's chaos in a 2 versus 2. But they stand off, trading places with the T side. A tap to the head of Ryu and a goosh to return from Afro. Now both players on the CT side are low. They're getting some pop shots off. They're whittling him down here and they've got bomb control. Afro needs to fight aggressive.
Afro's hoping for a chance to separate these duels and it ends up going the other way. Sarah probably doesn't even know himself how he's able to stay alive for that long. This is just a situation where it gets messy from both teams in terms of that instant connection. There's a lot of whiffed bullets. It's a lot of uneasy shots being landed. And I think you can just say that the savior of that round is Christo, because if there's no flank, if there's no backstabbing individual to T-Con, then Sierra drops there, 100%.
That small difference makes all the difference for Ecstatic. Pistol round gain can form up to move on to Monty and close them down soon enough. It's Eco Pistols now, SMG fighting from Nut. I get the jump on Sierra for them. Incendiary off the entrance to make sure there is no brown holes access for Monty.
And this is going to be a good test for Afro joining up on Monty, because if he doesn't sort of prove himself to be a top AWPer and a player that can make a difference to their squad, then would you not expect that when Hades lone runs out with G2 that he just facilitates straight back into the team? Like, that might be something in the back of your mind if you are Afro.
It's possible. Only thing you could say towards that is that obviously Mades was benched before then, so we don't know. I mean, we can probably suspect that maybe that was a benching in lieu of that loan deal coming in, but you never know for certain. So it might be a team compositional thing that maybe he's going to have a bit more of a permanent spot. Regardless, when that loan deal terminates, that does mean the Monty will have options.
And it means that for Afro, it's time to step up.
Yeah.
He's already looked quite good in his first few outings. But especially at this level, when you're playing main Swiss stages, he needs to start farming. He needs to show us the double pony Afro that we remember.
Already had a number of good sequences over the course of this best of three, but they need to convert upon more of them. Nuts SMG is doing better than the Riflers here. Christo, the trade back on that casualty. Afro does take an AK to task. A 3-on-2 still favoring Static. Both players of the CT side are on the defensive line. They do lose one more. The backstab start closing in, 2 versus 2. And all Anlay will do is wait for the rotate or go for the retake when it happens. Afro's low or Rio's Coursera. Anlay needs to win this fight. He can't even do that much. As Afro does have an impact round there. 4 HP to the good on that fight. And Monty will take an answer back.
Well, poor Nut. He's the B-side anchor that's done everything. Long range with an MP9. He's got 2 kills. He's set up perfectly. It's a 4v2, and there's a little bit of overfighting and a lack of info. TMB would have thought there was clearance, right? You had, what, Sierra towards sort of the con, a backside area on the bomb side. He then is in a position where he's backtracking, and hang on, there's a player in heaven. How are we not common that? How are we not aware that he's there?
To walk straight out and get the kill in. Lean, flash blinded, perfectly timed for Unlay. They give Sierra that opening kill. He's low HP though to resist against the rush tactic. Once again coming in from T-Con for the T side. A is the target. Unlay trying to move forward against Gizby. He's taking a lot of damage, swinging forward to that incendiary, getting his kills in on that second player as well. And Ecstatic, well, confident answer back. 1v5 for Afro now.
And that's TMB saying, we are so back. We may have lost that last round after a 4v2. But yeah, you're gonna basically get nothing. This is shaping up to be a 13-5 kind of score. What a shame from Monty, because there's been so many moments in both the first half and the second half where they can just jump at the opportunity to start generating a good round streak, to start resetting the economy, putting pressure against the favorites, and it feels like they've buckled at quite a few of those moments across this map.
All Afro can do now is just try and take exit frags, take some weapons out of the hands of the CTs. You are right, 13-5. Seems like it's a inevitability at this moment.
I reckon you've even got to buy here. I mean, why eco? Just buy it down, force it up for me.
An overtime run from 12-5 seems extremely unlikely. But they will decide to go lighter on those pistols, so they'll make their beds. What are they lying in, though? Sierra's already found that first pick. Afro first to drop. As well as damage onto the next couple of individuals. Yep. Going about as well as Ecos do, though.
Where do you reckon that sort of idiom comes from, Jay? About the men line in it. Have you had any thoughts on that one?
So this one will be pure speculation on my part.
Okay.
But I'd imagine that, like, it's to do with, like, making your bed in the morning. So if you...
You'd think, yeah.
So if you make your bed properly, then you're going to get a nice lie-in for night. But
should we do some fact checking?
I might have to do some Google checking, yes. But
I mean, it sounds very logical.
yeah, it does.
This is.
I mean, if you're sleeping in a pile of trash, then that's it. You're sleeping in a pile of trash.
That's it. I can't argue with that at all.
Have Monty chosen the pile of trash or the quilted temper mattress? Let's find out. Rifles are back in. Galil's for Lean, but a 7-round comeback to make happen. It has to be all the way in a row. Ecstatic have looked stellar and lights out on the contrary, so you have your doubts. Monty spread out on default. Not nearly as aggressive as the T's have been so far.
Nut can get first contact if there's a smoke to go down or even a walk set up there on the ladder. Just wonder how much is going to get found from Haji out in Ivy. He's being really defensive about it. He's almost expecting aggression to come from the city side rather than take the map control himself. Single flash out from A. It doesn't force any util though. Doesn't drop a smoke towards T-Con. Doesn't drop an incendiary. And for the T's, there isn't that much more util to follow for them.
Good shot from Ryu. Zero caught on his shoulder baits. TMB going to hold back in the back of the bomb site. Molly's in against TMB, burning down, swing forward, sees several, and they just adjust back as he sprays a little bit messy. Afro can get another kill as Lean falls. Gizmi and Afro continue the punches. And they do get their first of 7.
What a shot against Syrah. That's the player in, what, the sandwich area? There's just jiggling, just waiting to drop a bit of util, drop a smoke, drop an incendiary. Just gets absolutely owned. The TMB was just up against too many players, same for Anlay. So Monty give themselves a little bit of survival. The money state for the CT line is pretty good to get not only a strong buy together, but also the AWP up for Christo.
Lack the reserve money here for Ecstatic. Look at Syrah. Lean round the corner. M4 can't find the fight. Start for Monty again.
There is 21-9, but that's aggro moves that have cost him in 2 rounds. Monty have been able to work openers, and now they're not even pressing towards Pop. They take that opening space, they put some util down in the brown holes, and it's hoping to drive an over-rotation from one of the CTs on A. Not the case. Christo is going to take that AWP aggressively, just post on the line, and Nut's got a single smoke to try and defend on anchor on B if he needs it.
I'm sticking away on Monty. And run right into AWP of Christo. Shot to kick things off. First man down on the CT side. The man advantage even until Haji starts to get it back. TMB caught next. They're passive on the CT line. Aren't they going to get to old hell? Smoked off for the moment. Teammates only going to get so far in terms of setting up around the defense. It might have to be a retake play. Christo catching Rhea. Turns it into a 3-on-3 once again. An even stance. Unlay catches timing on Lean, swings to the back lines, but Afro is planting safe here. Flashbang forward for the AWP. He sees his contact. Haji goes down. It's Afro alone now, and the AK can't get anything done. 13-6, one-sided from Ecstatic as they respond to Monty in kind with their own map pick. It'll have to be a third to decide the victors. And
I feel like we're just going to get this long and extended winning streak on Train. It only got ended the other day by Fireflux, but perhaps it's the start of another one. This is now 20 wins and 3 losses from them in the last 3 months. That record is insane, and especially on what is meant to be the brand new map in the map pool.
yeah, look, I mean, they're clearly the kings of this one in the Tier 2 space. You mentioned it earlier, Dwayne, possibly our best Tier 2 team on Train, and it's like, I can't debate you at this point, given what we just seen right there. They look so on the ball with everything they were doing pretty much. Like all the backstabs and the aggressive plays they were playing on the T side, rushing out twice and still making the rounds work with the firepower, with the SMGs, with all that they needed, with all that they had. Like everything just worked so well for this team. And the Danes deserve a lot of credit for what they've been able to do, because this is a hell of a bounce back. And it goes back to that question I mentioned a little bit ago, Dwayne, of the potential 2-0, because having seen a 13-11 loss on the first map and then a one-sided victory on the second, it could have been 2-0 for Ecstatic today.
Very much so. You can look at both maps and say if a few rounds went differently on Dust 2, then it's a 2-0. You can't say that if a few rounds go differently on Train, it's a 2-0. It just wasn't even the same game. It wasn't competitive at all. It was a really slow start from Monty, and Gizmi tactically looked like he was getting completely outclassed. They struggled to adapt. They struggled to generate a game plan. They're going to have a little bit of an easier time in the decider just because both teams play it heavily and both teams win it a lot. But I think it's showing the disparity between the levels of both of these teams in this best of 3.
Well, for Ecstatic, you might be looking at how this 2-0 could have come down for you had things gone differently. However, for Monty, the fact that they took that first map may well be the lifeline that they have in this best of 3. Nuke is up next. It will have to decide it all, but will they be able to convert upon their excellence? We'll find out after the break. time to go to Nuke to decide who takes this series victory, who's going to go at 2-0 in this Swiss stage, and who will be dropping down to the one-on-one matchup. Ecstatic bouncing back hard on their map pick. It's Nuke to decide it all. Dweg, where are you going?
I'm going to back Ecstatic. I would say that Monty have been putting up some really good Nuke officials as of late. The problem is they're not taking on the best of teams, especially since adding Afro and Haji into the team.
Remember the victory against Ashram a few days ago might throw contrary into that particular assessment. Despite that, Ecstatic are on the pistol with the CT side start, and they are picking apart the pistol players. Already Lean and Haji have fallen to TMB's accurate shots. Ryu can finally take a trade back against him. You've got that hell contest and might end up decisive here for Ecstatic. Drawn the players away and forced them back away from the outer yard. And damage being done towards Nut next up, forced at 2 HP to 4-3.
Gizmi's hoping to cut a rotation, and he does well to catch off Anlay. Now, Christo was thinking about rotating down into the vents, but because of that kill, he'll stay on the top side. Now, Sira's flanking it on the back. No one is on B directly, so there's a very open bomb site on B to get the bomb down. Christo's going to beat the timing with the vent rotation, so he can stall out from either double door or even the glass.
Slowly but surely, the Julies will get out here. They'll get to observation. Spot players, tap up both glass panes. Open the double doors, perhaps, waiting for the moment to strike. Second player on his way in from the vents. Open plant for the decon doorway. Sira start peeking in, take some fights. Gizmi going to get tagged up, as is his teammate of Afro. Still 3-on-3 until Christo falls. Nut trades. He's solo HP. He needs to get the perfect headshot on Gizmi. That's exactly what he does. Look back to the last man at decon. Ryu will trade it. It's all down to Sira now. Spamming away with the Julies, but the headshot comes in for the Glock. And Monty can win the pistol.
Well, it's got to be frustration for Ecstatic, because TNB got 2 kills in, what, the first 15-20 seconds of the round, and they're just not really converting it. Instead, they're allowing a bomb plant, they're allowing a round steal. That should have been over from the absolute get-go. What a recovery. Monty couldn't have asked for a better start with the pistol.
Got a little bit dicey, but you are right. Really thought Sira had them beat with the HP advantage, with the Julie spam, but Ryu getting off one better. And Monty on T side will kick things off, and again a good opening half in this one. Shut down as much of that Ecstatic retention as possible, who are forcing into the second round here.
Trying to see if they get that deeper HE to do some mass damage. Gizmi, Ryu just chunk it massively. And now for Ecstatic, you consider the force up and think it looks fairly successful to the start of the round. Monty were peering towards the outside, but bringing a lot of players back towards inner. Not a huge amount of util to work with. Gizmi still making noise. Monty have got options for a top site lean, taking ramp. Just trying to see if they can slow the round down for the moment.
Slow press. Into the lobby they look to go. Monty their way downstairs into ramp. Hadji's going to catch that first kill on Christo. He's been taking a lot of tag damage though. In fact, 3 players have been tagged quite heavily by the T side. Maybe TMB can finish the job against the Frenchman, and that would be at least a positive responsive. Getting closer, playing more risk, but finally gets his pick in. Now, for the downstairs, Monty will go. Ecstatic, start the rotation.
Players down for the vent can come in quickly. Sira might be able to put some denial down onto this bomb.
Molly on backside, plant a decon. Or to old toxic, I should say. HG not connecting here. Afro kill found. Sira can trade back one player. Not playing distraction as Sira continues to try and pound away at them, and he gets a lot of HP damage to Lean there. Unlay picks up only 1 pick of the exit frag as Monty keep 2 players alive for their second round.
It's nice to see the resurgence of some of these tier 2 Lithuanian players as well, because I think it's been a scene that's always struggled historically over Counter-Strike. You only had a few names that have played at tier 1 in the past. You've got, what, Ryu out here on Monty Gen, and then Jugs out on that Na'Vi Junior roster. So probably a lot of young players from Lithuania that are looking up at those 2 in particular and saying, okay, I kind of want to be like them. I want to try and get stuck into tier 2 Counter-Strike.
Ryu trying to make a name for himself, doing decent work on Monty Gen, and now here on Monty, a chance can open up. Everyone assumes that Monty can get these victories on their board, like I mentioned earlier. He runs into playoffs for the international squad. Lean has struck first, TMB first of all. Mostly just upgrade pistols for Ecstatic, though. Nothing major for this one. They're focusing on the rifles the next.
Playing heavy outside, players in garage, out there towards the icebox. Nut does have a good timing to potentially deal with one outside. Back to the truck. Unfortunately, isn't going to get shots. Amley is trying his absolute best with the D, but not to be.
Monty. On the front foot to start things off on this map up Ecstatic and not given a chance to bounce back. And now that will change. AWP in for Christo. M4 for everybody else. See that AWP potential from Christo really step up like he did in the last map up. He was a stellar unit for his side.
Monty will look at this first gun round and say this could be the first time in the series that we can proper challenge Ecstatic. Always give ourselves on the front foot. Could be a ramp hop. Nut is the ramp player. Up against one of the T-side players behind the smoke.
He's out. Nut transfers his spray back to a half a casualty. It's Hadley the van that falls on the T side. Ryu now responsive, keeps him at bay. The Molotov will drive Christo back. Or just rescopes back in to catch Ryu. Sirocco or Gizby in the meantime. So we're down to 2 men on Monty this time. That's the answer that Ecstatic we're looking for.
Monty are being trapped out of this completely of just the space of the default. Both teams have Nuke as their highest picked map in the pool in the last 3 months. So when you get it as a decider, you know that it's going to be contentious from the word go. Anlay, even with the pre-aim from Afro, can't do anything. Bomb gets dropped. What an excellent return after what was a pretty good one-for-one trade-out on the ramp entrance.
Indeed it was. Lean caught looking the wrong way at the wrong moment. Distraction of the opposition. Making noise there at ramp and the AWP will strike him down. So missed timing, couldn't get that casualty. Only going to be an exit regardless, and imagine that trade were coming thick and fast. Regardless, Monty. Rebuy back in, have a lead to still buffer with. Ecstatic. A couple of AKs safe in the previous round.
Those AKs you can imagine are going to do quite a difference. Run boost to the NWP, try and get him on top of the box, get himself in for a bit more of an aggressive fight on the outside. Monty don't take much damage to the anti-rush, only a little bit for both Hadji and for Gizmy. Trying to see if they can get out towards the back of T-Red. Lean is just walking ramp. He's now making noise and the Hell player is hearing him.
Got 2 men over at Hell and 1 player down. Ramp, Boltov burning Christo quite significantly, thinking they might have had a swing, but no. Lean has to take that damage. Spray from TMB, hearing the footsteps, catching Gizmy, swing back with a flashbang support, getting a kill with Christo's AWP landing on Afro. And once again, in the blink of an eye, Ecstatic just swamped Monty.
We know that Christo is definitely a systems-based AWPer. We saw that on the AGF iterations, his North stints, even when he played on Astralis Talent. But this is one of the very few times in his career that he's legitimately been a part of a really successful team, a team that is a top-end Tier 2 team. Ramp, outside, Heaven, rotate. It's been back-to-back rounds in which he's got picks off, and it's almost the exact same circumstance for Monty, where there's time on the clock, but with the numbers being so deplenished, you just can't really do anything. You've got to try and force out individual fights, but it's just as unlikely as anything.
Lean down next, Ryu. 1 on 4 for him to hold. It's not going to be worth it for the Monty side. Second on the board of Ecstatic.
Notice how much movement there is from TMB. So he's the in-game leader, but he's the door player. And it allows him to kind of create a lot of calls around himself. He can try and peek in from main to the start of the round. He can work down to the vent rotation. He can work on outside. He's a guy that's constantly trying to fight against the opposition.
Ryu stuck in a bomb plant before the round does end, taking Nut down with a good pre-aim. But not exactly a post-plant that's going to fend off forever on Monty. The retake successful for Ecstatic. Bomb plant bonus for the T side. And a decent amount of cash, but probably nothing to go in with the... Not enough, rather, to go in with the full-on investment.
Now, something that I did see earlier on this morning, Jay, is that Preezy, the Danish team that's got Asilian and Patty on there, signed up for Epic Land in the UK scene. And you start wondering what more of these local division Scandinavian teams, Tier 2, Tier 3, are going to start jumping at the opportunity of BYOC land. Because I know that both Monty and Ecstatic haven't been to any so far this year.
Do we have any international teams at Epic, do we know?
This, like, at the moment?
The most recent Epic?
No, I don't think so.
Alright. and they're going to the summer one, which is going to be really funny, actually.
I think that, Dusty were at the last one. They're the only internationals that you can name.
They're like, you know...
They are international, but they're a bit local.
Yeah, I won't count them. That'll be interesting to see how it works for Preezy.
Well, for Ecstatic, I don't think there's any real reason for them to accept lands like that because of where they are on VRS, but you look at Monty that's getting close towards 80 newer players in the lineup, it might be something they start considering over these next couple of months.
At the very least, their ranking has improved from the start of the month. I'm not sure if that's just because of a good couple of wins and an upset and drags the point level on their side. You are right, though. You want to see some more sustained success from them, and to build up the base points with the prize money actually might be a potential option for them. So, I'll think about that for Monty. There's still time. Time's running out on them in that Leaker round. They can go towards the next set of guns. The buy state of a 3 apiece. Monty, the pistol and conversions to start. Ecstatic, 3 on the run up to equalize, and now a chance to take the lead on the CT side.
And Jay was mentioning at the start of the show how there's a bit of a winning streak that's going on for Monty, 3 best-of-3s in a row. And the problem is, Saber, M1, and then Astrum, this would be the Asterix kind of game to say, okay, you've taken a map, but can you actually win a series? Can you actually press it against a legitimate top-end Tier 2 team?
Yeah, again, like those aren't exactly great teams. He made a great move, at least, through the vent dive. Didn't make noise in that vent dive either. Not much going to get called by Haji. TNB, Deagle called out straight into the lobby and goes falling in an instant. Ecstatic trying to fight fire with fire, but the fire of Monty burns a little bit hotter in this round. Zero's at least taken 1 back. They've lost the B bomb site, and honestly, I don't see a retake on the table for the CT side.
Even though there's plenty of cash, look for exits at absolute best. You want to protect that AWP, protect the AK from Sierra. Monty have given themselves a lead on T side. They're doing all right at the moment.
Indeed they are. Started with a lead, just equalised a moment ago by Ecstatic, and now they'll reclaim that lead. As you mentioned a moment ago, though, protecting the AWP and the AK and the general economy line of Ecstatic with these 3 players means that there's going to be a strong economy basis to work from a rebuy in the next round. And after that as well, also available to them. Lots of cash for the rebuy.
And what we're noticing a lot more in Tier 2 is that the more up-and-coming coaches aren't the old guard that it used to be of X 1.6 pros or Source pros, but actual CSGO pros. And you could say the exact same thing for Ivan, the head coach of Monty. You and I, we casted him quite a lot when he was playing in the Ukrainian scene. He played on Unique, played on Hellraisers. I think a lot of people will know for his time on Frosto the most out of any of them. Has over 700 maps played on HLTV, and he's been coaching for the better part of a couple of years now.
2-for-1 trades on Ecstatic. Fast plays out once again as the main staple players on Monty are just trying to overwhelm them with pace, and they are starting to make it work to their favor, although it was questionable for a moment. Rio and Lean getting Sierra and Unlay. Leaves it all on Christo Zorp in a 1 versus 3. The rush tactics of Monty pulling a leaf out of Ecstatic's train playbook.
And I wonder if we can now start edging the conversation of this just being a main Swiss stage game rather than a single Elim bracket. I think when we've seen recently Ecstatic at their best, it's normally when they get into the playoffs. We saw it at the Galaxy Battle where they were able to beat Eklot, able to beat Gun 5. The one before that where they were able to beat Rush B, go up against Metasport in the semi-finals but lose out there. The Thunderpick World Championship, I mean the playoffs, 2-0-9, 2-1-500, 2-0-ends. Take a map off of Na'Vi Jr. in the final. I have noticed in the majority of the tournaments, there are the odd few losses in main Swisses. Losses to Iberian Soul, losses to Fireflux, and to teams like Sashi. And I just wonder with how they've looked a bit inconsistent in the CCT circuit, whether that's a factor and maybe an issue that Ecstatic face in these upcoming tournaments.
It's true. You get those like big moments like in the last CCT series of last season, number 20, the 3-0 Swiss was a good positive, and then you go to the Galaxy Battle event and it's 3-2 Swiss, and then you look back even further to the 18th CCT European series and that's a 2-3 Swiss. So sometimes you get good, sometimes you get bad out of Ecstatic. Even when those top 4 tournaments were happening, they were still losing a number of their Swiss matches, so potential that the pressure might not be fully getting to them at the moment. Monty take a lead as a result of that, but can they convert upon him with the T-side half? Ecstatic still got rifles to play with here in round number 9, and they have worn down HP on Lean.
Well, Gizmi will probably feel that he's in a position now where he's going to start making it uncomfortable for the CTs. Working on the outside, you've got Afro scaling with the AWP. It's been very passive on the T-side line, in with a few little explosions. We saw that with the Topper quick play on the top side lead in the last round. This time, just trying to use the outside smokes of the 2 and 3 because they've already got Gizmi on the cross. Zero seeing nothing out from lobby. Might have to be TMV rotating down into the vents.
Bash in, Dane checks it, tries to pre-fire, but adjustments don't quite land against the T-side line. They're allowed to walk into secret, uncontested. It won't be contested for the corridors. TMB is the first man on the defensive, and he's got not on the bomb site if they need him. 30 seconds, Monty needs to think about their hit.
All about this door player, because for TMB, stalling out for time is going to make it a lot easier for the CTs to get into reposition. Opening kill for Gizmi needs to come out. There's still a lurk on the top side towards the outside.
TMB's down. Molly's against the vent rotators, and with no one really in rotating positions for Ecstatic, it might have to be a save call here. Yeah, backing away. Oh, Monty beating the Danes with the submission. This is a 6th on their T side. Minimum's taken. And maybe even more casualties to come in. Hadji has seen 2 players. They're back to the turn. Knife pulled. Burst fire. Christo is down. That's the AWP lost. Under a couple position as well as he taps on the walls. Not next. There's a 5-on-2 for Monty. No one finding much success on Ecstatic right here. This third map is falling apart.
Indeed it is. And even though TMB feels like he's calling the right sort of setups, it's the losing of the fights I think is hurting them the most. We saw there towards the lower corridors, the single door, the in-game leader just loses that first engage and that's it. There's no fight back, there's no rotation down from ramp, there's just an instant save. Monty starting to get a feel of this T side. Players are peeking off each other really well. Individually they're looking quite sharp. And with how the economy sits at a 6-3 scoreline, I think the goal and the expectation has to be at a minimum now for Monty getting 8 T rounds, which would be such a good position to go into that second half with.
8-4 leads over the course of this best of 3, and 1 8-4 of course on the first map for Monty, the other one going the way of Ecstatic on Train. Of course, won by the respective sides of the winners of those halves, so that'll be nothing but a positive sign given the trends. Opening kills have been found. Unlay can trade back one of Hadji. They're looking at Ryu with a quick strike on TMB. Can't adjust back towards Zero though, so 3-on-3 trades are good. Still got 2 CTs ahead of these smokes down, however. AWP in position for Afro. Bombs on his back, need to protect it, and he will start to fall away. Walk out from Lean might come into the upper bomb site though.
All about the timing, because he's taken a lot of space away, and Sierra has no idea that this is a potential.
Lean moves up. Gizmi's waiting. Sierra peeks forward of that smoke. Lean's going to get him. Site's now been taken. The backstabbers ramp covered by Gizmi and his AK. Nut and Unlay both in position. They lose half HP on the 1 man, but the kill comes into a 2-on-2. Retakes off.
Player out towards a closed vent corner. Afro's going to have to try and play with the AWP behind the backside.
Smoke to the site itself. Flash in. Lean peeking off the second one. Going to line them both up and knock them both down. Monty. Well, they're starting to look pretty stellar right now.
But what should even be required in that last round to be featured from the T-side line is how Hadji was slow to getting up on silo. We saw him missing the jump, and what that meant was that he was late to getting to top main, and that probably hurt that first sort of encounter when they were trying to put pressure onto Christo and against TMB. So a slight individual mistake ends up being recovered because of Lean's walkout. And we're seeing a lot of these walk timings, aren't we? Outside and inner for Monty.
5-7 straight up the TMB kill found. Hadji with a trade back. Afro and Hadji getting involved. TMB's desperate to try and get something back with that pistol, but only so much as the casualties of 2. And 1 man left of Unlay. versus 3 Monty players. All he can do is look for one more exit. Maybe peek back in towards lobby and grab some of those rifles. But honestly, with the way things are going, this could even be in a 9-3 half for Monty.
Ecstatic have underperformed by their standards, and I'm looking at even their T-side of Nuke. I know Danes have always got some really good protocols, always got a really sound understanding. Just get the feeling that today it's slightly off and they're being punished for it. And Monty are certainly threatening for the upset, and this would be a great way to start off their main Swiss stage campaign. Because you sort of look at that opening game and go, yeah, okay, you get a 2-0 versus the Astrum boys. They've been cracking, but we don't really know what they're like now that they're with a new organization. It's still the unknown. You beat Ecstatic, there's no unknown about that one.
And the first tactical pause has been called in. It's probably coming a little bit late for me. One more round in the half. Best you can do is 4 on CT side, and I'm gonna pray that T side basis is something to behold here. Might be Ecstatic's only way back in. At least take the consolation prize for now. Monty. They've really kept the heart up on the Danes, I'll tell you that much. He goes down to scrappiness like he did in the previous round, but Monty should be the ones that come out on top of it. The AWP in for Afro, not required, as Lean's been doing all the main heavy lifting. M4 for everyone on Ecstatic, TMB. Initial push forward, flashes through the skylights, going to catch players blind of Sira, gets the cursed kill in. You've got Christo as well on the rafters, getting Gizby next. Sira holds on to the back lines of the site. Adric can get 1 kill on Unlay, and Afro goes down to TMB. It's all left to Adri now, 1 versus 5. Taking 1 and 2. 17 HP, should be no more than that, and Ecstatic will indeed make a confident round work at the tail end of the half. It's 8-4 for Monty.
Bit of a change up. They're going for a quicker top site lead, maybe anticipating that the CTs were going to take heavy outside or have a slightly different setup, a little bit more undefended towards A. It wasn't quite the case. You have the Heaven rotate that even starts Heaven. Ecstatic get themselves up to 4, but Monty, I think it definitely shows that Nuke is slowly starting to become very powerful for them. I look at that performance that they had against Astrum on Nuke, really comfortable. I think back to some of the other performances that we've seen from them kind of picking it in best of 3s. It's their highest picked map in the pool in best of 3s, and now becoming the highest played for both Afro and Haji. And I think that's probably a helping hand, right? That even though you've brought in 2 newer players, you're not really trying to change the map pool. You're not trying to change what maps you were picking from the previous iteration to now what the new lineup is.
Well, Monty set the advantage going into their CT half. Ecstatic, they are playing from the back foot. And they were on Dust 2. Will they surge back ahead? Will they manage to maintain even stance near the tail end of things, or will this opportunity go by the wayside? Unlay started off well in the pistol. Haji down, Lean providing resistance, but Afro's going to get taken back. Gizmy trying to do what he can here in the rafters, but he's missing all his shots. His teammates have fallen. And Monty now reduced to 1 player on the upper bomb site. The Danes are in on B. The plant will be secured, and there's nothing the Brit can do. That's speaking of Christo, who gets him and locks in a start for Ecstatic.
Well, considering how that smoke went down, you thought that there was an instant capitalization for Monty, in which that there was an open pathway towards the vent to drop that bomb. It just doesn't quite get landed. Beaten by pace completely there in Ecstatic. It's the right start. We know that Monty haven't enjoyed force buying across this series. They've been really reluctant to going into round 2s with the intention of breaking. Seems like they're just quite happy to always completely full save and just look to focus up on early rifles.
Ecstatic a small little way back in, much like they did in the first map. Pistol conversion, then the rifles returned, and then they completely swamped to Monty. At least for a little bit. Ecstatic. Leaning forward into the tunnels. Nut and Christo are the two men that face no CT resistance and nothing that Monty can do here. They're all upstairs on A.
Well, all eyes are going to be on the next gun round to say, what is the move for Ecstatic with double Mac 10s? Does TMB and Nut look at it and say we want to upgrade into a Galil, or do we try and ramp, pop, A-site lean? You always got to be thinking in the back of your minds what you'll... If you are going to invest into Mac 10s on the anti-half-buy or the anti-force, you need to be thinking about what you're going to do with them in the first gun rounds.
Bomb has been planted.
We'll close the gap to 2 rounds. Monty still hold a lead for the Danes. Alright, he's really inside of this rifle round for Monty.
Terrorists win.
Destiny may well be decided. All 5 are alive. They can play this as a bonus weapon round. A bit more affordable, a bit more opportunity to properly buy in the next and potentially see what damage they can do to Monty, because Kevlar will be lacking. The Mat 10s will not be a bad option. Same story for the Gills.
I want to see how quickly Afro is going to be able to get onto that big green, because while he had the AWP on the T side, we didn't see the impact from him. It was mainly just the riflers that were doing the work.
You saw some good sequences from him over on the last map, and of course Dust 2 was the highest rated player for Monty. You know that his AWP can be stellar. Need to see it all the way through a best of 3. Ecstatic. Ready for the upper take. Smokes in, flashes over. TMB cancelled by Incendiary there by the CT side. HEs will come in to try to catch some players. It's Gizmi that starts on Syrah, so first man is down.
The outside lurk being caught. Good cancel from Ecstatic, but the problem now is, what are your options? Taking ramp might be the only one. And lay out from the door. Ryu is going to get some assistance. There's going to be 2 players defending ramp from the CT line.
Molly heard. Flash goes over. Afro can get a first kill. TMB only with 1. Ryu with a response. Christo swings and gets a good headshot. Unlay close against Haji. Smokes in the way of both players though. And the back of Unlay's turner was Haji first. He'll get his man and the round will go the way of Monty.
And you look at the T-side line, they're not able to get a bomb down, which means they're not even going to be able to get Christo on the big green come sort of the follow-up. Have to get AKs out. Monty, good preparation of the counter util. Just when it started shaping up to be a topside lead, they drop that incendiary out there towards Hart. It cancels the round. Syrah ends up dropping on the outside. And make the difference 3. Win this, you go up 11-6. I think that's kind of the finishing blow to try to get this best of 3 series in your hands.
Feels like it, doesn't it? Unlay struck first. 2 kills out from the Ecstatic side. 1 return from Gizmi. Blind spray returned by a HE will nearly get Christo to fall. Instead, with his position given up, TMB can pre-fire through the smoke, make it 4-on-2 instead for Ecstatic. Advantage for the Danes. Ryu detecting 1. Dink off on TMB is not good enough for the kill.
Very awkward 2v4, because you've done a lot of HP damage, but you're not in a position to win the round. And it might just be a fake down on the lower bomb site to bring that bomb back up onto the vent. Watch out for the top site lurk of Nut that's already come out hot.
Syrah get caught switching to his rifle. He's the Afro. Get a kill in. Low HP across 2 players. It's not an impossible retake right now for Ecstatic. Or for Monty, rather. It all rests on Nut for Ecstatic. On the contrary. Both players will be coming in from lobby. Afro's making a lot of noise. Less so for Ryu. Hunting around the extremities for a pick to a trade and a bit of damage, a little bit of expense to output, but will not turn into a retake in the end. They'll back off and save their guns. Ecstatic return to the board.
Well, that's Ecstatic at their very best, because they know when to react and when to be able to jump on opportunities. Now, Haji, he was the door player, and you can feel that he is desperate for an opener, isn't he? Sitting in the flames, he's waiting for something to present, and he ends up burning quite significantly. He goes down to about 30-40 HP. So Anlay's in a position where he's hearing all those ticks. He knows that the door player's got to be fairly low. Give me a flashbang through those skull lights, and I'll make sure he drops. Anlay is just the distraction there. He gets, what, 2 kills on A. It brings over rotations. They start sending it down. Gizmi gets a bit unlucky to not be able to multi-frag, considering how much damage he was doing on that spam out from the smoke. But that was just intuition from Anlay to make this play.
One that avoids the trends of the streaks of Monty. That rifle does not convert back into a run to the 11th or 12th like it did on Dust 2. So much to draw in parallel to the first map of the series. But not in that specific regard. Ecstatic just took their second tactical pause with this map up because they are still on the run back. They are facing the eco pistols. 2 rifle saves were the only rifle save from Monty.
You got to perhaps get Ryu and Afro into some of those star positions in this round. Try and get them set up for early impact. You want to try and get an opening kill. Try and see if you can drop a weapon and get it into Lean or Afro's hands. Outside is going to come in, and Afro and the other rifle, they're both going to position themselves towards the lower corridors and on the edge of Secret.
Kill for Afro on the first man, and the second he's looking for the triple, not quite able to land it. Not takes that AK down. Being advanced by Ryu. Next up, the other rifle still in play. Hadji's been picked to a 3 versus 3 in the meantime. Gives me hearing the footsteps and not through the smoke. He tries to fight back. His USP, he detected and spammed away. They don't quite get the kill against him though. The bomb commit towards sight, and Nexus can get the advantage in.
Adelaide protecting his teammate from the plant, but there's an awkward timing. Lean might be able to come out hard here.
Might be the only player that can make a difference now. Tap bomb once, flashbang forward. Adelaide gets him and denies any more damage in the round itself. The AKs will just missed out by Christo, so decent expense applied towards Ecstatic for Monty's efforts. Only an eco, nothing was invested. The 2 rifles were carried over to the previous save, so the rifles and the M4s, the AWP can go in confidently.
It is a shame though, because Afro got 2 kills and the other M4 just did nothing.
Only an eco, nothing was invested. The 2 rifles were carried over to the previous save, so the rifles and the M4s, the AWP can go in confidently. 50 seconds for Ecstatic to make a move.
So the pre-aim is pretty good. They see Gizmy. It's just basically a sit and duck now because Christo can even peek in. They do well, or Gizmy does well to get 1. Afro and Hadji though, it's the Frenchman again.
Generating so much impact between the 2 defensive holds because of their efforts. Outside is where the bomb is sat. Not 30 seconds to get a pick in on the bomb site. Grab the bomb, commit it through. It's just not going to happen, is it? Even walk past the player in the back of the bomb site. Exit frag potential. Finally does lock in on Lean, but the round is over. There's nothing you can do about it.
Money's not ideal here for Ecstatic at all. You've got Anlay with no cash, Christo the same, TNB to follow. It's only Syrah at 1100. Nut will be able to drop a Galil, but no, this is definitely not ideal for Ecstatic.
Counter-terrorists win.
Oh dear. This is where Monty can start to face down their ending map scoreline. The 11th and the 12th could be on their way. Ecstatic have 1 more tactical pause, and they're going to use it now. Monty haven't caught a single one on this map. They have been in the driver's seat pretty much from the word go. And they will face the force of Ecstatic. Christo's investing. Not should drop a weapon. Double eco status. So if Ecstatic can see this, they'll have to play for overtime again from a 12-8.
But they're limited for options on what they can really do because of the util. Now, what we haven't seen is a vent drop in a little while. So I think that might be the one, a door explosion, vent drop, or just a rush towards the A site. I really don't see them taking outside with this kind of buy. This is a rough one. Nut might have to just produce something special considering he's the one with the AK.
They'll lose the range game. Not unfortunately on only 8 kills here. It's a far cry from the top frag is in server and of Ecstatic. Monty. Serious game-winning opportunity opens up in this round. All they have to do is secure it and make sure that no one from Ecstatic stays alive. HG HG's through smokes. Not caught first. Afro caught TMB. Rio with 2. Syria can trade him. Teammate right behind to grab an AK. Try to see what Christo can do with it. He might just peek into the AWP with no flash support. That's going to be suicidal.
Afro is just locking out that area of the map, and Ecstatic, they might even think about saving. Get both players back out towards T-spawn. What are your chances in this one? You've got the bomb. I'm looking at the score. I'm not getting a great feeling that they're even going to get any success down here on B.
No, I mean either. Disney gets caught by Sierra. That might change things. Bomb plant can get secured. The retake may be on.
Get that bomb down, but they need to get themselves in good post-planting positions. Sierra might even think about trying to get up onto the railings. You've got to try and give yourself an edge against the CTs.
I heard that vent pop. All 3 inbound from the same doorway. Crystal going to get back in time. Smoke up. Double doors open. Sierra. Position. HE sent. Shadow advantage. Hadi starts walking. Caught by Crystal. That's all important. Feet are peeking out. Sprayed through. Down to 1 man. Afro's AWP is cut back. And despite the lack of potential success, Sierra and Christo go for it anyway and find everything they were looking for.
But the frustration for Gizmi is, why is he out there lower on B and not maybe towards the double doors or out there towards the observation windows? At least if you're in a position where you can jiggle, you can fall back, you've got options. He just loses that fight towards Sierra and no one's on a trade. That's a 4 versus 2. And fundamentally, Monty will just only be blaming themselves in that last round, because that's a round that you shouldn't be losing.
It's a huge steal for Ecstatic. Diagonal smokes this time to outside and no money to buy in for Monty. Pistols only. Upgrades, yes. The potential in the round, no.
Yeah, I'm not expecting anything there. I mean, the armor for Lean, maybe. The problem is there's just a huge hole in the defense. I mean, Anlay just walks out half, realizes the A-bomb site's completely clear.
Gives me down a credit card. Ryu, 1-on-4, Mac-10 fighting. Doesn't actually manage to pick up the episode there, but the AK is also returned too, so he's making it expensive. Again, trying to keep the economy limited. Won't affect the next round buy, but Monty, if they can win a decent round of their own, then that might be enough to just cripple Ecstatic's buy state.
Well, to me, I feel like Monty have lost the edge. To me, they'd been on top of them from the word go here on Nuke, but they haven't quite taken their chances. They've allowed the favorites back into the game. T-side or CT-side, I don't really think it matters. We're talking about a top-end Tier 2 team that's been able to bring this game back from what looked like it was a done deal to now a 10-10 scoreline.
Terrorists win.
Monty invest. As their lead has disappeared. Ecstatic trying to take this series away from their opposition by virtue of this nuke. Could well have been a 2-0 for them, but 2-1 they have to settle for. They absolutely need to start taking some access though. Monty straight in is TMB. Gives me there to shut him down.
They're fast, really fast out. At least Sierra gets one, but they're struggling to get the player on the backside. They've got him now with the AWP, and the vent drop is being watched.
Ryu deals with Anlay, another 3-on-2. Favourable to Monty here. B site access going to be conceded by the CT side. They've gone back up the vent. And now Nut and Risto will reveal themselves. A tap down to the observation window. Molotov's deep. Bomb plant again will be allowed. The retake. It fell apart in the last one down on B. Let's see if it'll do so again. Christo and Nut after task.
Christo's going to get out towards Dark, and you wonder if Nut's going to get back on top of that silo like where Sierra held previously on the post. Monty don't have much util to get themselves in. They do have 2 towards the double doors, though.
Lineup's right there. Oh, not Nuts! That is a triple sequence that wrecks all of Monty in an instant. blink and you miss it. Perfect placement. And a huge, huge round for Ecstatic.
Oh, mate, that's come out of nowhere. He wasn't even pre-aiming. How quickly he transfers over. When you see the lineup, you think maybe there's 2. You don't expect 3. That is such a surprise and such a wake-up call for Monty now.
They're moving quick. Brought back in with SMG, trying to overwhelm with pace of the lobby crunch, and it's almost worked out for them. Haji's got 3 of his own. They're so heavily tagged up though. Damage up. Haji next to task, but the HG helps. Sira's on the corner. Needs to clutch against the one man. Lean on the corner himself. He jumps in to the Danes AK spray. And despite the best efforts of Monty, they cannot deny Ecstatic's map and match points.
Well, the biggest surprise here from Ecstatic was no one was dropping util. They were positioning as if they were getting set for an anti-lobby crunch, but there's no molly towards hut. There's no molly towards ramp, so there's no util damage before those CTs come in. Ecstatic, though, when they backed up against the wall after what was a disappointing first half campaign, they've now got 2 series points to close.
Christo in with the AWP, burning in the Molotov ahead of the squeak door. Trying to get that first pick in at Mini. Sprays out the outside. Gizby's going to catch that first. TMB goes down. Christo trading on the AWP at least. Haji to fall in trade. Damage up on both sides though. Christo to 40, Gizby to 43, Amlay to 62. Sira down into Secret. They're taking a vent dive as well. That bomb will make its way in and all. So B is going to once again be the ending goal for Ecstatic. And Monty don't have a lot of rotation room this time. Oh, Afro's DC. That's not good. Gizby involved. Gets traded back by Sira. The man advantage can stay.
Now Lean is wary about rotating in for the vents. Ryu's not abused. The angle massively out here from ramp. It's a good trade, and that's the job done. Ecstatic get it done. And when you consider that they were 3-8 down, Jay, that is quite a miracle and quite a recovery to be able to win it in regulation.
Equally, though, for Monty's side, heartbreak at the end there for Afro's DC. Left them that man advantage, and therefore that's going to stop them right in their tracks at the moment. 1-1 now in the Swiss as a result of that 2-1 series that will be taken by Ecstatic. I do think that they played the hell of a comeback, and I don't want to take anything away from them, but you can't help but feel that had that not happened, then maybe the match could have continued on a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's not the best of ways to close out, is it? I will say for Monty, though, it was a good showing in a best of 3 that you've struggled against a strong opponent. You've been able to take a map. I'm just underwhelmed because that was a really good first half, and I just didn't feel like they created that same level of threat in the second half. It was a lack of consistency. They had man up in retakes but weren't able to work it down. I mean, you're getting moments like Nutnuts triple out there in the 2v3 on B. For Ecstatic, they locked in and they woke up when it was required, because I was seriously doubting their expertise to close out this series at one point on Nuke.
I was too. I was in the exact same boat as you, Dwayne. I was starting to consider the prospect that actually we Monty in the 2-1 affair, and I didn't see that coming into this best of 3. They had a hell of a T-side start of their own, but you're right about what the Danes were able to find together. Not at the very end of things, that 3K sequence, I didn't think you'd get that much out of it, so they had to struggle through this one, but they did get it past the finish line. I think that is the ultimate point here for Ecstatic. 2-1 in this best of 3, and now 2-0 in the Swiss stage. It feels like they're on for another playoff run at the very least here in the CCT tournament.
You expect Ecstatic to potentially get tested in main Swisses, group stages, but when they get into playoffs, in at least the recent tournaments, they're going deep. So I'm not really too concerned about the outlook for this tournament for Ecstatic. I think that they've been tested by Fireflux and by Monty, but it's still 2-0. Their eyes and their goals are to go deep in the playoffs.
Now we've got one more match as we set our eyes towards the ending stage of round 2 of this Swiss competition stage. Iberian Soul will take on TNL in our final match today. Slightly delayed because of how this one extended on, but look, it's going to be an interesting one, Dwight, because look, we've talked about like the Iberian teams, like a Portuguese family and Iberian Soul potentially being dead teams if they can't get some good results on the board. So once again, a 1-0 match, it feels like there's a lot of importance for them.
Definitely so. They've been unorged for a little while now, and it's a moment of time, and I guess the landscape of CS has to say, we need results. We need to be pushing towards a top-end Tier 2 team. They've been there in the past, but they're certainly not there now.
Let's find out whether they can put those results up after this very short break. It's our final matchup of round 2 of the Swiss. Welcome back to CCT. It's time to close out the Swiss stage of our first European series, as Iberian Soul will take on a Team Next Level. In many ways, a team that has reached the next level here, Dwayne, and now they have to reach another level in the 2-0 Swiss stage. Again, we've talked about how valuable this is for everybody involved, and for everyone involved in this matchup as well, equally so.
I remember casting TNL towards the start of the year and didn't really think much of them, thought they were a bit average, didn't certainly catch my eye at all, but they've stepped up, they've worked really hard, and now they've got themselves in a position where they're threatening a top spot in Tier 2.
Indeed, they are. Of course, an opportunity to go even further in terms of CCT is going to be a one that they can seize and really prove in that particular respect. On the other side of the board, you've got a team that have been a little bit more established, the ex-Movistar Riders Koi roster that now rests on Iberian Soul of things. And I want to start with these boys just to sort of kick off our pre-match thoughts here, because for them, it's a matchup that really has a lot of importance because we don't know how long the August side is going to last here. I mean, we could talk about the fact that Portuguese family, I think they just disbanded because they forfeited a lot of their games, so they're out of the scene right now. These guys have got a lot of tenure around them, but no names knocking, no salaries, so they might be out of the scene soon enough. They are making like as much of a run as they can do in all the competitions they have, but you just don't know how long it's going to last.
Well, I think this LAN tournament that they're playing in tomorrow is going to really help. They've got a 6,000 euro LAN tournament that they're playing in Spain, and that's going to be one that will very easily make or break this roster, because let's look at the number. They have been Orgless for 121 days. That's a long time, especially when Alex was getting a tier 1 salary out there on NIP. So you can't imagine that without taking prize money and without having improvements on the VRS system, that this team is going to last too much longer.
Yeah, that's why this kind of match is super important to them. They want to get as many chances as they can to make it to the playoffs and therefore be within the money zone if possible. On the other side of the board, as mentioned, TNL on the rise as of late. And really, it was that Level Up Lund event that really sort of gave us the inkling as to what they could do, right? They go to a BYOC, they win the whole damn thing despite being major underdogs compared to the names that you have in that particular event. And then Galaxy Battle, that's the second place placing as well. And just those two runs alongside the other tournaments they've had, like also the PGL Astana qualifier, where they actually placed rather highly in terms of their group, that's given them so many ranking points. I actually got the numbers for you, Dwayne. So they placed number 40 in the world in Valve's GitHub update at the start of the month. That's plus 64 places in the world from where they were at the start of April. That is absolutely mental progress from this team.
Well, let's even consider that the Astana closed qualifiers. They had to go through open quals to get there.
Yeah.
They were able to take down teams like BetBoom, take down teams like Monty, give a fight to BetBoom on the rematch. Even IEM Dallas closed qualifiers, the Falcons roster before Monacy joined, mate, they nearly beat them. Map number 1 they were able to take, and then map number 3 went all rounds of regulation and got pushed in towards overtime. Now, for Level Up Lund, I was very impressed with not only their group stage, where they went completely undefeated, even beating Alliance, but getting into the playoffs there, beating NIP, Johnny Speeds, thrashing 9 in the grand final. That event, in my eyes, put these guys on the map, that not only can they perform, but they can do it on LAN. And this is a group of guys that really, outside of Knife, no one is going to know. I mean, Knife, he previously played on the Iron Branch team, on Betra, on Kono, with some of the Ukrainian players. But for everybody else, I mean, for Khan, for Flyrax, for Dori, they played out on Dash. It's only JR as the coach that I think brings anything, right? He'll be known for his days on Vega Squadron, on Hellraisers. He's been coaching for the last couple of years now, and it's nice that he's able to sort of come in with a national project and push them to a very good and competitive level right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you want to like go into like the intricacies and like the super hardcore nerdy tier 2 knowledge that we have, then you probably might have at least a little bit of an understanding, or at least some sort of like, you would have heard of Dash at some point in the last like 6 months or so. But outside of that, you are right. These guys are very, very much unknown in the majority of these players, but they've done great things. You know, they've been making some very good runs, and I think they have a lot of potential to improve upon that here today. Matt Vito, see Nuke, the pick of Iberian Soul, Mirage, the pick of TNL, Ancient will decide it all. How do we feel about the veto?
Well, straight off, I mean, Mirage very rarely gets picked in here for TNL, so it's certainly a punish pick. They know that Iberian Soul are quite weak on Mirage. I do look at Nuke and say, as of late, TNL have had some pretty good Nuke officials. I've been impressed by their level of form against some of the better teams. I mean, we just saw Ecstatic up on screen just before play Nuke, and we've seen most recently in the Galaxy Battle semi-final a overtime win on Nuke versus Ecstatic from them. Ancient as a decider, I don't think we're really going to get there. I think Ancient's one of the better maps in the pool for TNL. They actually typically play Ancient the most out of any best of 3. I mean, they picked it against 9 in their opening game, got a really easy and comfortable result. So I look at Mirage and Ancient as that second and as that third, and while from a veto standpoint, it looks really good, I doubt that we're going to need that third map decider.
It does feel like to me that TNL is just a little bit too strong at the moment. I mean, even coming into this competition, you mentioned as well the PGL qualifier. They had to go through the open qualifier to get there. Well, for this event, had to go through the play-ins to make it to CCT. So they didn't exactly have the easiest road to being in this particular matchup either. And TNL pretty easily smoked a lot of their competition. Admittedly, their competition in the group wasn't all that great, but beating out Rush B and not taking them down to 13-7, 13-3. Like, if you want to look at that team as like a gatekeeper to being like relevant in conversation of tier 2, I think that probably is a perfect example as to how TNL have performed in recent times on the online space, and that's just in combination with all the stuff that we talked about right here. If they do have to go to 3 maps, I don't think there's going to be a concern because Mirage and Ancient are just that good, but I can agree with you. I could see this being a 2-0 for TNL.
And Jay even mentioned the 13-7 and 13-3. That's on the exact same 2 maps that we've got here of Nuke and Mirage back-to-back. I think for TNL, they should get a 2-0. They're currently on a 6-map winning streak on HLTV. 3 back-to-back best of 3s, all getting 2-0s. Watch out for the trio of Khan, Dory, and Flyrax, because the form that those guys have been bringing individually has been insane for this roster.
Alex the lead, Iberian Soul in the T-side pistol straight up. We get things started. They overwhelm the 2 main side defenders. Flyrax able to get 1 pick out of it, but Alex makes it a triple to get this A site under control. Bomb plant should look to get secured as Iberia strikes first in this pistol round. Onyx is going to try and respond with some sort of trade frag, but will it lead into a retake, though? Will they be able to deny the bomb plant for now? You've got Khan rotating into the back lines. Davy G might not be ready for this, and indeed, he goes down to a 2 versus 2, making it 1 with Onyx flicked back towards Alex. Now it's all Dodo. 1 player remaining for Iberian Soul. Needs to grab that bomb, needs to plant it. They've stalled out enough time. But do they have any idea where he is?
He's worried about getting the bomb down. He wants a fight before he does it. The problem is the CTs have given him a lot of respect. Now he's got an opportunity to rotate down into the vent. All about the search. And now he's going to drop. Now TNL going to hear that.
Run his way straight in the decon. Plant down as quick as you can on the bomb site. Hear them coming. He's going to hide behind decon as well. The double doors will open up, so that indicates coming in from the other side. He's thinking that both players are going to rotate from vents, but other man came in. Decon door opened up. He'll draw them out. Try get caught, but caught by aim punch instead. Khan's going to get the kill in, and TNL will turn around the pistol from a 2v4 situation that really should have been won by Iberian Soul.
The best way to describe this isolated best of 3, Jay, is it is mid of tier 2 versus top of tier 2. That's how I judge both of these teams right now. And for Alex, he legitimately got a double entry immediately. As soon as he gets out of hut, he's getting 2. How are they not converting this round? How are they not in a position where they could just get the bomb down easily? It feels like they're just taking ages to get the bomb down. And then eventually you start losing a couple of isolated picks. So the Dodo can get the plant in the cash injection, but come on, they need to be winning that pistol round.
Indeed they do. That was a bit of a bottle job, honestly, from IBS. So TNL take the pistol start. Iberian Soul did get a bomb plant out of it, so they're going to force the issue into the second round, but already Khan's cut down Davy G. You've also got Flyrax making his way into the secret control. His M4 in hand. Mac 10 of 1 player, Mopos, got caught, damaged up heavily, so he'll get dealt with as soon as he makes his way in. Bomb carrier's now been spotted. Flyrax are going to swing in, line up the 2 players. Oh, so Saul takes his own teammate out. Assistance of Flyrax there. Alex got picked up elsewhere. Last man, well known for the CT forces, and he'll go down soon enough. Very confident stuff from TNL. Mistakes were made on the T side.
I remember over 6 months ago, Jay, we were doing a tier 2 talk episode, and I can't remember who the guest was, and they were talking about TNL and sort of saying, oh, like these guys are pretty good in prac. They're actually hitting really hard, and both me and Retro are sitting there thinking, nah, it's just not the case. I've seen them play, not really getting anything, and perhaps it did take a little bit of time, because I think their results earlier on the year don't certainly scream any level of excitement, but from what we're getting in their latest few tournament runs, you're really starting to encapsulate the vision.
When they're competing in like the Justice Cup and United 21 and a bunch of open qualifiers, and it's like, yeah, it's not exactly the most special level of results now, is it?
Well, they're getting, what, closer to the top 40 on VRS, and they're still playing an ESEA Advanced.
Yeah. Sometimes all it takes is one good qualifier run. I'm imagining that PGL Astana did wonders for them and level up Lund even more so. Establishing their confidence, establishing their presence here in the Tier 2 space. And it is so weird as well for a team to rise as high as this to say that they are a top-end Tier 2 team, but like they've worked extremely hard to earn that.
Even the amount of maps that have been played on HLTV for these guys. You've got Khan at 143, Onyx at 129, Flyrax at 122, Dory at 120. Those are low numbers. Those really aren't long and extended careers at all. And that's mainly because almost all of those maps are under TNL and TNL only.
For a decent number of these players, it's like their first actual, like, proper step up in the world of Counter-Strike. Flyrax going to get caught first up. Kill found against his name. Davy G taking some revenge in response. One pick found, and have to settle and rest here for Iberian Soul. Start to walk their way back in towards Secret. You have got one man down there to defend it. That's Khan.
Iberian Soul have done work to put pressure on the AWPer on the outside. Now it's about taking the Secret control. Now there's a player down there with the M4 that can try and stall for time with event rotation from Knife too.
Khan gets his pick in. They're going to continue fighting on that crossfire. Onyx going to rotate back up towards Watching Hell. Potentially an outside wrap could come forward. And there seems to be a potential of the rotations. Dory has just seen Mopos. Did Mopos see him? Evidently not. Skill found. Dory can go upgrade towards an AK. The T's are not in a position to trade him back. So advantage goes towards TNL. Extend it as well with knife skill on Alex. Stadodo left isolated to Saul on the outside. Try and contest against the CT side forces. He'll get the 1 kill on Khan. Can he get any more of this though? There's a player around him. Knife actually does lose his life. 2v2. He's going upstairs though. Yes, he is. Going to get caught by Onyx. And now it's all left to Stadodo. Once again in a 1 versus 2. This time with rifles on everybody. Plant that bomb on B. Wait for Onyx and Door.
No smoke and no molly though, so no way that he can stall it out. What he's going to try and do is get aggressive towards ramp. Try and get a fight straight away.
Flash is sent, tucked away, AK swing. Flash is turned away from, fights and sprays, and Dory gets caught. One man left here for the T side to win the clutch, but no, Onyx. HP advantage, wins it instead, and we'll hold the defuse, we'll hold the round, continue the streak with TNL.
My biggest worry for Iberian Soul is how many times they've had opening advantages and not closed rounds. I mean, I'm looking at that one thinking, remember back to what Alex did in the pistol, remember about what happened 20, 30 odd seconds to the start of the round. They get the AWPer on the outside and they're not converting. Now, if that happens against a mid-pack to low-end tier 2 team, I kind of give it a pass. You know, I say, it's all right, it's only happened a couple of times. When that happens against the legitimate threat in tier 2, you will just get stomped. You will just get clapped back completely.
Tacticals called in early by Iberian Soul because they have been swamped. TNL in full control of this matchup and don't seem to be missing a beat. Boys from Iberia got a lot of work to do. Just make things look somewhat decent here on T side, give them at least a little bit of breathing room. Boy, straight up and out. First port of call in from Squeak Door, Flyrax, AWP set towards ramp, maybe receiving a contact soon. Waiting for a potential jump face in, but nothing received yet.
TNL, you wonder how Flyrax is going to start generating some impact with the big green. Look at his stats in the last 3 months, averaging a 1.19 rating on Nuke. Went for an aggressive duel in the last and got punished. This time around, he's a bit more passive on that line of defense towards the ramp. Now, Lurk Smoke comes into a potential vent drop. Knife is getting on the front side of Heart. Mopos might not clear this.
Tries to, but Knife gets the kill in. Loses very little HP for it as well. Advantage CT. Khan's waiting for them to walk their way outside as well. No smokes in the way. Engage in the open. Goes better for Davy G than it does for Khan. Knife gonna tuck himself in towards the top of the Heart here. His players rotate out towards Heaven. Might become a concern as on it goes falling. Advantage now for Iberian Soul this time.
Lyrax is wary about this Hell Wrap, and the CTs are trying to take lobby to deal with the lobby lurk.
Dodo's in position. Up and the crack angle caught by Alex. At least Dory can take down Dodo. One man known about, but will they continue on the upper bomb site? Seems like they might do. Davi's watching for rotates. No, so Saul goes down all secret, so this will be a B end.
This round might just turn into a save, because Knife is going to drop into the vents you'd expect and then get caught by Davi G, so it should just be an insta-kill.
Bomb has been planted.
And they'll back up. Grab some AKs. I'll grab one of them at least.
Alex has been a bit of a playmaker at the moment.
Been leading the charge on the fast players out. 7 kills deep so far on the map up. Putting his best foot as the first foot forward. Iberian Soul can finally come up with a round as a result of it, but TNL still hold that advantage. At least the damage has been done by Iberian Soul. Is going to come back to hurt TNL here, because this first round going to lead to a bit of a reset. The 2 save weapons will aid things on a buy. Still be weak in the areas though.
Unfortunately, the NIP stints really hurt the I guess, baggage, maybe the stock of what you would look at Alex. He had a beautiful system out there on Movistar Riders. They were a contesting Tier 2 team in the Tier 1 landscape, and you're picking up a local in-game leader that's never worked with Tier 1 players before, never worked on an international project, and tried to see if that was going to happen. Unfortunately, it was, of course, a failure. You could have seen that coming from a mile away. And now you've got to try and rebuild off of a team that's not even backed by an organization. I mean, it's such a tough position to be in.
It's okay, Dwayne. The common narrative is if your time on an NIP doesn't count. So.
Oh, yeah, true.
Just got to rebuild and try bounce back from there. Mirage bouncing back from the previous round, so lost, almost getting 3 kills in that outside play. Damage heavy on Dodo, half HP for the man, 2 kills found. TNL a man up.
Now they're worried about the door lurk. Mopoz always been seen to be defensive here in lobby. This time, even though a lot of damage is going towards him, he finally gets his first kill of the game.
Dodo also got Flyrax. Mopoz going to start working his way outside. Onyx not going to be able to give chase in time. Maybe if they slow things down outside, it might take a bit more of a chance for Onyx to sting and strike. Bomb plant, coming down to that B-bomb site, and without support, Knife's going to get Alex as well. These 2 players are still lurking out here. They've got bomb access, and that SMG should have the info that they're coming in from secret.
I don't know what is going on there. How the bomb is being planted while there's 2 lurkers on the outside. This is a collapse. Surely there's no way back here for Iberian Soul.
I thought, was it Alex the guy that planted, or Davi G?
Yeah,
I thought,
Alex, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was going to wait for his teammates, but apparently not. AWP. Flashed off, turned away from, doesn't catch Knife, missed shot, comes through, last man, low HP, 8 points to HP. Onyx can even get the kill in against the man. HE up, man goes down. Excellent stuff, the counteract from Knife, a triple found, but only excellent off the back of the complete failure from Alex and Iberian Soul.
It must have just been a complete misdirection of the read, maybe thinking that they were doubled up together, that they were taking lobby. But to plant solo on lower when there's not even a teammate close. If there's a teammate maybe coming from ramp or working out from the double doors or coming in the vent, you can see it. You're not that far away. But the separation between B and basically the T-red container, come on.
Sloppy. I certainly expect better from a man of that caliber. Again, Iberian Soul, they might not be doing well as a team, but these are experienced players. TNL are making light work of this one thus far. Second tactical was called in by the Iberians. That's 2 in just 7 rounds. And only a single round to show for it on Iberian Soul.
Well, it's meant to be their #1 map in the pool. Right now, they're just struggling on T-side to work even basic mistakes. Trying to see if they can stop that vent dive. That's why you get the smoke out towards the door, try and play close around it. Unfortunately, the lurk smoke just covers you completely. Iberian Soul, if they don't win this round, I think they're just done on Nuke. I mean, round 7 is a must-win.
Knife backed up, fight the spray, a kill on Alex Davy is good to return 5, it's back turn towards Dory, still at the open vent corner, getting that kill into the Dodo, trades back, Mopos wins the fight, but Onyx goes in the back lines, jumps straight into a second kill as a Saul, and Flyrax can close the last player. Chaos locked out of the bomb site, TNL thrive again.
We'll be honest, TNL are mental. I don't know what is going on in some of these moments. Remember when Flyrax was outside to the back of the T-Red container, got a couple of kills, and then just started jumping up on the boxes, looking for the third kill. You look at what's going on there towards ramp, and you go, okay, they're obviously trying to put a lot of pressure on. They're trying to slow the T's down to executing towards A. The MP9 is just running, and then it's just jumping mid-air, and you look at some of these moments, if you are Iberian Soul, you're thinking, what are we up against? What is some of this CS that's being played?
Feel like they're just getting hit so hard in some of these rounds that you watch Iberian Soul react to it, and it's like they've just got a concussion of something.
Well, you have a look at the riflers, right? Mopos, Davy G, and Sasol are meant to be your key riflers. The Dodo's the AWPer on the outside, and Alex is your in-game leader. And you've got, what, 2 kills for Mopos, 3 for Davy G, 2 for Sasol? What are those kind of numbers?
Not great is what they are. Onyx. Gets the buy up here, the force invest to the T side, 2 picks found for him to Saul. Latest trade, Mopos does get Dory on the vent, so cleared up ramp access towards B is contested, but not all the way. Flyrax is already downstairs and he will get a pick back in. Can't deny the bomb plant from this position. The CTs are going to rotate up to the retake. Iberian Soul will have some time to set up. They're still down a man that's close back. And look, they're separated again. There's a player upstairs trying to go for a flank and cut the rotations, but that leaves Alex all alone.
It also leaves a ninja stick potential because both players are completely out of the bomb site. If they get separated by util, there's no way that they can defend against the bomb.
Flashes in. Another utility to play with. AK burst from Alex gets a kill in against Knife Khan. Gets a kill back to return to Saul, nailed into half HP. Kill eventually comes in for Khan. And the defuse can get held together by Flyrax. 7-1, half advantage for TNL.
And when you consider the players that TNL have, the results are just amazing. They really have encapsulated what the whole VRS system should be about giving people a chance, right? Working up the rankings, being able to get invited into better levels of competitions. Because you'd imagine from like a brand value, you're like, they don't offer anything, do they? They're not experienced players. We don't even know who they are. They don't even have photos on HLTV. But with how they're performing and with how the invite system's going to work, we're just going to see TNL more frequently towards the top end of Tier 2.
One-for-one trades as TNL continue to face the aggressive force forward of Iberian Soul and deal with it as appropriate. Well, that gap being generated by Khan at the right moment, seeing a man unable to continue that spray to get the kill. They'll know that they're down in secret at least. Low HP for Flyrax in this 4-on-4 might give an opportunity for Iberian Soul as Dory goes down as well. That might change the narrative. Iberian Soul start backing away from secret.
Mopos is getting a lot of pressure as the lobby lurk. He's constantly up against aggressive duels from Hut, from Door, from Ramp. Just trying to stabilize this T-side line. Flyrax catches them on the outside with a couple of kills from Garage.
Somehow lightning fast. Now Onyx on site. Here's the footsteps. AUG focused up. Drops Davy. Last man of Mopos also dead to rights. And TNL once again take a round and they are just stomping the opposition now. I mean, I don't see a way back from here.
No, not at all. TNL, they've won 17 out of their past 22 best of threes on HLTV. It's an incredible track record. And you have a look at who their losses are. One is to Metasport, who qualified to the Major. The other one is BetBoom, who qualified to the Major. Cybershoke, yeah, okay, domestic matchup, but maybe a bit of a red herring. Other one is Na'Vi Jr., proper top-end Tier 2 team. And then the other one is Favbet. What's that one? Ukrainian Derby. So you can kind of understand the losses that they've taken recently.
Unfortunately for Iberian Soul, they don't fit the criteria of those losses. TNL just wrecking them every single time. Mopoz strikes first. This time, however, knife is fallen. It wouldn't be the first time that Iberian Soul have gotten the kill. The opening, in their case, is not always meant around an advantage.
Well, Mopoz feels like the best player for Iberian Soul at the moment, just with how defensive he is in lobby. We saw Alex getting a pretty good pistol round and then a good gun round where he got up in heaven. Outside of that, he hasn't been developing anything. There's that second kill from Mopoz, just being defensive again.
Back in sight, Mopoz swings up, gets killed off. Secondary, not able to line up. Stododo converges on, and Onyx and Flyrax, as stellar as they've been, recognize it's probably not a good idea to go ahead and press the issue. In fact, Flyrax might still get caught anyway. Davi's extension towards Hell catches the AWP and hold that into the next round for his team. Iberian Soul with their second of the T-board. And again, some of these rounds have been rather expensive for TNL, as all 5 will fall. The buy state is once again left in question.
And you start thinking for Iberian Soul, how frequently are they going to start getting into some of these CCT closed qualifiers? Because they were there in, what, number 18, number 19, in at number 20. They just missed the cut this time around, but their opening game is, what, a forfeit win versus Fatbet? We didn't even get to see what they were like in the first round of the Swiss stage. This has been a rough showing. This has been a tough effort for them.
Now getting stomped on, left, right, and center. Davi leans towards the outside. Got CTs close to these smokes and the diagonals. And eventually, Onyx going to get caught off, so that's an easy pick. Isolated fight with the rifle versus the pistol. Not really much speed in it for DNL, so I wouldn't be shocked if this was another very proficient round for Iberian Soul. Indeed, that seems to be the case.
All focus and emphasis is going to be on that next gun round. Got a little bit of a timing out here from Door. The 5-7 does get one. Unfortunately, he's never going to be able to pick up that rifle, so it's only a singular kill.
Try and reposition to get exit frags. Evan Presence players being heard there, so Khan knows. Also, we know there's a repositioning, so if he peeks around this corner, he's probably going to take Mopoz. Can't get a kill for it. Nice effort not to be. Iberian Soul make 3 happen on their T side. Tacticals in for TNL as they go to their last rifle buy and the last round of the half.
And one of the most impressive results that we've seen from TNL has to be their opening matchup versus 9 in this tournament. A team that you and IJ, we only casted recently. We were able to see TNL get a 10-2 half on map number 1 of Ancient, go into Anubis, and then get a 9-3. They completely slaughtered them. Just didn't even give the international team a look in. Now you just start thinking about, if that's happening in a regular Swiss stage game, what are we going to see in the second round, the third round, into the playoffs? I think TNL would certainly like to get themselves in a state where they are constantly being considered a threat in Tier 2, rather than maybe one that's just every once in a while.
Well, confidence like this is certainly something to take note of. And you're right about that, that 9 result. I mean, even though we have been a little bit lackluster about that particular team in recent times, I, for one, have been rather disappointed that they haven't been able to show themselves up to the level of the roster itself. Do you know that recently they did make it into a LAN event, so some momentum that TNL can take away from their opening matchup at the Swiss stage. And as well as that, 9 also did get their victory as well in round 2, so they're going to be in the 1-1 group. Iberian Soul may be on to join them. Have to get as many rounds as possible. On the T side, 4 is all that they can justify. Last round of the half. TNL would love a 6-round advantage. Davi's been tagged low already in the outside control. The HG's coming in close, but he's far enough away not to take any more.
G just gets spammed up. And now you think even for Alex, what do you do to try and combat this? Try and walk through those smokes into main, try and get towards Icebox. You've got to lurk and find space somewhere.
Like, just poor Davy, man. Like, he had no idea that he was like peeking ahead of that smoke when it was starting to generate a small gap on the right. Like, if he'd held an extra split second longer, he wouldn't have been seen. He's dead now. They've left a gap in the defensive, though. Alex. Search for contact. Fine headshot burst through. Secondary. Up in heaven. No one checked for it. Khan gets caught next. Iberian Soul find another confident round for themselves. At least Onyx can trade back one. The AWPer watching for Alex's head. Seen him. Can't connect it. Onyx connected 2 kills out towards that main entrance. And now he's been dealt with by Stododo. It's all flyer action of 1 versus 2. AWPer close range against Alex and long range against Stododo. USP pulled out and back is underway. Headshot can get taken. AK pulled out as well. He's searching around the bomb site, but Stododo connects it. And there is no clutch today. Not for TNL, not in this round. 8-4 instead at the half.
A couple of times in which Alex has had some big wraps, got himself deep in map control without enemies really knowing what's going on. Overall, though, that's a really successful first half from TNL. And with how frequently they played this map, with the 8 wins and 5 losses they have in the last 3 months, I'm not concerned about them closing this game down pretty quickly. I think with this sort of lead going into a T-side half, they should be able to clean up pretty easily.
Now it's time for the T side on TNL. And the CT side of Iberian Soul. Statistically, their better half. A pistol win may be required out of them. Because TNL and their scoreline difference is still so staunch, even with the recovery of Iberian Soul. 10-4 feels a lot more unrecoverable than 8-4. Mopoz held back. Doi taking Stododo. Oh, back turn at the wrong moment for Mopoz as well. Towards outside, they continue fighting in the locker rooms. Alex will get 1 kill. Onyx may sacrifice the bomb to get this pick in. He's successful in that regard alongside Khan. And TNL win another pistol.
Individually, they're just so much better.
Yeah.
We just see that on the Glock round with not only the space that's being taken, but just the instant gooshes, just insta headshots. It's unfortunate for the credit card individual that timing is against you, but Iberian Soul, I mean, they're not even tacking here, but they are force buying. Now, you probably expect a lobby crunch, maybe Stododo to work on the outside because he's got the scout, but the FAMAS, MP9, upgraded pistols.
Beans at the punch here. TNL are charging straight in. Scout shots ringing out, connecting on towards one player. Mac-10 dives in against the man. Doy's going to get distracted towards the left-hand side, though. Decent headshot for Alex. A double, a triple foul on his Deagle sequence. Onyx can trade him at last, but they reduced to 2 players, now to 1. With Stododo combining with Davy G. Mac-10 at range of Onyx can't hold on forever. The rush tactic of the T side is shut down by Iberian Soul.
It seems insane that you don't even know what you're up against, whether it's an anti-eco or an anti-force buy, and you're just rushing ramp. The idea is put pressure onto the scout, but it's an excellent bait. It very rarely do we see 2 players towards ramp in that sort of isolated scenario, and everyone's attention's just brought out to that right-hand side. No one is checking left. Alex comes in with 3, and the in-game leader has made quite a lot of impact into individual rounds. He's felt like a star player at times with just what he's brought to the table.
Look at those numbers, 16 and 11. Far and above and beyond anyone from Iberian Soul right now. Start off well with Davy G's SMG. Kill damage done to several players on the outside. Tori's Tech 9 though, takes a trade. Automatic to work with, but not exactly the best of circumstances regardless of that much. He needs to flash in for his teammates. It's Onyx that gets caught, slowed down. Bomb plant, trying to get secured off the back of the kill against the Soul. At least Khan could trade back one of the dropping Tech 9, but just look at the HP difference between them and the CT side. 2 versus 3 as well for Iberian Soul's favor.
Just hoping to get one more fight out of this one. Knife is still lurking towards ramps. If there's enough distraction from Khan, maybe there's a timing that the D comes in.
Oh, Khan's down. Need to hold on for a little bit longer. Stododo now, I'll watch it. Knife. cut down by a USP alone. It's an important return steal and a follow-up from Iberian Soul that is not led to waste. Gap will close the 3 rounds. A return can begin from the CT side.
And it will be an intrigue to see how the side here from Iberian Soul are going to perform on land tomorrow. Keep an eye on that tournament. If they're able to win it, great for the VRS, great for the prize pool, but also give a little bit of stigma on how good they can be locally versus how good they can be on the international scape. Because I was looking at the land tournament, this Masters League Portugal event, all of it was open qualifiers, which seems insane for a land tournament. There was not a single invited team to it. So that's where, after they played on, what was it, the Kertos Cup about a month ago, we're now seeing 2 back-to-back land tournaments in the space of under a month, which is kind of trying to boost up the Portuguese and the Spanish scene at the moment.
It's certainly helping their ranking. It's 5,000 euros for that Kratos Cup, and I think it's 6,000 euros for Master League Portugal.
I know Fox is playing in that tournament, funny enough.
Oh, the legend himself.
Yeah, he's playing with Muteris. I think Just is there as well. They're trying to get some of the old guard back together.
El Clasico lineup. This is a bit of a weird format, that one. You're right about that.
What I also found very strange, how it's open qualifiers, and yet some teams are in the quarters and other teams are in the semis. I'm like, how? How did that happen?
I would imagine they're seeded off of VRS ranking or something.
But what is that? I mean, that's just so insane. I've never seen that before. Imagine being seeded off of an open qualifier.
Well, not my tournament. I'm not one to judge.
Well, we're one to judge about TNL in this second half, because they could have wrapped up this game quickly, couldn't they? 1 pistol, won the anti-force buy. You start getting yourself up to double digits. The game kind of goes out of Iberian Soul's hands pretty quickly. Instead, you end up losing the anti-force buy. You lose your force buy back, and now have to go into the next gun round. The scoreline will start getting a little bit neck and neck between the two.
You finally start to see some level of competition, because the first half was very uncompetitive. TNL can't do much to resist the gap closing, but they can try and re-extend it when they get those rifles out. So this round, probably going to be an eco. I don't imagine the force buy is justifiable. Don't imagine that they'll justify it to themselves. It's in round 17 where things would get interesting from TNL. And on that CT side, we saw them completely stomp out Iberian Cells attacking at a prowess. Faster pace of TNL haven't quite worked the same sort of way. So let's see what they can offer up when those guns do get brought out. And for here, let's not count them out entirely. Let's see what kind of damage they can do with the basics.
Well, I'm not expecting even a single kill here for the T side. What I am expecting for Iberian Soul is for them to just start getting a structure on their CT bases. Get an understanding of how they want to call around the AWP, how they want to try and set this all up, because they're in for a proper challenge in the second half.
Speaking of Assault, finds the frag on Khan. Mirage caught out to Sweet Door, not positive decent spray sequence of 3 kills. Nice and easy Iberian Soul. 5 alive, money is well built. And now here comes the guns for TNL. I thought I saw an XM on for Honor for a second. I might change his mind and refund it to an AK. But all the AKs out.
Iberian Soul have just won 2 out of their past 5 best of 3s on HLTV. They've beaten the likes of Kono and Eklok, but they've lost to 9 Saber and 0 Tenacity. They'll feel within the last couple of weeks that they haven't been in good touch. This is sort of the best of 3 to try and prove it against a top team. Mopos, the anti-rush util to stop any aggression out from door, but not even HE, or at least not immediately. TNL bring a lot of players to the outside.
Tempted shots as Dodo missed out. Smokes on the outside are going to cover off all of the T access into Secret. The CT's going to have to adjust downstairs sooner rather than later. Stododo still hoping someone extends, but nobody does.
No vent rotation from Mopos. AWP is still watching on the outside but not seeing anything. It's the ramp player of the in-game leader from Alex that can take first contact and at least try and stall off a defensive on B.
Spot and spray, kill found. Second, not so much. Onyx has revealed the bomb, however. Observation window. No chance to cross that safely. Nice waiting for the outside presence. And actually the kill comes in against Flyrax in the back lines. The rotation and Mopos doing well to get to vent. Decon open, gonna have to get covered. Man, disadvantage of the retake. They need that outside lurker to get downstairs quick.
They need to try and stall for time because Knife can drop the vents now.
Oh, it's kill against Onyx. Mopos strikes. Dory is now regrouped, but Mopos continues to fight. Swinging back in from the vent. Dory doesn't know where to go. In from Decon's his only option. Sasol looking. Dodo had the AWP unlocked across. Back up at the ramp entrance, and Dory will fall victim to it. 8 on the board of Iberian Soul. Alrighty then, we have a game on our hands.
Indeed we do, and I think for the T-side, they didn't really do a lot wrong there. They traded the lower player of Alex 1-for-1. It was the kill out in the single door that made it quite uncomfortable because it drew a little bit more attention over. It also wasted a bit of time before the bomb going down immediately. And then Knife, who's basically just trying to cut the topside lurk, would like the round to slow down a little bit more, to not have to be rotating down the vent straight away and be thinking about the post. TNL are off to a slow start in this second half, and they're giving Iberian Soul a bit of a chance back in. And I'm looking at even this next follow-up eco saying, okay, they can invest into a hero AK, they can buy a little bit around it. They need to start crippling some of this CT economy, because you've got Mopos almost at 10k, Sasol over at 8, Stododo up and around 7. That money line is too high. They need to start dropping that.
Some damage output. And those Ache is out, and then forced to rebuy the AWP. Because it would be difficult to force a reset from this position. A steal would certainly be nice. At the very least, make it expensive, make it competitive on these rounds. Because that's something that Iberian Soul were doing in that first half at least. Even if it was TNL coming out with the rounds themselves, some of them were extremely close to expensive. It found those resets a couple times, and now leading to what you're seeing from Iberian Soul on the CT side. First frag is found against Davi, but 2 towards outside. Knife going to get Alex outside in the 3-on-3, and Sasol drops up at heaven. Going to re-peek in from Mopos, taking down, but Dory's got it down to 1 man. Stododo's AWP up in heaven. Is he going to continue fighting outside, or will he go back towards the A-bomb site? Seems like he's going to get smoked off. Shot connects, Dory's down.
It should just drop into the vent, instantly get down to that lower bomb side. Unfortunately for Onyx, there's no chance for him to pick up a rifle, so he has to basically embed the Tech 9 and the Tech 9 only, but he's trying to fade that he's going lower, goes back towards the top side. This means that he might not even guarantee the bomb getting planted.
Smokes it up at heaven, he's tapping it. Trying to force the Dodo into a fight. Second stick's going to cost him though, had to wait a little bit longer. As the Dodo plays that one like a veteran, as he is one. TNL so close to stealing that round, and even though they did what we wanted them to do some damage to their CT economy, you're still looking at how that round had played out, the advantage that they had, and thought, what if we just got one little bit more?
Well, I think he's just really butchered that 1v1. He knows that Stododo's out there towards heaven. If he instantly drops vent and gets the bomb down, Stododo can't deny the bomb. He can't deny that opportunity. He's trying to outplay him, and you're getting caught in your own head there. 9-9, that was a missed chance.
TNL not looking so infallible anymore. The lead is gone. They scored a single round on this T side, that being the pistol, not even the conversions. You can see what that lack of bomb plant is going to do as well. Mat 10 for Onyx, limited utility sets, most of which has already been used. AWP off the Dodo lands on Dory as well. Flyrax has to back away because ramp is already a lost cause.
Knife out from the door has not been seen, but Iberian Soul have done well to get the opener. Re-smoke off towards the door. Davi G going to get out towards a closed vent corner, so Soul can try and help him. Now Khan just needs to try and get one. Try and bait some over-rotations down towards this lower bomb site.
Spots. Doesn't quite get him though. Flyrax gets the kill on Sasol instead elsewhere, and allows a bit of a split play up from the vent if they want to go towards upper. Flashes in. Davi's watching for Khan. Not all the way though. Still Khan with the adjustment. Hell of a shot. Hell of a kill. Advantage now Anyway, 4-on-3, although Flarax is low. Mopos almost gets caught, dives back out of the way and takes no damage for it. Bomb is down. How do Iberian style play this?
It should just be a save or even look for exits. Money looks pretty good on their CT line, but they shouldn't be throwing away the rifles.
Prod around the extremities, get a kill in, and then go for the retake, preferably. Can't find one, though. Maybe think about it otherwise. I mean, they are making their way deep into the bomb site now. Mopos catches knife off. Damage was done towards the man. The kills from Khan and Flarax can return, and Khan will close the last. They do throw those rifles away, and TNL are back in the lead.
Looked like an insane shot from Khan rotating up from the vents and dealing with the top hut player. Iberian Soul would have felt that they were in a pretty good state in that round. TNL, just when pressure starts to build, just when they were able to get back onto the guns, they start that separation again. And for the CT line, there'll be no problem with the reinvest, but could have had 3 players saving, could have protected their economy line a little bit further.
Iberian Soul take their last tactical timeout. Because you can see what not saving those rifles has done to the money state here. They're investing everything into round 20, and so makes round 20 a swing round. A swing in favor of TNL. That will put them on map point. Iberian Soul. Comprehend the importance of the next round victory. They cannot afford to concede. Knife straight out ahead of the flashbangs and smoke. Bopper's got caught switching to utility. Knife getting that one kill with a double up as well. Davy is down. Dory goes with him. Advantage for TNL. They've quickly stormed the A bomb site, and Iberian Soul may already be out of the round.
And that's just not good enough for Mopos. This is meant to be a vet. This is meant to be a guy that's played at majors, and he just is hesitant on whether he needs util out in the open or he needs his weapon drawn. That's just not good enough.
Getting lost in the source, exploited by TNL. They will back out of the bomb site, will keep hold of the majority of their guns. 2 CTs towards spawn will make their way out as well. They won't be hunted. TNL got to think about their own money state. Alex hoping there's some sort of vent rotation or downstairs player. Not to be the case. And this time they do protect their economy line, so fortunately they will have another buyback available. The money state will continue to get tested for Iberian Soul. Even this one won't be 100%.
Just beat them by pure pace, and TNL individually have outclassed them across both the first half and the second half. Davy G, the XM, should be the top hut player this time around. TNL with the lurk smoke out there from the door towards the vent. Just trying to get more anti-rush util behind the back of T-Red, just in case the CTs tried to go for an aggro play on the outside.
Haven't been too hyper-aggressive there, but always good to be safe. Exit from Davy G, which might be the next key sort of linchpin weapon. Mopos is caught first by knife on the indoors fight. Through the smoke, the frag is found. Khan leaning up towards the garage as Dory actually swings onto that contact and gets the kill in. 5-on-3 for TNL. Finally, a trade from Alex. The AWP is to Dodo. No idea of how far out they've made their way in for TNL. Dory is so close to getting into the hell entrance. Comes down to timing. Footsteps were heard, made, and damage done towards the Dodo. Will compound. The windows are open as well. Dory is to Dodo. Find him. A bit awkward on that spray, actually. The lockers block him, but he still gets the kill.
And now for Alex and Davy G, you're out of options. You've got no defenders towards ramp, no defenders outside or down there at lower. You're just trapped towards A. You've got to hope that you can funnel in an A split somehow. Alex is going to try and search on the outside. C1 T-side player does drop in, but that's the only info that's been gathered.
Not even a man advantage evened up here. Khan's taking that bomb into heaven, though. That fight actually could present Alex an opportunity. Davy's going to hear him. M4 drawing attention back. Oh, that's perfect bait and switch. Davy now known towards the open vent corner. Can't get another kill out of it. 2 to his name. And no one surviving for the CT side. TNL may have allowed them back into the second half, but they have gained what they looked for. Map point at 12-9.
TNL on T side of Nuke, just doing the basics really well. They kind of to me, set up a lot of good protocols on just trading, isn't it? On how tight some of the spacing is, making sure that as soon as we start running main, that's when the Heaven player peaks. I think on the CT side, they were being quite gimmicky, but on the T side, they've definitely tried to dumb it down as such.
Mopos close. He is going to hyper record this time. Distraction from his teammate on top of Garage. Alex 8 HP. Khan doesn't check it all the way. Gets a kill and a half out of that one for Mopos. Trade to a 4-on-4 and HP over Alex.
No, needs to get some timing in which no one's looking towards him. Get that first and then just instantly fall back. Resmoke himself off. Dory is desperate for the trade, but because of that molly, he just has to wait and be patient.
Stodo really to be so close here. Dark. AK fires through. Davy gets a trade back. Knife got another kill in the interim. And Flyrax being tagged up, blinded. AK if Knife gets involved. Davy turns it into a one-on-one. Low HP, but Flyrax, he's got an AWP. One bullet would do it. He sees his man. Doesn't connect his shot. Davy takes the pistol out now. He's closing in the pincers. He's spotted close. Flyrax holds his nerve. The AK swings, and Flyrax cannot hit the shot from that kind of distance. Iberian Soul say play on.
But Flyrax will be kicking himself because he knows both of those shots that he should be hitting. And Mopos on the outside created a lot of damage, and then it's just chaos, isn't it? With the lower players that are coming out here from Secret, with the swing from Garage, it gets really uneasy. 2v1, spam kill, Flyrax slightly tightened on the angle, and there's a chance of survival, there's at least something. The problem is one alive. The buyback from Iberian Soul's not even great.
TNL have 4 rifles, 2 SMGs out for Mopos and Alex. Really would like rifles on everyone at this stage. Might have 3 of them in play, but one of them still a FAMAS. That's a Saul taking the brunt of the ramp defensive at the trophy entryway. There may be 3 T-side players to face him down.
All about that first contact, the stalking of time here for the FAMAS. Doesn't quite come in, at least puts an incendiary down, try and block.
Extension of Knife, not seeing that AWP. He knows he's there though. I think Onyx may have gotten caught by a tag. Alex tagged up on the CT side on the contrary. Player at Dark Soul gets away, waiting for a chance to strike. He gets damaged, but Dory protects himself. Kill from Davy, returns from the double doors, looks back towards Secret, deals with Khan as well. Advantage CT. Is B site really the ending target? I mean, the bomb's out there, it might have to be.
And Knife needs to start putting some pressure out here towards the double doors. They're wary about a play through this smoke.
They're actually right to do so. They turned away at the wrong moment, though. Engaging into Davy, finds Dory. Knife turns back on Alex. Moves towards Mopos. Next up for Mopos, lines up the kill. Flyrax, AWP at 11 HP. 2 tunnel visions. Iberian Soul are bringing it back.
Just too many players down there at the lower bomb side. Really good distraction being pulled. They might be able to catch the dark player, but as soon as those 2 doors get opened up, the doubles and the single, you're just not really sure where to look. We see some proper impact out of the young player at Davy G. He was that first line of defense against the ramp player and then against the lurk out in Secret. TNL want to try and close in regulation, but I wouldn't even say they've got the buy to do so.
Knife, quick dive down, TNL. Into the vent, flank angle towards the ground to draw attention away from the ramp. Player, what a shot! So Saul cleaned up. They've got an easy access pathway into the B side now. And now Knife's job is to cut rotations from Secret, from vent. TNL are on the bomb site. They'll look for the plant.
8 double doors puts a lot of pressure on vent rotation. Kind of means that you could only go Secret and ramp now if you're the city side.
And Knife in the corner as well. Alex leaning in, both line up. He gets another kill out of it. Davy good for the trade. Advantage still TNL right here. Khan about to get HE and Molotov is going to peek forward, dish out some damage. Matt 10 close, gets a kill, looks for a double. Davy on the corner! And Onyx gets a triple to close it out for TNL at 13-11. Might have been stressed in the second half. Might have allowed Iberian Soul back into the matchup. But getting to map point first, they take away Nuke.
Bro, what a shot from Knife. I mean, that first encounter, as soon as Events drops, He knows that he has to hit the shot straight away, but that is a beamer against the B player out towards ramp. Individually, we were seeing some really good, sharp CS being played, and while they got tested, the job is finished. It is the opposition map pick going down now for the Spaniards.
And you said earlier, Drake, that you think it could be a 2-0, and now it seems like it's lined up for that. I have no reason to doubt that at this point. I mean, look, that was a hell of a showing from TNL, because excluding the fact of what we saw on that second half, remember, the first half, that was basically a whitewash. 8-1 scoreline lead. Yes, a little bit came back at the end, but just the way they were playing those rounds, some of them were shockingly confident from the Ukrainians.
Yeah, they were, and I think they trolled it themselves a couple of times. I mean, the anti-force buy at the 9-4 to just be rushing ramp. I think if there's a little bit more composure, this is probably a 13-4, 13-5 kind of map. We go into map 2 without even really reflecting on Nuke. So it was a good test, and I think Alex and the boys tried absolutely everything they can. They're still taking on a top team in Tier 2. I think it's just underwhelming that the results still feel subpar. They still feel average, and you got to expect at some point that has to change. Otherwise, we just don't have a team. You don't have a project if this continues.
I mean, look, even thinking about how the second half went down, like they were able to turn a streak over on the Iberian Soul side. But remember, they had to steal the second round break, right? They'd lost the pistol. So there was a good chance that actually the streak could have gone the way of TNL and be looking at a much more one-sided scoreline at the very least. So, look, for them, they got away on a couple of good breaks. And I think you are right. They need to start posting results. And this doesn't seem like the result to post, unfortunately, for them. Losing their own map pick and Nuke. It's Mirage up next. It's picked by the TNL side. And we think this one could be a lot more one-sided than it was in that first half. We're going to a break. When we come back, we'll see if we can close out the day here on CCT. TNL lead the charge in this series, looking pretty good on the first map of Nuke, but that's not even their map pick. Mirage will be Dweg. We're set to 2-0 as the expectation for this series, and I think right now, it looks like we're set to meet it.
Hey, look at the last few Mirage officials we've seen from TNL. 13-3 in back-to-back games against Partisan, Passion UA, and Rush B, all in the span of the last couple of weeks. They are coming here for the 2-0 today.
Iberian side, CT side to try and break it back. Unfortunately, their results do not look nearly as good. All they're going to do is hope that that experience will shine through in this context. TNL looking at that B bomb site. Saul has no idea that they're inbound from the apartments and no adjustment to protect against them will get overwhelmed and shut down. Khan also got Stododo in the market and Alex cut down over at Connector as well. 5-on-2, it's easy for TNL.
And it's always nice to know that you can have Mirage as like a little bit of a backup, because I kind of look at their map pool at the moment. I think they pick a lot of Ancient. They quite like their Dust too. They've been playing quite a bit of Train and Nuke. So then when you get to an opposition that don't really play this map or struggle on it recently, you can just throw Mirage in there and start brawling it out a little bit more. Try and get a little bit more individual than what you get on other maps.
With how sharp TNL have been, the brawling style may just work well for them. Iberian Soul crippled in an instant in this pistol, and if that sets the pace for what we're going to see for the rifles, then do not expect to be here for very long. Starting advantage for TNL. Let's see if Iberian Soul eco or force buy back into round 2.
The Julies at least has armor, which would indicate that you want to try and buy it up, get a scout out for Stododo, get the MP9 and armor for the majority of people, as well as the pistols. TNL, you now start thinking about the 3 back-to-back 2-0s they've had on HLTV and go, right, they're on a 7-map winning streak. Close Mirage down, not only did you get another win, but you turn it into 8 maps in a row.
All about that, that dominance from TNL. Onyx, easy pickings to kick things off. Davi's fast ball in is at least going to get some casualties back, but how quickly and simultaneously they return fire on TNL. Onyx might be a little bit threatened by his HP numbers, but forward players to keep him distracted. Mac 10 won't be a massive loss on the TNL side. Flower is backstab, going to deal with Mopos. Only after Stododo back on the A-bomb site, nothing he can do.
And perhaps JR is a really good head coach for this squad, because we know that the sharpness is there. We know the in-game mechanics are certainly there to fly at a very high level, but to just bring a little bit of structure and experience at that top end of tier 2. I wouldn't say that JR had the most successful career, but he still played at majors, he still played at many LAN tournaments, he still knew what it was like to even be involved in the online grind. I mean, I remember we were casting him quite a bit on Hellraisers and the Onyx team. Mate, that was like perfect sort of COVID period 2020, 2021 grinding on HLTV.
Terrorists win.
Sometimes you need that experienced head just to keep the youngsters guided and appropriately well fit and poised to do what they need to do. Man himself has had his necessary, you know, highlight moments across his career. Yes, not the most decorated man in the world. He made the playoffs of a major once, 2 minor championships, and of course part of the infamous team that beat out NIP. He knows what it takes to have some level of success, and if I'm TNL continue under his guidance, then I imagine that there's more success in amongst them. 4-on-4 for this round. I'm at 10 of Onyx, who just caught another kill. Alongside Dory, taking Alex back to 2 men now of Iberian Soul. The eco pistols are rightfully overwhelmed by the riflers here. 3-0 start, TNL confident as you want it to be.
And it makes you kind of ponder the idea of where is the ceiling realistic for TNL? Is it to just sort of be a team that can constantly get into the playoffs, maybe threaten the odd title here or there? Or could they very much be in a conversation of a top-end tier 2 team trying to make that next boundary? I'm looking at what they did at Level Up Lund, and I'm thinking, I kind of want to see these guys at LAN soon. I want to see what they're going to be like consistently online, but I want to see them at another LAN event.
Might not be too long if they keep grinding up these ranking points. Opportunities in the very near future for them. Because the next big question when it comes to the ceiling is going to be how will they get figured out? I think at this point teams are going to start recognizing their danger with how much noise they've made. I'll come back to that in a second because Nike have got 2 kills out of the apartments. And look towards the A-bomb site alongside Dory moving up towards that danger box area. Got teammates inbound from Connector. Khan's just caught Mopos off. And they are looking deadly as ever. And it's this deadliness that will draw attention from teams. And so the question on my mind in terms of their ceiling is how are they going to adapt to the adaptation of everybody else to TNL?
It's a tough team. You probably need to watch quite a few demos of them and also get quite a few officials against them to get a bit of a feel. Because you'd imagine structurally, that's where you're going to be able to impose quite good timings and quite good reads, but it's the sharpness that's going to be able to outclass a lot of players. The Dodo is trying to hold on to that big grade. I mean, we just saw a double entry from Knife out there in Palace, almost instantly on first contact. For Iberian Soul, I kind of look at their team, and they definitely don't strike me as a team that will hit all that massively. They're more going to be the mid-round, late-round, forcing over rotations. So it's a bit of a mismatch in the styles between the two squads.
Right now it's TNL style is doing the best for them. Not even the AWP getting away with an exit. Dodo have no idea how close they really were. And even if he could he really get those 2 kills simultaneously? Unless they lined up. Which they didn't. All 5 down, half buy for Iberian Soul, TNL. Now to get to 8-1 on the CT side of Nuke before they really allowed Iberian Soul to hold up any more pressure. First 4 rounds, then 1 responded to, then 4 more after that. It might end up being 5 in a row instead, just to extend upon that streak. And just look really damn good here in this map pick. Damn good all day today. Dory, final of 1. Dodo, trading. M4 of Onyx gets his 2 kills in, and it's standard stuff here for TNL.
So out here on B is just getting bullied. So many rounds, he's losing so many teammates before he can even beat the B-side anchor. Jeez, what a shot. TNL, 5-0.
Already a tactical called in for Iberian Soul, and yeah, probably called them in early in the last map as well because they have been effectively swamped.
Perhaps Ukraine is maybe like the up-and-coming country for Tier 2, Tier 3 CS of new generation of players. I mean, if we just use TNL and Passion UA as prime suspects that have been, what, the last 12 months, 18 months or so? Just guys that have come out of absolutely nowhere and gone on to achieve some really good things. Now I'm thinking, okay, well, if that's 2 teams that have been able to do that, who's the 3rd team or the 4th team? You know, these FPLC players or just these high-ranking ELO players. It's got to happen at some point. There's got to be another TNL team that's down there in the lower divisions.
Well, it's always been said that the CIS scene in general has always been stacked with talent. It's only in like the last handful of years where that talent has started to rise to the surface. And you are right, Passion UA are doing well themselves. All in spite of adversity on their parts individually. The team's effective on TNL's campaign. We're going to find these rifle players of Iberian Soul. The M4's brought back in, the AWP on Dodo. Still got 3 players that have yet to frag on CT side.
Iberian Soul haven't been able to contest much towards mid. Con's been smoked, window as well, Molly down towards short. And Knife could have a good timing where he can swing out this Palace smoke.
Davy gets a kill, 34 HP for him. Alex follows up onto Khan. Knife smoked, he's going to walk ahead of the position anyway. He's going to get Dodo. Dory fell in the meantime, so 2-2 men regardless on TNL, and it's low HP for Knife. Lyrax out and about, trying to hunt down for the player here in the jungle. Molly doesn't extend to his corner. He's going to swing anyway and get a kill on Knife. Backstab now from up on close again against Flyrax, who still pressures that kill back, but return upon by Davy just as quickly means that Iberian Soul are on the board.
And something that a lot of people don't know about was the change in leadership in terms of the organization for TNL. So Kane, who used to be, the head coach on Flipside, and Na'Vi and Gambit, he went over to coach Passion UA, and I know there was a bit of drama about it at the time that the org dropped him, and there was a lot of confusion about it. He's now the CEO of TNL, and that's only been a recent thing. That's only been about the last month or so.
Man's got the CS knowledge and the business knowledge. The curious little promotion as well, because you're right, like with Passion UA, you thought the Kane was a perfect fit. But I guess sometimes those big bucks call and you have to take that move. Well, their first round taken away from them, but Iberian Soul are not taking any map control on the B site away. This could actually be a quick and easy take of said sites. The Dodo does fight Khan to kick things off. Onyx will trade back 2 players. One more man seen Edward. Short door is so ready for the swing. Dodo good for one more pick, but still held back at market. His teammate picked up in Connector. He's trying to generate the necessary impact, trying to keep these defensives held together, and he's getting the kills necessary, but he's the only man that found any damage in this round for Iberian Soul. The flank will close in against him eventually. He will not survive this one.
Mr. Dodo's just completely trapped. The best that you could hope for is fight and win another duel.
Not even that happens. Flarax finds an angle, hits his shot, and TNL 6-1 on the board. Iberian Soul, not a soul survived in that last round, so the buyback have some difficulties around. They're more of a half invest, even if it doesn't have an M4 involved.
Just an awful setup, because they wanted to take mid, and then the T's are just basically popping into B. So there's just no one on that defense. Even Dodo does work, but Onyx, I mean, the top side look, getting 3 kills is just crazy.
So Soul is catching Flarax off guard with his aggression, but that M4 falls just as quickly, and that's the only rifle removed from Iberian Soul. Mid-access established. Split play on A seems to be the call here. That bomber's got some rotation room if necessary. Short access denied by Iberian Soul. Got players in connector that might get drawn into a fight. Onyx hasn't quite seen Alex. Might have to take an engagement on him in towards the connector angle. Ed not spotted. CT start moving with that information all over. Seeing the spray. Mopoz gets 2 kills out of it. That might be a turnaround moment. 4 versus 2.
Knife needs to get that trade back, and Khan even struggles for it too. Mopoz doing work out there from Con now that the rifle's been picked up. Knife can attempt this 1 versus 3, but as unlikely as it sounds, maybe the best thing that he can hope for is just a bit of exit damage now.
Got a backstab closing in, so you'd imagine that sooner or later he's going to go drop in. Dodo about to be received. Does give up another fight. So they're isolating these duels here. Giving up individual engages. But 32 seconds to go into connect to grab the bomb again down to one site. He fights on the AWP. Hang on. Hang on. Davy, 1v1. Knife. Check the left. Information 16 seconds left. A swung! And he's got it! Oh, that is a clutch. A 1v4. That brings TNL yet another round.
Well, you have to look at that from Iberian Soul and say they've just given him 3 1v1s. Yeah, they've tried to slow the round down, they've tried to space it out. You can actually 1v4. You have Mopoz peeking into the open, you have the backstab presenting, you have the AWP posted, and Davy G and the AWP not in a position where they can trade off of one another. It's an excellent clutch, but it's so poorly played from the CT side.
Indeed it is.
Those are the kind of rounds where you go, you can't win a 1v4, you can only lose a 4v1. That's how you have to base it.
I mean, that came down to individual fights that just gave them away, right? The one player swung out in the open in connected jungle, player backstab, the player on short, and then finally one man in jungle. That's how it got won. That's how, step by step, the clutch came through. And what should have been a second round for Iberian Soul goes back to TNL now to cure the half advantage and continue upon this recovered streak. 2 on the trot to respond to the 1 that Iberian Soul have gained so far on the CT side, and it just continues to get worse and worse for the CT forces. The Dodo's AWP, flash blinded, now known. Swing for a shot, does not connect it. Alex backed up, burst fire, spray through the smoke, not connecting anything. They're all over the A play. Bomb will get planted. Cannot be denied.
I will say, they're getting some insane luck at the moment. I mean, they popped B and no one was on B. They pop A and there's 1 A defender of the AWP at triple and nobody else in sight.
Iberian Soul locked out here. Alex picked up next. Mopods with 1 trade. Still leaves a man disadvantage for Iberian Soul. Damage done to players like Flyrax and Dory. Could get traded soon enough, but Dory's still able to get a couple kills out of it, and Knife there to deal with Mopoz. TNL 8-1 once again. No money to full invest for Iberian Soul. Another tactical called in by the CT side.
And it seems insane that even in the closed qualifier, the highest picked map in the pool for them in CCT was Train. And you just sort of just think with the players that you've got, you'd expect Mirage, you'd expect Dust 2, you'd probably expect Ancient, all of those brawly maps, but we do see the Nuke picks, we do the Train picks, and I wonder if that's JR trying to maybe set a little bit more of a precedent on we need to improve our overall foundation, we need to improve our overall structure, we can't just rely on our individual aim in every single map, in every single best of 3. Of course, it's going to be a helping hand, but we need to be more diverse. Right now, the brawling is just making this game feel easy. Onyx is kind of been baity on the T side, in which he's been late lurking a lot of these rounds, so finishing the rounds. He's 11-3. Knife has been a lot more aggressive. He's been involved in a lot more opening fights, and yet he's still not even taking many deaths.
Can't counteract those main fraggers, means that you're going to have some serious problems, Iberian Soul. Half invest, they're rushing B because they can. Khan out. Stadodo down. Turn towards the bomb site. Dabby G is close range, should get caught next up, and a player back at bench. Alex will catch 1 decent trade, but it's back to be turned somewhere. That back is turned to Onyx, who gets his kill in. SMG close on Mopoz. I think he made some noise there. Swung upon by Flyrax, who gets that last man. TNL just storming ahead with a very one-sided T side.
Some of the pre-aims almost look robotic in how clean they really are. I mean, this fight out to bench, that's such a tough angle, because you don't have to readjust massively from the default player, but it is a pixel angle being held there at the bench line.
Iberian Soul. Getting 1 frag back onto Saul. His AWP, a double up setup in for the B defensive. Stadodo's been tagged at 9 points of health though. Is he going to get even 1 more pick out of this one? Yes, he does. The nade comes in. Spray back from Dory. Also, it's nothing against Davy. Alex going to walk in at underpass. Flyrax could deal with him. That bomb, I think, is committed out of the apartments already. It may already be on one of the balconies there. Flyrax is trying to play distraction and try and pull attention away from that B play. He's missed his mark on Mopoz. Some noise. Oh, their heads are turned away. They don't know about that bomb. Kill for Onyx with 2 versus 2. Navi's in the back side. Flyrax scored his back up. Oh no, it's happening again. Iberian Soul, another man advantage, another lockout defensive. And still, they're going to lose the round. This is over. This is so over.
It's been over for a while. It's just the sharpness, and it's not being able to compete against them. I've said it many times on broadcast before, Jay. In CS2, you can just win games off of individual ability. That wasn't the case in CSGO. You just weren't able to, with how the game mechanics were, with how the economy, it is a different game at times. And they are just pumping them.
That does not seem like it's going to change. Iberian Soul. Lost their first fight once again. Dory straight in against the Dodo. So Saul can trade back on Dory at least, but Khan's moving up. So Saul's going to get caught off, sprayed down low HP across several players here on the board. Man advantage extended as Onyx and Kind get involved. Sasul goes trading, he's so low HP. Davi G out towards CT spawn. Now his head's been seen. A shot rings out from the orb, but Davi gets the rifle on the center of the bomb site. 2v2, but 26 HP between the last two players of the CT forces. The Sasul goes down. Davi's all alone. When we get picked up, we'll get planted. This is an impossible clutch to win. One he has to go for here because it's the last round of the half. But you're not expecting much.
No, not at all. You're hoping for a good timing. You're hoping with distraction being pulled towards spawn that you might just be able to catch someone looking the other way.
Blyarak seen him, Orp rings out. Khan can just wait. No info at the CT spawn. Until finally the man makes noise and the swing is good from the AK. 11-1 at the half. Well, thanks for coming, Iberian Soul.
Back straight to, what, mid-level of tier 2, but bottom end of tier 2. It just shows you the disparity, and it's probably a tough watch for the Iberian Soul players to know how out of their depth they really are. Not so much just in this matchup, but just in the general landscape. This is still a core of a roster that was really successful. This is still a team that was a top-end tier 2 squad. I think around that sort of 2021, 2022 period, you'd probably even call Movistar Riders a tier 1.5 team, with them getting, what, a top 4 at Cologne. They were consistently at the Pro Leagues. They were in IEM tournaments. They weren't a tier 1 squad, but they were participating frequently in the tier 1 atmosphere. And it's these guys. And yet now, as times have changed, as we've got into CS2, without the organization, even with the organization, it wasn't the same. And maybe it was just when Alex left and when some Pius left that we started seeing the collapse.
Whenever it happened, it is clear and obviously defined now. I think that this group of veterans is getting scored by a bunch of 20-year-olds, 18-year-olds, very young individuals on TNL.
Proper rookies.
Indeed they are. Gushu's down at the second pistol. Sasul can at least pick things up to start for Iberian Soul. 2 CTs on the A defensive. Rotations inbound. Third man in from CT spawn. Good shot from Khan. Get traded by Mob. Positive dark. They will do so in the end, and he misses a chance. So a pistol, a lifeline, a small little resurgence from Iberian Soul. Unless Honor gets another 1 versus 4, which, ye god. Struck on the first man. The Dodo. Swing back. Gooch is found. Now he's dead. He should be soon enough. So no returning clutch. Order restored for the T side. And they can at least hold a start in the second half, but even without the map point, it's still a very long way back.
This is TNL getting only a few rounds away from now making their record 18 wins out of the past 23 best of 3s. That's a lot of winning and a lot of deep tournament runs, and you're looking at how they dispatched 9, you're looking at how they're dispatching Iberian Soul, and you're thinking, are they even going to get tested in the main Swiss stage? Even in that 2-0 game, is there going to be a challenge until maybe round of 16, quarterfinals perhaps?
I mean, their list of opponents are Nexus, Ruby, and Ecstatic. Ecstatic, maybe. I don't think any of the other guys.
Yeah, nah. You don't think so? I definitely don't think so.
TNL already getting the man advantage out of this broken force by a round. Finally turned over by Mopos to a 3-on-3. Quick exit out of the apartments into the B bomb site. Onyx leaning forward the market doorway. Checked on spray, goes awkwardly. And the Deagle cannot seem to capitalize upon it. Khan falling elsewhere. Flyer grabbed the Galil. Not much here for the CT side. And Butter force by as well, so definitely not a successful second round break. Iberian Soul with 3 now.
Iberian Soul, you kind of look at their map pool of where it lies. I mean, you know that Dust 2 is their Instaban, but Mirage is probably their second weakest map pool. At least they're playing a little bit of train. At least they're floating it in best of 3s. 7 wins, 10 losses, very inconsistent. I mean, the highest rated player on Mirage in the last 3 months is Sasul, who's your B-site anchor. That's telling you something. If your B-site anchor is outperforming your window player or your con player, you're in trouble. It is a weak map in the pool for you.
This Flyrax makes it expensive at the end of the round. Limit the economy state of Iberian Soul, TNL. Do not opt for the second round. Though. One player does get a little bit of Kevlar, and there are some upgrade pistols in play. Dory with his beagle onto Alex in particular. Onyx and Knife not so successful. 5-7 on B site, good kill for Khan. 3-on-3 established, and AK has been recovered as well. I think it's going to be the A play, so they'll start backing up, but Khan can still wait around and mark it and deny this apartments player, who seems to be making his way out to Saul there.
The AK searching and hearing the drop-off might try and scale into mid and could potentially drop that bomb against Abby.
Adjustments right there. Oh, he's got him. Even when TNL are on a full eco, they're threatening. Khan. Molotov out. He swings. He almost gets the kill for it. 15 HP, though, surely. Flyrax has got one good peek shot and pick ahead of him. Doesn't hit it. Second chance. Doesn't hit it. Stadodo keeps control. Dory has found the saw, but he can't hit that shot either. In the grand scale of things, another expensive round for Iberian Soul. As the rifles come in for TNL, you'd imagine the reset is right there for them.
I just got caught in the moment. I mean, this is what could be a crossfire being set. You've got a con player, and you just swing the AK straight through a molly. That's just being tunnel visioned into what could be a 3v2 man up, play together, allow a peek on a contact, but nah, not to be. TNL at least get the AWP up and give themselves a good buy, and this is where you should shut it down 13-4. Should give nothing back to Iberian Soul.
Davi leans forward. C-side players going to get the kill on the first man. Khan and Dowie are caught first and foremost. So, I still said a mid-fight. Onyx seeing the jump face, the heads poking up from Mopos. I don't think he was seen there on the short access. One low HP player that might face him looking into corner, catch one individual first up. HG's back on the bench, man. Double kill, triple, and the quadra lines up. And Iberian Soul have been crippled once again. Stadodo's AWP. 1-on-3 clutch, bombs on his back at least, and has decent access to that B-bomb site. But as soon as he's known, TNL will converge.
Yeah, Onyx is the in-game leader. Bloody hell, what a round. I mean, the lineup, the ace. Come on, give me the ace. There it is. Wow, what a sequence. Just when Davi G had done so much out there in top mid with all of that counter util, such a slap in the face.
There is no workup for you, and you're right, like, 2 picks in past these smokes with flashbangs in mind, and then just boom, boom, wham bam, thank you ma'am. It's over. It's been over for a while. And that will not change with the tactical pause. Iberian Soul's last one for an 8-round comeback into OT. TNL just one to take victory.
Bit of a shame for Alex too, because he's a guy that performed pretty well individually out there on map 1, had some good rounds, especially on T side, trying to sort of work timings on the outside, getting himself towards heaven and hell. He's now come into Mirage, and it's not just him, they're just all getting out-dueled. All of them are just losing fights everywhere. But you're 2-14, and you just feel that just haven't competed, haven't even given them a run for their money. Flyrax just on the edge of the smoke against us all. Con player, easy pick. Oh, come on!
Sit down, Iberian Soul. You may have lost your souls to Team Next Level, who are living up to their namesake today. One tap from Knife to close it. They're all as sharp as knives today. 13-4, 2-0. Team Next Level, 2-0 in the Swiss stage. And I honestly reckon, Dweg, that even if they do draw against Ecstatic, they probably are going to be favorites in any one of those matches.
The sharpness is just through the roof in so many of these fights, and it makes you wonder who there is in the Tier 2 landscape that's going to hit as hard as they are. I think Passion UA is maybe like a team that I would look at with Kavem and Waro and think, especially on a regional derby, that'd give them a good run for their money. But with how they play, there's not going to be many teams that mechanically are going to be able to match up to these boys.
I think the only team I can think of in recent times that I've seen get up to that mechanical level is 9 during the Congress de Prague event that they've recently had. But that was, I think, a one-off, that matchup. That one was. Like, against Na'Vi Jr., they hit hard and Na'Vi Jr. showed up no resistance. When you've got a team that's showing up resistance, I don't think 9 could pull off something like that at all. And we've already seen it with TNL beating them in a previous matchup. But outside of that, I mean, you're going up to the level of tier 1.5 to find teams that can really counteract this. Like, you need to beat them with tactics, and even a team as experienced as Iberian Soul, they weren't able to bring those tactics to the table today.
No, it was an underwhelming showing from Iberian Soul in the fact that they can't even win a map. I think in this isolated series, you are a mid-pack tier 2 team at the moment. You're going up against a proper threat at the top end. So if they could have at least taken Nuke, then I would have looked at the series and said there's a bit of a positive for them. They at least held weight, struggled on map 2 or map 3, whatever it may be. But to not even be taking a map with how their form looks, I mean, it's now 2 wins out of their past 6 best of 3s. Just feels very average, feels very flat. It's not been a good year from them. They're an unorged team. They've been unorged for about 4 months now. It's a long time. Results need to start coming soon.
I don't know if they are going to come, unfortunately, to Egg. At least they're 1-1 in terms of this Swiss stage. They've got more opportunities to fend off lifelines and not go down so easily here in CCT. But with how this series went, I'm still not convinced by them, unfortunately. It's an unfortunate set of circumstances for a set of players that were so great at one point, but not so great at the moment here. For TNL on the other side of the board, 4 best of 3s in a row, 8 maps in a row. They're looking like they're in white hot form, and I'm very excited to see what they can do in round 3, because I think 3-0 is on the table. I think a playoff run is on the table for this team.
You expect with how they're playing right now, peaking at the right time, that you're only going to face challenges in those playoff, in potentially even the latter stages, going into the quarters and the semis, rather than even the first round of the round of 16. They look hot right now. They look on form.
Indeed, they do. And so there's only so much to look forward to for them. And I'm looking forward, again, just to see who they're going to draw against round 3 and how they're going to deal with them, because I think that there could be some very interesting matches when it comes to the playoffs, and I just want to see them get to that point. But for today, that is it for us here on CCT, and that's it for us here in round 2 of the CCT European Swiss stage. We'll be back very, very soon as round 3's draw will be set to take place tonight, so make sure you're keeping eyes on all the socials, and we'll see you back here indeed for round 3 of our Swiss stage.